Uh, Lumia, why are you not hooked in there? You know, it'd be nice if things could, I don't know, work.
Don't be ridiculous.
Don't be ridiculous, I know, right? So it does say I'm here on the vertical side of things, but it doesn't say that I'm here. Yep, there's my test message. It does not show that I'm here on the horizontal side of things. That is annoying. Well, let's go back to Lumia and try it again. When all else fails, turn it off and back on again, right? There we go. All right. So now we've got Hor and we got Vert. Let's make sure these are working. All right. If we see Hor in chat, then we're good. All right. I see Vert. I don't see Hor. Why do I not see Hor? Game clearly not a WoW's fan, right? Let's try this again. Oh, okay. That one's
Because you
good.
misspelled Kaba.
Oh, yeah, true. That would be Khaba, wouldn't it? All right, I can close these. Okay, now I need to get my beacons lit. I woke up at 11:10 a.m., so I'm a little behind timing-wise. Just a little. Although in my defense, if it wasn't for freaking daylight savings, I would have been awake at 10:10. Right? Okay. 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 One of the fun things is when you haven't got on the forums for a while, you get pinged all over the place. That's done. Okay, now gotta go to my tweet thingy. That works. Okay. I can make that. Yeah, I can make that my message here too. Yeah, that works. Okay. I think jet lag would be a good animated GIF for today. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just do that one. Save image. Come on, there's my Go Live GIFs folder. You post your PC build in the off topic channel Discord. Perfect! Alright, this one will work. Okay. Can I get this posted? Yes, I can. Okay, can I get this posted? We are now lighting the beacons of Gondor, everyone. And ironically enough, I was kind of at Gondor recently. How crazy is it to say that? Okay, is that there? Okay, Discord beacons going out.
Why do you need 3 hard drives?
Only
Why
3?
not?
I mean, I'm
Only
rocking
yeah,
4
exactly,
on this
right.
PC.
Oh, right, it's 4.
I've got my main drive for OS, and then I've got my backup drive, which I haven't formatted yet, which has got my old Windows installed and everything on it.
I don't like this build.
And then I
We
got
have to get started here being judgmental.
that's true. Duckman with the resub. Thank you, Duckman.
That looks like $1,000 spent for something that isn't worth 500. I'm sorry.
And hello, Seabear.
Like the mainboard is the most expensive component in the build. Like
And
why?
that's the one thing he was waiting for. You also have to realize he's buying it in a different location than you are. So it's very possible that the economics of your region is different than theirs.
I mean, sure, but it's 2025. Why are we buying a 3050?
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Frosty Balls, hey! Thank you for the sub. 21-month streak. Look at that. Holy crap, are we in a... We're in a high train now? Oh my god, we're in a high train.
Already? The stream was started.
I know.
Started.
This stream just started. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna just turn this off here for a second. We're gonna stop this. I think I'm about ready to go over and say hi. I think that's the right thing to do. What conference? You really want to end this match? Yes. Just go away. Be gone with it. Be gone with it. Hi. Oh my god, guys. We're already in a high train, which is wild. I got some people I need to thank. Give me a second here for doing. Let me get over to the vertical scene. But guys, those of you guys who are new to the stream and stuff, when we do hype trains, we eat out extra codes to celebrate. I usually start some special dirty water, and then I negotiate with the wife to extend the stream. Now today, I don't know if the negotiations will succeed or not. But if you want to support the stream, all you gotta do is subscribe yourself, like Armac just did, or you can gift subs, or you can share bits. If you want to do that, you can. Don't feel like you have to. This is over on Twitch, where most of our party typically is. But Seabear, of course, doing the quality control check over on YouTube. Thank you for doing that, Seabear. I'm hoping that you didn't hear any copyrighted music on either of the YouTube streams. Please let me know. Hoghammer, who's this guy sitting in Zath's chair? That's right, it is none other than I, Lord Zath. How you doing, man? How the heck have you guys been? You've been all right? I got a couple of messages to read here. So Armac just dropped the anchor on a legendary 12-month voyage in our stream. Like a true captain, they've steered their support ship back to port with the resounding "South is back, baby!" Here's to more epic replays and adventures on the high seas. I have a feeling that Armac has a replay or 12 he wants me to take a look at. Frosty Balls with 21 months of subscription, like sailing the high seas with us, but instead of frosty balls, you're warming our hearts with your support. This thing is nuts. Here's to many more epic replays and adventures. David, okay, I see your cover my replay. We'll do that one next time we do replay analysis, okay? And then Duckman, sailing through subscriptions like a true captain of support, just dropped anchor for another year. Another year, 54 months in a row. My goodness. Your dedication keeps the streak afloat, and the crew and me couldn't be happier. Here's to more epic replays and adventures on the high seas. Now, did I miss any anything here? I think I missed a sub message from earlier. I got to scroll up and see if I can find it still. I might not. But anyways, I'm back. I'm kind of dealing with some jet lag. Not too much though. I got lucky. So on our flight home, hello, you uncle. On my flight home, we got upgraded to Polaris Business. So one of the things that you can do for United, if you are you have status with them, frequent flyer and all that, you can request upgrades. So we requested an upgrade to business class on the way down, and we requested an upgrade to business class on the way home. On the way down, we didn't get the upgrade. We were first and second in line for upgrades all the way till about a week before. Seabear, thanks for checking Rumble. Till about a week before the trip. And then all of a sudden we got pushed back by one. Somebody with Star Alliance Gold passed me up on the line. Oh well. Hey, Thudswit. So, we, on the flight down, what we did was a little trick that you can do to try to, ensure that you get a better chance of an upgrade. And that is, we bought up to Premier Plus, which is like that little bit of like, it's economy, but it's like not quite economy. It's like nicer seats a little bit and nicer food and stuff. So we figured at the very least, we wanted to have a little bit more comfort from that. And also because that's a more expensive ticket, that puts us at the front of the line, essentially. So it didn't work in our favor for getting the upgrade on the way down, but on the way home it did. And so on the way home, we've got the nice lie flat seats and all that kind of stuff. And my wife didn't sleep at all. I think she was enjoying it too much. But I slept. I slept a good probably 6 or 7 hours. Because, we leave New Zealand, it's like 2 p.m. when we left New Zealand. We arrive in San Francisco, it's now 8 a.m. And so it's like you're starting the whole day over again. So if you don't sleep on the plane, your body gets like super jet lagged. Oh, hell. In previous years, when I came home the first time from, I don't remember if it was Japan or from New Zealand, one of the two. But I remember I slept for 24 hours straight after I was awake for 24 hours straight. That's how bad my body clock was. So we just worked to try to fix that. At least I did. And I think it worked out well for me. I'm not like super jet lagged. I'm tired because I slept till 11 a.m. But, my body is okay. And at some point it might not be, but we'll find out. Ultidor, hey, thank you very much for your 6 months in a row, man. Just like a seasoned captain, you decided to set sail on another 5-month adventure. Here's a dropping anchor in the best harbor of the high seas. Your support keeps the ship afloat and our sails full. I got stories from New Zealand to share with you guys, of course. I've got replays to look at as well. So we'll get that going. But since I see Hoghammer is here, Hog, would you like me to show you what your birthday present to me was? In the meantime, Rob, Maruk, Zeka, or Wolfie, are either of you guys here? Yes? All right, check this out.
Hey,
This Well, hi, Big O. How you doing?
Good.
One of the things that New Zealand is well known for is jade. I've been to New Zealand 4 times now, okay? And each time I go to New Zealand, I'm like trying to figure out what I want to get. Um, it's always difficult when you look to buy jade because you don't really know that it's authentic or not. And by authentic, what I mean is, that's right, Weatherlight. Hi. I am back from imaginary lands. That's true, although they aren't quite as imaginary as I remember them, sadly. Um, but so the problem is that there's cheap jade that's on the market, and then there's New Zealand jade. The cheap jade is Canadian or Chinese jade. Why? Because those are just straight up mined. And so you basically get jade that works its way from Canada, typically to China, goes through machinery, and then arrives in New Zealand and is sold for relatively inexpensive. And then you get the real New Zealand jade. Now, New Zealand jade is unique because, one, it's not mined. You cannot mine for it, period. So the only way that you get jade in New Zealand is when the greenstone, which is the rock, okay, essentially breaks away from a mountain, gets floated down a river or whatnot, or avalanche and any of that kind of stuff, right? And then it gets discovered, and the local Maori tribe, which honestly I think like 90% of New Zealand's jade is owned by one tribe. You have to get permission from that tribe to be able to actually take it off of the land. Okay, and then once you've got that permission, then you can cut it up and start making it into jewelry, into whatever you want for it. So the reason I'm describing that to you guys is New Zealand jade is very expensive, but it's also very special. It's very special because it comes straight from New Zealand, because it comes straight from the Maori that kind of control it, if you will. And it's carved. Typically, it's hand carved. At least the really good stuff is hand carved as a way to, um, kind of have a link with the land. And so New Zealand jade is very special because it's all about creating that connection. And there's different ways that you have that connection. One is the type of jade that you're wearing connects you with other people of the same kind. There's all kinds of different carvings for jade, for example. And then, of course, the other connection is you have that connection to the land, which is really important. So, like I said, it was my 4th time in New Zealand. I stopped off in Rotorua at a jade shop called Mountain Jade. Now, I've been there so many times. And hey, Cobra, thank you. Hi, how are you, man? And so I stop into the shop, and I'm talking to the lady. I say, okay, I want to see a piece of New Zealand jade, but all of this stuff, it all is the same size. It's all like the colors are a little bit, different, but pretty much the same size. Like if I look at the axe or whatever, it's the same size. It's called a toki, Toki. And so I started talking to this lady who's Maori, and she was telling me about like all of this stuff, and the carvers and the back wall, like where the good stuff was and all that, and telling me all the history and stuff, and like really going into it. I mean, we spent like a good hour just talking. It was amazing. At the end of the day, I told her I was going to the South Island, and she said, "You don't want any of this then." Because when you go to the South Island, that's where all of this stuff is mined. Nothing is mined from the North Island, really. It's all from the South Island. She said, when you go to the South Island, you have the bigger connection with that island, with the people and everything. So she literally said, you don't want any of this stuff. Don't even buy any of this stuff here. And she gave me a couple suggestions of where to go. And it was really it was like a really special moment when I connected with her, and we gave each other a hug, and then off we went. I mean, how cool is that? You got somebody who gives you a hug and says thank you for your interest and the time and wanting to learn, and I didn't even buy anything from them. You know what I mean? Like that's really special. That's really special. So we made our way to the South Island, and in Christchurch, I found a very special piece of jade, and I'll share that with you guys right now here. So, Hog, this is what your birthday present bought me. So, thank you again for that. This is very, very special. Hey, Wyatt Earp. Now, what makes this special is a couple things. One, the size. It's a little bit larger than it normally is. Most Tokis cut off about here, and so they're shorter, and they're not as wide either. So this is a nice large piece. That's item 1, and you can see how thick it is. Now, item 2 is the colors on it. You can see the several different colors. These here, this is called like flowering. It's got a couple different layers of that built in. Most of jade pieces that you pick up, if you find something that is quote unquote cheaper, it's typically a uniform color. So it's like, if I hold this up again, it's usually like this dark color throughout the whole piece, okay? Or maybe it's this lighter color, again, throughout the whole piece. But as you can see, this piece here, it changes from dark to light, back to dark again. So when we were looking at all these different pieces, one of the important things when you're looking for something special like this, you don't just buy the first thing that you see. You take your time. We went to so many different jade shops looking at all different pieces, right? And then finally I saw this and I said, I saw a different piece than this. We spent like 3 hours at this shop. And the people there were so nice. They were happy. Of course, we're spending a good amount of money, so they know, they're going to make a good sale on me. Whatever. But the important thing is, I have something that is now truly special that connects me to New Zealand like I've never been connected before. And to me, that's the part that's really exciting. Now, a toki in New Zealand, in Maori lore, if you will, it basically means perseverance, strength, all that good stuff. And so for me, like, that kind of personifies my journey, and that's why I picked the toki. My wife picked the fish hook, and I'm trying to remember what the fish hook was. It's good luck over water specifically, and then something like new beginnings, I think, or something along that line. But if you guys want later, I can show you the hook that she bought. City Boar, thank you. Yeah, it is. What's interesting is I'll hold this up again. When I saw this and I eventually picked it up, right? The piece that I was looking at earlier before this was a little bit larger, a little bit wider, but it was a little bit shinier. And I said, hey, like, you can see how it's shining off of my light already. And I said I wanted a more matte finish, and I wanted something that a webcam, because I said I'm a streamer, I wanted something a webcam could pick up that, kind of accentuates the differences and stuff with all the colors. So I went through and I just, I went through and I picked out all the different ones, and we literally had like 10 of them just sitting there. And ultimately, this is the one that I picked. You wouldn't participate in the artificial inflating of rocks from grounds that's already ridiculous with diamonds? Well, yeah, Hujam, the difference, in my opinion, with diamonds is that diamonds are purposely held back from the market. Now, I don't know if that's the case for New Zealand jade or not. But of course, getting the permission from Maori to cut up the rocks into tokis and other things like that, hey, that of course does impact the supply. The same thing with the fact that they don't do any mining. But honestly, to me, like, the fact that it's hand carved, and I have information about the carver and stuff like that, and it to me, this is more than just like a diamond, and this is a lot less expensive, by the way, than a diamond. Let me just put that out there. If I were to buy a diamond, I couldn't afford something this size for sure. But if I were to buy a diamond, it'd be a whole nother story. And thank goodness now that artificial diamonds are out there becoming popular, because that's what I would have bought for my wife. Like, honestly, when we got her engagement ring and her wedding ring and stuff, she never cared about diamonds and stuff. So we always looked for, like, good but not like really super expensive. And unfortunately, we bought right as the artificial diamonds are starting to be right before they became popular. But yeah, now I'm with you on that one, Hujam. And I wasn't even expecting to spend, a ton of money. I wasn't even expecting to. I literally walked in and I said, all right, this is what I want. And like I said, they were so nice and sitting there talking through with me about this piece. And like so, like I said, we're going through the rest of New Zealand. Let me hold this up again. We're going through the rest of New Zealand, and we go to an area where this is, like the west part of South Island, which is where the big, most of this Ponamu comes from, the greenstone. And there was a piece that was a little bit wider, and it was like half the price of this. And I said to my wife, I said, "Oh my God, like why did I buy this one then?" And we sat there, we just looked at the piece, and I asked them to hold it, and I held it. And one thing I noticed about this piece that they didn't have was the color fluctuation. And to me, that's what makes this so unique and so beautiful. But it was a wild experience going and looking at this. Now you're supposed to wear this, okay? And there's a like a special kind of a necklace on it here that you can like stretch out and then like pull closer so that you can wear it higher up on your neckline and everything. So I'll play with that at some point. We got replays to do and stuff. But anyway, Hog, again, thank you for your birthday gift. That was really nice of you, and hopefully you can see it. It went to good use. I was able, thanks to you, and of course, thanks to Turo and the rest of you guys also who have been subbing and supporting me with bits, or even just hanging out, especially hanging out on my rerun channel when I've been gone. I couldn't have afforded the trip without you guys supporting me. And I definitely couldn't have afforded that coming home. So like it really means a lot that you guys are out there being awesome. So thank you again for everything. So Maruk, Rob, Zeka, Wolfie, are either of you five here? I know Zeka said he's got to work, so he's probably not going to be here right now. Yes, that's right. That's right, Armact. There was a lot of stuff actually. There were some interesting museum pieces about the HMS New Zealand. This was a battle cruiser that participated in Jutland, and the captain was gifted a couple of Maori gifts, and told to wear it in battle, and that's exactly what he did. One of them was a skirt with I don't know if it's bamboo or what the material is, but and there's a special name for it. I don't know off the top of my head. But he wore that in battle, and New Zealand did take, I think, 1 or 2 hits, but was not badly damaged, and participated in sinking at least one of the German battle cruisers in Jutland as well. So that was really kind of cool to see. And then I saw an area where some of the guns from New Zealand were taken off the ship because the ship was old, and they were turned into shore batteries. And so I got to stand right where that happened. So that was kind of cool. So anyway, I don't see people, so I'm just going to go ahead and let's ping. Let me just go ahead and ping the peoples. So that's Rob, Maruk, Zeka. We know is going to be and Wolfie. Oh, there's Wolfie. Fun and history lessons. Wyatt. Oh my God. We went to the New Zealand Navy Museum. It was awesome. Wolfie, we're going to start with your replay since you're here, okay? This is the Ryujo game. So we're going to start with the carrier game. So give me a moment to load that up. A commercial break is about to start. Oh, thank you, Wolfie. As soon as you messaged that to me, I know you had supported me before on Patreon, and I don't think I ever got a replay covered for you from that. So I thought, let's get this, let's change that. Let's make it happen, right? Okay, I can close some windows now. I can close
quick
some.
question.
Yes, sir.
Got any room today?
Not today. Unfortunately, we are full up. But of course, the plan is to stream on Sunday, and possibly tomorrow as well. If I stream tomorrow, it will be for a tournament, the Clash of the Classes tournament. So I don't know if I'll be doing any replays tomorrow. And if I do the tournament on Sunday, I may not be doing any replays on Sunday. It just depends how tired I am from it. The tournaments themselves typically are later in the day, so I might not even have any time to run them beyond that. But so far, I only have 5 replays prioritized. Nope, I saw it, David. I've got 5 set up for today, so what I'm going to do, David, because you said... Oh, there's Rob. Still practicing using the shift key. There you go. So what I'll do, David, because he said just use it for anyone. Next time we do replays, I'll keep that in mind, and I'll call that a wild card, and then just the first person to say, hey, I'll claim it. We'll do it that way. Okay. So technically, I've got all 5 today set up, and then I've got one for next replay stream. To more directly answer your question, Big O, okay?
Me get 2. I put an Odin one in Discord.
Okay. You think you missed your 2. We're just starting right now, Rob.
Okay.
We're just starting right now. Wolfie was here first, so we're going to do Wolfie's Ryujo game, and then we can do your 2 games, okay? That's the idea. Someone coming on chat asking for it, but does not have the points. You're welcome, David. You're welcome. Thank you for doing that. Vacation was great, Big Worm. Vacation was really nice. Not long enough, as always. Sometimes you have some of those vacations where you it just feels like oh yeah, there you go. Thank you, Rob. It just feels like you didn't get any real rest, but it's all good. One other thing, I noticed a comment about the channel point cost. The reason why the cost has continued to increase is simply because at the end of patches, if I get to a point where I can't get everybody's part of my replays in, what I do is I increase the cost by 1,000, and that's simply to try to slow things down a little bit. Don't forget, of course, I do also have replay redemptions available on my rerun channel. So that's still going, and you can easily get points that way. You just leave it up and lurk it away. And I think that one is a little bit higher for point value. I think it's 25,000 there. But again, that's on 24/7, so you can just have it up and farm points that way. Be right back, switching phone to laptop. Sounds good, Wolfie. So, the idea here is I always want to make sure that there's a free way and a paid way, in a sense, to, have me prioritize your replays. And unfortunately, Twitch, if you think about it, Twitch is doing their own thing for increasing the paid way because Twitch sub prices have gone up. And unfortunately, I guess you could say, maybe fortunately, because I've become more popular and people have been supporting me and stuff more so than in the past, that just makes it harder to find slots for replay coverage. I suppose I could do more than 5 replays on a stream, but the problem I have with that is, one, I get tired by the time we get to the 5th replay, so if we did 10, I just don't feel like I'm doing people's replays justice. And to me, that's really important, is I give people the proper feedback that they deserve. Before, when I used to do like full replay streams and I'd bang out like 10 replays at once, by the time I got to the 10th, the quality was just down. So, yeah. Anyway, let's get to our first replay, shall we? So this is the Ryujo. This is Wolf Sweat Paws, who's a member of the Deathstrike forums and has been a long-standing supporter on the stream and always hanging out and stuff. And is one of those people that truly cares about others. And let me just leave it at that. So when he sent me a replay and he emailed it to me, I'm like, all right, let's make sure we get this one covered for you. He supported me on Patreon in the past as well. So the Ryujo is the tier 6 Japanese, why did I say Japanese American? Japanese aircraft carrier. Told you guys I'm tired. And she's got some interesting little quirks to her. She was recently nerfed, actually. The big thing about most of the Japanese carriers is they've got AP dive bombers. These things are really good against battleships, can be good against cruisers. Her bread and butter is typically going to be the torpedo bombers, though. You do good consistent damage with those torpedo bombers, and once upon a time, and y'all please do me a favor and correct me if I'm wrong, but when you go into attack mode with the torpedo bombers, you actually dive underneath the flak, right?
I don't remember if that was ever the case, but
You
I
can do
suspect
it during the initial. Like
Okay.
that happens when you initiate the run, but then the
Mhm.
flak adjusts, but you get the minus 50% damage reduction anyways.
Right. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is because torpedo bombers, typically they get the heal, although they don't at tier 6 it seems. But compared to dive bombers, they will typically get less, they will take less anti-air and flak damage than dive bombers will, in general. So that's part of the reason why Ryujo is the bread and butter with the torpedo bombers. The rockets themselves are okay, but after the change with the mechanics where there's a delay for the rockets to hit and stuff, it's just more difficult to be able to reliably hit destroyers, especially with this. Grunty's writing a novel?
you're better
Oh, there
off
you go,
using
Zedibort.
you're better off using the torpedo bombers against destroyers for the most part, and there's a very good reason for that, because the fact that at the lower tiers, the Ryujo's torpedo bombers don't actually have that long of an arming time compared to, say, Koryu or some of the other higher tier Japanese aircraft carriers.
Mhm.
That and, well, at tier 6, right? Let's be honest, most ships don't have very good AA. I can't think of a single one that has a good AA at tier 6 other than maybe,
Most
I
of
got
the other
nothing. I can't think of it. Most of the other CVs. Maybe Dallas, if we're stretching it. But
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the Kitchen Dun
Maybe-
actually has some good AA.
Yep, it does. It
yeah,
does.
it's all
So
mid-range. It's all concentrated 3.5 kilometer mounts.
yeah.
So
Now that, of course, all might change in the future, but let's go ahead and take a look at the build and stuff because I don't want to get too much into all the little nuances here. So Wolfie's build, he's of course maxed out the tech tree there. He's running Air Goose Modification 1, Aircraft Engines mod, Secondaries, and Damage Control mod 2. This is interesting.
mhm.
I don't think you need secondaries.
Scroll up a little bit. Okay. Oh, secondaries on the captain skills.
No, well, yeah, he's got secondaries on the captain skills, but he also has secondaries for the module. So he's bumping his secondaries out to a range of 5.76 kilometer with both of those. I don't
I
think
have
that's
a question
necessary.
for you, Wolf. Is this by chance a Shinano captain that you transferred over to your Ryusha?
Ah,
and then
that
that's why you're using the secondaries.
would make sense. You're a secondary battery fan. You enjoy close quarter actions. Okay.
That's fair.
The reason we ask is because Ryuju's secondaries aren't really great, even if you spec into it.
No.
There's just better things you can put your points in.
I remember once though, I got a secondary kill with my Kaga and laughed my butt off.
Well, yeah, because Kaga does have those nice, big, meaty 200 millimeter secondary guns.
With only 4
which
kilometer
are very
range. So
useful for-
They're nice
Okay.
to hit too.
yeah.
all right, but being trained up from somewhere less than 9 skill points. Got it. Okay. So, in personal opinion, Wolfie, I don't think secondaries are that useful on this particular ship. And I might go for maybe attack aircraft mod if you want to use this to practice this a little bit, a little bit more with the rockets. The extra 2 seconds to attack time helps. For torpedo bombers, generally you don't find yourself needing that extra 5 seconds. But if you're going into an attack with either of these and then like you run out of time, this happens to me all the time with my attack aircraft. I would probably go for that. Oh, that's fine, Wolfie. You can. No, that's not a problem. I just wanted to share that, especially because, if this goes up on YouTube, hey, I want people to kind of see, all right, here's your style, and then, not necessarily the right way, but maybe a different or generally accepted way of playing it. That's all. And then you've gone for damage control mod 2 for fire extinguishing and flooding time. I know you said you like to be aggressive and in people's faces, but I would think you'd want to try to do something to enhance the hit points of one of your squadrons, especially if you find yourself running out of planes at the end of the game. You might want to enhance the hit points of some of these squadrons. Which one would we do? Probably the torpedo bombers.
You want to be going.
One's
Yeah, you
fine.
want to be going for torpedo bombers.
I would go with torpedo bombers
The
just
thing is-
because, it's your main source of attack.
And there's no heal
The other
for
thing
it.
too is that if you do, the other thing too is if you do choose to go down the rest of the line, at the very least you'll have it trained properly for Shikaku, Kuryu, and even Sekiryu if you choose to play that.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I would argue, extremely important, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Did I miss anything else? Let me think. Not really.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, Wolfie. Exactly, yeah. All right, this is a standard captain. And you've gone for improved engine boost, torpedo bomber, aircraft armor, survivability, enhanced aircraft armor, and then there's your secondaries. So here's the deal. I would absolutely go air supremacy first point. This is huge. The extra 5% for aircraft prep time. This is when you have this. This is when it shines, is towards the mid to late game, when the difference. This could be the difference between a full attacking flight or not. So to me, the extra, yes, that's right. You can see tier 8 AA sometimes. So we'll get to that part in a second. But air supremacy, I would definitely go for that. Improved engine boost is okay, but I would start here. And then I would definitely do improved engines as well to get that 2.5% extra squadron speed. Every little bit helps, especially if you're getting if you're trying to get your planes to battle quicker. Also back to your carrier quicker so that they can be rearmed and reused for your next strike. I know you said you like to play aggressive and up close and personal to get your secondaries in range. So you might feel like you don't need the engine speed as much, but I still feel like that's going to help.
There's a lot of times where you can't be aggressive. Remember, a lot of players do not like CVs and will shoot you at every given opportunity. So oftentimes
will.
it's better to stay back until the late game where you can more safely move up.
Right.
What I will also note about Ryujo is that, much like the Ranger, it has almost no Citadel armor whatsoever. In fact, none of the Tier 6 aircraft carriers have any Citadel armor.
Mm-hmm.
Which only further reinforces the point of saying that you should stay in the back. The good news is that Ryujo does actually have fairly good concealment for a Tier 9 carrier, or Tier 6, sorry. Even I'm tired. But yeah, so reasonably speaking, I would personally just build into the torpedo bombers if I were if you were going with like a Shinano captain. What I would do, if you're going to use it for Shinano, what I would do is, instead of using flak damage reduction, I would probably go with the torpedo torpedo skill, the 4-point torpedo skill.
Yep.
But
So-
I would keep everything else. Enhanced aircraft armor is good, but the problem is that it's not really that useful if you're dodging flak for the most part anyways. If you get what I mean. Like, that skill is only really useful for in my opinion, at least for the Russian carriers, because your damage output is maximized by the number of planes that you have in a strike, because of the fact that it's drop
so every
everything in a
plane,
single run anyways.
right? So every plane that you lose
Every plane
hurts.
counts.
That's true. I often consider enhanced aircraft armor a bit of a noob trap, because a lot of newer players look at this and say, "Oh, this will be great because, I'll take less damage from flak." But the reality is, 2 flak hits and you've already lost a bunch of your planes, even with this skill. So it comes down to being able to dodge flak. Exactly right, Wolfie. as you become better at doing that, enhanced aircraft armor becomes less important to you. So I would agree with the idea of dropping enhanced aircraft and then going proximity fuse, because yes, this is your bread and butter for your torpedo bombers. Now what this does is it negates 10% of torpedo protection. So when you look at, especially battleships, if you look at their armor scheme in game, there'll be a torpedo bulge, and that torpedo bulge has an inherent damage reduction of a certain percentage. So whatever the maximum hit point possibility is, maximum damage the torpedo is, when it hits that torpedo protection, the damage is reduced by that amount, also by any saturation. So that is only effective if it hits the area of a bulge. So you're talking about usually the side of the ship, okay? If you hit the bow or the stern, prox fuse doesn't really matter because there's typically 0 torpedo protection on the bow or stern. Continuous damage is mitigated somewhat by skills which make planes tougher. Yes, continuous damage is aircraft armor and survivability expert. So on my YouTube, I've got a core build for aircraft carriers, and it's usually air supremacy followed by improved engines, followed by aircraft armor and survivability expert. Like that's my core build. And then from there, what I recommend is you build into starting to do damage, and the damage is based off of what carrier, what type of damage is best with that specific carrier. If it's your torpedo bombers, obviously you go proxy fuse. If it's dive bombers, then you go bomber flight control. For American carriers, for example, it's usually both, because both squadrons are really good. Now, Wolfie, to go back to your earlier comment about how important is 5%, I've been flicking it back and forth, and you can see here, for your torpedo bombers, that's 4 seconds. For your dive bombers, whoops, wrong button. For your dive bombers, that's also about 4 seconds, just under 4 seconds. Now, that might not seem like a big deal. However, if you are cycling through the different squadrons, you are getting 4 seconds faster restoration time for each of your 3 squadrons. That adds up pretty quick in the heat of battle. Like I said, this skill is most important in the mid to late game, when every plane counts, having as many planes as possible to be able to do a strike on a ship that's almost dead and to secure the win. That's where supremacy becomes so important, okay? At the beginning, it doesn't matter, because you've got full squadrons, and you can just throw them away. But as you lose planes, air supremacy becomes more and more important, okay? And the same thing with improved engines. This also helps get your squadrons available to attack sooner. So that's why core builds, these 4 is absolutely where I always start on a carrier. And then from there, like I said, I'll look into damage, and then I look at the improved engine boost as like utility too. Torpedo bomber, great choice, by the way. You could do swift flying fish, but this kind of negates this. They kind of cancel each other out. If you got faster torpedoes, then you have to drop them farther away from a target. And then that almost also forces you to go into the aerial torpedoes mod here. This is really only good for, I would say, maybe the German carrier line, because they've got faster torpedoes. But, you know, I agree with you not building into that.
Yeah.
All right.
For the German carriers, you probably want to build more into the AP skill rather than say anything else at
Oh yeah.
the 3rd tier.
Mm-hmm.
Just because the fact that they have AP dive bombers and AP rockets, the extra bit of damage really does. I mean, it's nice to have, right?
That's right.
Maybe if you're running, like, say, a legend unique upgrade, then sure. Otherwise, you can go AP scale. Anyways, let's take a look at the matchmaking. Mid-tier, it's an independence, so that thing has improved fighters, so you want to be aware of that. Nothing really has a ton of anti-aircraft at this tier. Maybe the Colorado, if it is fully upgraded and not stuck.
Colorado could be problematic. I mean, you are in a tier 7 game. Trying to find your planes. Where'd they go? I usually like to get a screenshot at the start, but I kind of mistimed it. Oh well.
It's mostly Colorado, and that's more due to being tier 7 than having good AA.
Mm-hmm.
It does actually have pretty decent mid and short range AA, so obviously for dropping on the hull, it can get kind of awkward, but otherwise you should be alright.
Mm-hmm. Good to discuss. Also, good to remember how to manage squadrons, minimize their exposure to flak, maximize. Yep, we'll be looking at that. Yeah, and I
We'll be
heard that
taking a look at.
I heard Texas AP has been, or anti-air has been buffed a bit too, huh?
You're correct.
It's getting defensive AA fire. It's getting the FAA.
Oh wow, okay.
God knows how long. Also, the Russian destroyers are getting buffed, which is my favorite thing out of this whole new set of patch changes, because of the fact that I love the net me, and it's finally getting healed. So
The entire line is getting heals, and Octavoy is getting effectively a rework.
Dutch, hey,
it's getting a bit.
thank you for the sub,
getting
Dutch.
better.
Honestly, we can cover the rest of it later if you want to do a Zath chat.
We'll do a Zap channel. I think, yeah, that'd be good.
Well, yeah,
anyways.
that's obviously a topic for later. But Dutch, thank you very much. 9 months is such a long time. You're still watching this, American. Thank you very much for your 9 months of support, dude. Pre-dropping would be a good idea, yes. So for people that don't understand what that means is you drop one squadron ahead of time, right away, when you're doing your attack. Okay, let me see if I can get my screenshot now. I always like to get a screenshot of the carrier launching planes. Ah, there we go. That'll work.
That looks nice, actually.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Something like that.
So when it comes to good points on the topic of pre-dropping. When it comes to pre-dropping, what you do want to be aware of under most circumstances is, and this is what the all the Asia carrier mates taught me, is that, or at least mostly Stratmania, who taught me how to play carriers. What he told me is, judge when you need to pre-drop versus when you can say, you know what, I don't need to pre-drop, I can go with the full squadron and attack full strength. Right? Judging that is important, right? Because if you get multiple opportunities to drop, like, consistently, as opposed to, say, like, you know, you're stuck, you have to you can only really get off one drop, that's kind of important. At low tiers, it doesn't matter as much, but for higher tiers, it definitely matters.
Yep.
Just because of the AA disparity.
I would pre-drop here. Sorry, I was quiet. And the reason is this: you have 4 attacks in this whole squadron. Realistically, what you want to aim for is getting 2 attacks off. Like 3 is a stretch. You're probably not gonna get this unless you're really top tier. But you can get 2 drops off by pre-dropping once anyway. So you have 2 planes to lose out of 6 then, and I think that's gonna work. The extra 2 planes you have here while going in with 8, you're never gonna drop with them, you're just opening them up to get them shot down, and I would just prevent this in the first place.
Early in the match, you typically want to pre-drop because you find ships that are, as you can see, you know, together. You're getting greedy here.
Right here, the perfect example, like you got the 2 drops off. If you go for the 3rd drop here, you're gonna lose a plane and you probably only get 1 drop off. 1 plane shoots down first, huh? Okay,
He does get the torpedo hit.
He did get the drop off, but the thing is, he got the drop off because he did the quick turnaround, which caused him to not fully aim. If he goes all the way around to precisely aim the drop, he's probably gonna lose that plane.
Right.
So,
and Painkiller over on Kick, hello by the way. I think I put my Discord link in my page, Painkiller for Kick. If not, you can always check it out over on Twitch or YouTube. I've got the Discord link there. Fighter drops to eliminate their fighters are part of the vision control aspect. Yeah, that is true, Wolfie. And I saw you do that twice so far. The thing is, if you do that to eliminate their vision, you're also eliminating your vision too, that you provide your team. So keep that in mind. The nice thing is you get extra XP. Like right here, for example, you're putting a plane up to try to keep vision on, I guess, the Anshan as well as the Zara at Sharnars 43, and that's a good use of your plane right there.
Generally speaking, it's better to further your own gameplay than to hamper the enemies.
Right. Right. You do get some nice base XP from shooting down the planes, and possibly you've got, you know, a mission for that. I like your change here of the AP dive bombers on the Rio, because the Rio, of course, doesn't have any anti-air, so you can take your time with him, especially because he's separated from everybody else. And this is where carriers really shine. Yeah, make him suffer. He should suffer. He's in a carrier match, and he went off on his own. That's his own problem.
Yeah, he painted a target on himself. Just punish him appropriately.
Now, your turn left, I would have turned right, because now you see you have to have this extra turn to get in front of him now.
It's also nice of him to just sail in a straight line.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to care
that is
about
very
you one
convenient.
bit.
For the record, it is also low tiers, so
He bought the ship.
It is, in fact, a skill issue.
yes, clearly a skill issue. He played the game.
Hey, Barford. The Darwin Award, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Now-
Kind of curious about your carrier positioning, though. It looks a bit far back.
That's like that's way too far back. What I would be doing actually, if I was playing the carrier right there, right, I would be moving my hull down to about, yeah, exactly where Zap painted it at C4, right?
Yep.
And then I would, depending upon the rotation of the enemy ships. What I would be doing is I would be not there. I would be moving it to the the first one you marked at D3, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'd also position my hull to run because if they somehow manage to push back through,
Mm-hmm.
that could get very awkward very quickly. So
Something like that, so
D3.
that you can run away if you need to.
Yep. D3, I would agree. It's a safe one. If you want to be super aggressive, like what your build is trying to
Way
do,
too
then
close.
D4 or D5 would be more appropriate.
Right, which is why I was highlighting here. I agree. But you are a little bit far
dropped that
back.
Way too close, by the way, Wolf.
Hmm.
See, that was a good drop. But what I would have done with that first drop, is that if you just pause it for a quick second, if you don't mind.
Okay.
What I would have done with that first drop is drop it at long range, right? Don't get it right up on his hull. Because here's the thing. Doesn't matter if it's a good cruiser player or a bad cruiser player who's built both those torpedoes a lot more effectively, right?
Right.
Because he'd slowed down, right? If he was still going full speed, it might have been difficult for you to lead a little bit more because you didn't really have the aim time on it. So instead, on that first drop, you drop it at like, say, 2 kilometers instead of dropping it right on his hull. That forces him to turn in and slow down. And
So
then you can
essentially-
pull a tight turn and line up the drop a little more effectively.
Essentially, what he's trying to say is, if you drop the torpedoes from farther away at a target that's coming head-on, those torpedoes are a threat for longer. And that forces him to deal with those torpedoes, and while he's dealing with those torpedoes, you're already lining up for your next attack. If you drop right in front of him, then he's already either A, dodged, or B, he's going to dodge, but he's already dodged them, or they've hit by the time you haven't even started your second attack. So that's the idea, is to make them a threat for longer, and that's what. By the way, with
You're
you being so,
essentially cross-dropping him.
yes, you're essentially cross-dropping, because then
Yeah.
you want to try to get the first set of torpedoes to be almost hitting around the same time as your second. You tried for a cross-drop with a destroyer, yeah. It's a hammer and anvil tactic, exactly, Altador. One thing I also want to highlight is if you look at the mini-map, and when we've been talking about your carrier positioning, this is where that 2.5% engine cruising speed is really hurting you, because it's taking you 2.5% longer to get your planes into action, and because you're so far away, it kind of compounds on that. If you were playing up close and more aggressive, then I could see you getting away with not taking that commander skill. But, dude, you definitely need it.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. Having that extra, you need plane speed. Plane speed is life, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is the one lesson I've learned from playing. And you dropped away too close again.
Oh, you got one hit.
Here's the thing. Arming time is arming time. You got one hit, but if you dropped it a little bit further out, could have been 2.
Mm-hmm. The match is still long. The match is still young, and some long-range ships could hit. So here's the thing. If you put yourself here, or even here, as your flank advances, yes, there's a possibility of you being hit, but there's so many other targets that are closer to the enemy that are probably going to be spotted. So the enemy has to like literally say, okay, I'm going to choose not to shoot this target that's right in front of me, and instead choose the carrier that's in the backfield because I hate the carrier. That does a couple of things. One, most importantly in my opinion, is it takes the enemy's eye off the target. They start looking at you instead of whichever target is closer that they should be shooting at. That helps your teammates stay alive at the expense of some of your hit points. You can take some damage and be okay with it. So it's alright to be a little bit more aggressive. Bella Justin, hi. Welcome back.
But there's also the risk that you just get one-tapped off the screen by, like, Colorado or Scharnhorst. Because I know I can do it.
It's a possibility, but that's assuming you're detected and you're broadside and sitting still, right? Like, you know, if he's properly positioning behind islands, it's really difficult for him to be detected, right? One, and two, he's moving. It's just harder to, you know, to hit. Blind launch, here's the deal about that, Wolfie. If you wait until the Tsar smoke expires, because it doesn't last that long, once it expires, then you're like, hello, and you can just kill him. So I don't like the idea of a blind strike unless
you just drop a fighter near him anyways.
Yep. Unless you know that one torpedo will kill him, or something like that. Am I a newbie on Kick? Yeah, I started multi-streaming a little while ago, Bella Justin. And so I'm over on Kick and Rumble and YouTube. My primary platform is Twitch. But yeah, welcome on in. That strike was a little behind. Oh, but you hit him anyway. This game, we do World of Warships, mostly, Bella. And then we also do other games, like Monday nights we do Manor Lords or some other stuff to hang out. Alright, now, I'm going to pause it. Well, I don't need to pause it, but I want to direct your attention to the mini-map for a second, Wolfie. You are sailing the carrier in the direction of the enemy's push. That's nice in that it means that you're going to get your planes on target quicker, but also really scary because you're putting your hull into danger. So if you're really worried about being shot at in your carrier, the last thing you should be doing is heading towards the enemy's strong side. Where am I from? I'm in Chicago, America. How about you?
So a good rule of thumb for positioning, fall behind your teammates and just use one of the islands there.
That's
that
right.
Way, if they destroy like the bulk of your team like that, you're probably lost anyways. But otherwise you can move up with them and you keep them safe with fighters and they keep you safe by standing in front of the enemy.
Yep, so you've realized the problem. You're starting to turn your carrier around, which is fine. You're welcome to, Bella. But I just, like, it's nice that you're going to help your Hyugas probably survive or something, but, you know, had you been supporting the push on this side, you know, maybe now would be a good opportunity to switch to the Ashitaka, for example, but you're kind of stuck in that you've got a Scharnhorst, an Asturias, Gavor, and the Ashitaka that you have to kind of deal with. Whereas, really, you just want one.
Yeah. On top of that, you really need to start striking ships that are actively contributing to the battle. Asturias, yeah, getting a kill is nice, but he isn't doing anything. In fact, here you can argue it's a waste because he's not doing anything. He's tying up your planes from doing something else.
Logo and banner for my channel.
Top-tier cruiser, and getting rid of that is important. But look, if you know, I'm way behind because I don't know what this banner is like.
The Ashitaka is starting to look at the Leon. The Independence is going to be striking that group as well. So if your CV was positioned as something like G3, then you could easily put fighters over Leon and then attack the Ashitaka. Get him out of the fight faster and conserve some HP for your teammates.
Right. And to me, the Scharnhorst 43 and the Ashitaka are the big threats because they're ones that have also, by the way, overextended, so it's easier for you to drop on them. You know, Ashitaka might be the best choice between the two because he's going to be divided, right? He's going to be focusing on hitting the Leon, which is on the opposite side, and you get to strike him from the side he's not looking, which really helps because it's harder for him to dodge. Now, you're going for the Scharnhorst 43 right now. He's probably got enough time to focus on your planes while also dealing with the Hyuga, because if you look at angles, you're attacking from about the same side. Yeah, I do have a Discord. It should be linked on Kick.
So, another thing to consider, once Scharnhorst is dead, Hyuga is not gonna do that much. Or if Hyuga dies, then Scharnhorst can't really do much. Whereas Ashitaka will be starting to fight the Lokundum, and then maybe the sub.
Yep.
But anyways, the southern ships are more critical, I think.
Totally agree there. Also, when the Sharn 43 put up his plane, I would have immediately pre-dropped, sent one squadron back, did my run, and then immediately recalled. You lost, what, 4 planes there? Bella, no offense, but yeah, I suppose. I don't really do artwork and stuff like that. Anything I do myself, and so that's just a me thing. Also, wife does not support me spending money on streaming, so I appreciate the offer, but I must respectfully decline. You also really haven't been using your engine boost at all, and you spec'd into that. I don't think I've seen you use engine boost once this whole game.
That's actually a huge problem now because, well, Scharnhorst you don't need it much, but if you're striking any other ship, you should, in fact, you should be down to 1 or even out of engine boost right now. One problem I did have when I was taking care of
That's...
Yeah, actually
Sorry,
one
go
problem
ahead.
I had when
Go ahead,
playing
that's okay.
CVs was the same thing, just not using engine boost. There's no point in saving engine boost for the end of the game, just because if the faster you get ships out, the more you can snowball.
Yep.
The earlier, basically, you want to snowball it earlier, and getting your planes to the right positions faster is well worth not having it in the late game.
Right. Right, okay, so you're using it now. Makes sense, fine. I mean, I could see trying to hold 1 in reserve for the end. Right, exactly, yes. It's getting your planes to target faster. And again, you know, that 2.5%, man. You know? It really does add up.
Yep. And I agreed to stop shooting at
Also,
Shark.
remember... So, I really need to figure out what's going on with my Wi-Fi. I'm gonna mute for a minute.
Okay.
So yeah, I agree with the decision to go after the Kavora. The Scharnhorst was running away, he's no longer a threat, and then the Kavora is the one that's actively engaging the Lukundum.
I wouldn't drop on him here. He's probably gonna burn
No.
out.
I would do it just because you want the kill.
Okay. 5% more speed equals 5% larger turns? I mean...
That's not how pi r squared works, I think.
The big thing is... The big thing is... You're losing a lot of time transiting, getting to your target. And so, yes, maybe you can't make as tight of a turn to get the follow-up drop in, but you're also getting the drop in that much earlier.
Increased turning radius is negligible. You just need, if it's really that bad, you just manipulate your throttle. That's it.
Yeah, it does come down to trade-offs and preferences, but I would say, and you can't hear because
No.
Ed's playing, but I do have over YouTube too. Give it a try.
This one is
No. There is no preference thing. This is just flat out wrong.
basically we're saying this: the advantage of 5% speed is way too high to ignore.
Mm-hmm. Think of it too as having a bigger presence on the battlefield because you're able to get your strikes in earlier. And because your planes return that much quicker to your carrier, you're able to cycle them through quicker too. Now you're striking the Normandy, which is fine. Once again, you flew through the carrier plane, and now, see, there you go. So, again, when you see the enemy put up a plane, if you intend to strike through it, pre-drop so you just get the one hit in and be done with it. Try to save your planes for later.
Not at this point, don't need to. You have a minute to play.
I mean,
Oh, that's true.
what
There is
you
only a
should
minute
do
left.
is like you should recall the planes immediately after the drop to give them a chance to get to the safety before the enemy planes engage.
Mm-hmm.
Like every second you spend on the battlefield after this drop is a higher chance your planes get shot down.
You've basically won. So unless a sub suicides into his auto ESW, you've pretty much won.
Well, and the other big thing, too, is you're finally starting to move your carrier. You know there's only 3 ships left in the game. I would honestly be moving my carrier to where the Hyuga is. Because, I mean, you know, or maybe behind the island here, but, you know.
30 seconds. What?
Yeah,
You
true.
need to be there now.
Yeah. Also a good point.
Like, you don't have enough time to set up a run now because you basically forgot speed boost existed.
Mm-hmm.
You can't help capping D in any way possible as a carrier. If the enemy CB wants to drop through you, it drops through you. You
I think you
cannot
just
stop
lost
that.
track. I think you just lost track of the match time.
Yeah, that's what you just said. I mean, you still end up with a kill at the very last second. Lol. All right, so you got the bounty hunter achievement. Nice. You got your Kraken as well and Confederate. 135,000 damage is it's quite sexy in a
It's
tier 6
excellent for
battle.
Tier 6.
Yeah. You didn't expect the last sinking? Well, yeah, I figured that was going to happen. I figured that was going to happen because of just the timing and stuff. That was your only hope. And ironically enough, if you played this exact battle like a couple years ago, you wouldn't have gotten that last kill because the game would have stopped immediately. So it was a good game, Wolfie. It was a good game. I would highly recommend, even if it's on PTS or something, experimenting with changing your captain build and getting those 2 core build skills in and seeing how that impacts the game. You got more hunter achievements. Hunter bounty. Oh, okay.
I get more bounties as a bounty than I did without being one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the change
It's
in the
a
game
very-
cutoff. Yeah.
It's a very good game, but
Mhm.
we're pointing out a lot of things that you could do to improve your gameplay.
Yep. You know, in general, Wolfie, I think you could use to pre-drop a little bit more often, especially at the beginning of the game. Especially when you're up tiered in a tier 8 games, right? That's when pre-dropping becomes really crucial. Do take a look at your commander builds and see if you want to change things up with that. And then the only other thing I think Shockwave was hitting that a lot was, you know, when you're dropping on something that's bow onto you, drop from much earlier so that you have the time to loop around and get your anvil strike in. Okay? I want to ask the Peanut Gallery how much of what they're saying is simply to exhort their preference and how much they are appreciating the style of others. Wolfie, everybody, of course, has their opinion. Everybody, of course, has their perspective. Just like when Citybor put down his computer build and Grunty proceeded to crap on it forever. The thing is, everybody's got their opinions on it. Is something better than another? I think pre-dropping for you in this particular game wasn't as important, but like I said, it's good. I think it's a good habit to get into, especially when you're going up against something that has a plane up. Why just give that person 4 of your planes for free if you can avoid that, right? And I think the dropping from nose on to something is also a very important skill to have. Now, as far as your commander build is concerned, that's really up to you. You know, you take the advice or not. You know, we're not doing this to, you know, poke fun of your build or anything like that. We're of course trying to give you some good quality feedback here. So, you know, it's up to you if you want to take that or not. And honestly, I think it's stuff that carriers are extremely difficult because everybody's got their different way of playing them and setting them up. Today's date is the 21st, right? Wow, my birthday was exactly 1 month ago.
Today's the 21st.
Awesome.
Okay, that should I should be fine now, I think.
Okay.
Because my internet stabilized itself. Weirdly, I'm talking about birthdays. My birthday was actually just 1 week ago.
Well, happy birthday.
Well, happy belated birthday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Examining all
Birthday.
facets of a jewel is good. Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. And City Boy Grunty gave you some good insights. Awesome. I wanted to take a look at that build, but we got the replay going for this right now. What do you guys think we could do for a title for this?
Let's see. There's a couple things we kind of mentioned. I think a big one was carry positioning, because that kind of robbed him of a couple of strikes.
Oh, good point. Good point. Okay, yes.
Especially in this game, since your position is so far behind, I noticed at the very end, you actually had a lot of planes in reserves.
Mm-hmm.
That basically indicates you're not being aggressive enough. You should be down to probably like, you had like 3 or 4 torpedo bombers in reserve. You should be down to like maybe a few, like maybe 4 or 5 planes ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how much
Okay.
basically too far back you were playing.
Well, Wolfie, it's not bad in the sense that obviously it allows you to have an impact on the game at the end of the game. What SAT is saying is when you look at your plane count at the end, use that as a way to give you feedback about how aggressive you're being with your planes. You got very lucky this game. You had a lot of enemies that poked themselves out, you know, in the middle of nowhere so that you could strike them and basically lose no planes like the Rio. You know, so that worked in your favor. But what they're saying is in a game like this, when anti-air isn't as strong, abuse that more, essentially. You know what I mean? You can afford to be more aggressive. Ironically enough, that is all with you losing a lot of your planes to the fighters, exactly. Because you lost a bunch of them here. I can pull up on this one here, and you can see you lost 2 from the Charnorst 43's fighters. You lost 3 from Independence's fighters, right? So pre-dropping there might have saved those. But what's interesting is, how well did the opposing carrier do? We can look at that in a second, Wolfie. I like to focus on you for this because you control you. The bombers you lost here, you lost 2 to the fighters from that. So that wasn't too bad. But Charnor's 43, you know, at least he got some good plane kills out of it. But the point is, you were only attacking with your torpedoes and AP bombers, right? And you did use your rockets a little bit. So you're cycling through your planes well. The big thing is, especially with the fact you didn't take the flight control to get the extra, whatever, 2.5%, you know, to reload, you still had a lot of planes towards the end of the game. So that means one of 2 things. One is you weren't flying through as much anti-air and flak to lose those planes, which, hey, that's a good thing, right? But the other is you spent too much time transiting, too much time going from one place to the next, so you weren't striking as frequently as maybe you could have. Because you want to be striking as frequently as possible, especially in a game with low anti-air. You know, you don't want to be afraid to do that. But the problem is going back to your hull positioning, with your carrier being so far away and you not having that skill to speed up your cruise time, and compounding all of that, not using your boost as frequently as maybe you should have, you simply got in probably 1 or 2 fewer strikes from each of your squadrons in the course of this 20-minute game. 1 or 2 fewer for each. That's maybe 6 total strikes that you missed out on because of those factors. So keep that in mind. That's what they're talking about with being aggressive. When you look at your plane count at the end, okay, if you've got mostly full planes, okay, then that tells you you weren't as aggressive enough one way or another. If you're out of planes completely, then that's going to tell you, okay, you were too aggressive, right? You flew way too much in a tier 8 flak. And you even talked about tier 8 is very oppressive when you get up tiered to that. So I get it. And it's good habits to have to be careful around that kind of stuff and to choose your targets. This is an example where, you know, you look at the game and you look at the matchmaking and you make those decisions earlier on. Okay, not a lot of anti-air. Shockwave even mentioned at the start of the game. Not a lot of anti-air in your battle. Cool. Now you can really go to town with your planes. And I didn't really feel like you were really going to town as much as you were playing just your default play. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You had a great game, and you came in second place on your team. You should feel damn proud of that. All right? And no one's trying to rob you of that feeling of pride. Seriously, no one. I would be very happy to have this game. You saw Tune-Up's response. Holy crap, you did that much damage? Like, dude,
Yeah.
we're all cheering you on.
It's a very good game. All we're saying is it's very good. We think you could have done better, so we gave you these tips, so these next games will be even better.
Exactly. And yes,
Yeah,
you
the
targeted
goal-
self-isolated
the goal-
ships. Good.
Yeah, the goal is never to be like, because here's the thing, right? Everybody is like, I need to improve immediately. People have this mindset that, you know, if I do really well, yada yada yada, I'll become really good overnight. That never happens.
No.
It never happens. You
No.
don't become good overnight, right? After playing, I don't know how many battles I've played up to this point, 16,000 officially, maybe more unofficially, counting everything else. I can say that I still have a lot of things to learn.
God,
The
yeah,
truth
me
of the
too.
matter is that nothing's perfect. No one can ever be perfect, right? The goal is to always try to figure out, okay, how do I become better on a day-to-day basis when doing anything? Never mind, you know, just playing the game regularly too, right?
Yep.
You
One
know,
of my
when
favorite
when I do
experiences.
that,
Sorry, finish your
Sorry,
thought,
go ahead,
Shockwave.
No, it's just I don't really have much of a thought to finish. It's just, you know,
Okay.
like just continually working on what you know and learning new things definitely helps.
Yep. Giving your teammates intel and helping them distract opponents while they're targeting them also helps. Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does. Yes. Your first 2 fighter drops were more to deny the enemy of their intel, and I'm going to say it like this. You're very fortunate that the enemy Independence wasn't as good of a carrier player as I've seen. And what I mean by that is the Independence line, that carrier line going up to Yorktown and Essex, is pretty darn good fighters. And if they do it properly, they can really become a pain in your butt and shoot down most of your planes. He wasn't doing that. He was doing his own thing and allowing you to do your own thing. Which works really well for, frankly, both of you guys. And it goes back to the good old RTS days when we had the CV bro agreement, right? Like, you go into chat like, dude, I'll leave you alone if you leave me alone, and everybody just goes and farms, which Wargaming said you can't do. But anyway, officially, right? If you're on the Asia server, that's where the number 1 comes in very handy. Anyway, so... You know, what I wanted to say before, Wolfie, is one of the best experiences I ever had at a player gathering at Anchors Away was somebody came up to me and said, I sent you the best game I ever had, and you pointed out that I had so much to learn. You pointed out all these different, you know, mistakes that I didn't recognize were mistakes. And what was so cool about that was the growth mindset he had, because I was expecting his next line to be, and you're an asshole for that, or, you know, whatever. But the fact that he looked at it and said, no, you know, I appreciate that you took the time to tell me all these kinds of things. That was awesome. So I thanked him by giving him an Alabama, if I remember right. But, you know, yeah, here, have a ship.
What?
So you're saying I should, next time I meet up, if I ever go to the meetup, then I
What's
should
up?
just say your replays helped me a lot. Can you give me a can you give me a Napoli or something?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You're
Give me
welcome
free
to try that,
coupon.
SAT. You're welcome to try that. Historically, when we've had player
You
events,
just didn't.
Wargaming has given us cards that we can give ships away to people. One of my favorite experiences, we're getting on a little tangent, but one of my favorite was I gifted Nico Power in Alaska. Nico Power being one of the awesome community managers for World of Warships for so long, and then he had to stay behind in San Francisco when they moved their office from Emeryville to Austin. He chose to stay behind and not continue working for Wargaming. But I'll tell you, it was so cool to meet up with him on the Hornet and be like, "You've given me so many ships. Let me return the favor." Cluster ships at H9.
Actually,
Yeah.
Zed, I
Do
have
avoid.
I have a quick story to tell, if you don't mind.
Let's
I
close out the
actually went to Anchors
replay.
Away. Okay, sure.
Let's close out the
Sure,
replay
let's
first,
do
and
that.
then because if this goes to YouTube, I don't want people on YouTube to be like, "Come on, Zach, end the damn thing already," or not click on the video because it's 5 minutes longer. But
Sure.
anyways, Wolfie, this was a good replay. This was a lot to look at, and as you've been seeing your render, hopefully you've been noticing just how far away your carrier has been. Even right now, you're about a full grid square away from a teammate. That's about the right distance, maybe two, especially early in the game, to be away from your team. But you're in a position right here where you're running away, which is an unenviable one. It's easier to be slowly creeping up and advancing with your team. And then turning around, having that room to turn around if necessary, versus here, being the concern of being run down by a Sean Ross 43 is kind of a scary thought. But anyway, thanks for sending in the replay, dude. And thank you for all the support over the years. And, hopefully we give you some things to think about, right? There's a lot to learn in this replay. And how far can they shoot? I don't know. I never worry about how far players can shoot because you're assuming they can actually hit what they shoot. And most players can't or, won't target you, or maybe they will, but they'll miss by a good amount. You know what I'm saying? So I don't worry about that so much, especially at the lower tiers. Higher tiers, yeah, maybe you'd be concerned about that, and you find an 899 div or something and they go and snipe you. That could be, certainly problematic. Anyway, thanks for the replay. And let's move on to our next one, shall we? Let's see. I gotta push.
All right, now,
I can leave this button on. Go ahead,
not gonna tell the story.
please.
Okay, so I was at Anchors Away like a couple of years ago, right? This was like 2023,
Okay.
right? And this was at the Hornet in Alameda because I live like 30 minutes from Alameda, whatever, right? And so I met with Gaishu, and I already had gotten a card for a free tier 6 premium container like that day. And I'm like, hey, this is pretty nice. And I'm like, but I also wish that, I had more premiums. And Gaishu, he kind of gives me this look, right? He's like, do I want to, he gives me this, like, I'm sure I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it anyways look. And he slides me a second card for another tier 6 premium. I'm just like, oh, thanks.
I'll tell you, it's really fun the kind of interactions you can have at these in-person events. Hopefully Wargaming revamps them and continues to make them strong. But when I went to my first, I was just a player. That was the what was it, Lexington Let's Battle tour, and I met with what's his name, Boyarsky, who still works for the NA office, and he used to be the lead of the NA team, and he like knew who I was from the forums and stuff, sought me out and was like he showed up with Sub Octavian. He's like, hey, I want to meet you and talk with you, and then he gave me a Tirpitz. And I'm like, holy shnikes, like, this is so cool. I was blown away, absolutely blown away,
That's pretty cool. You think about
I
it.
think your AI bot's not working.
Why?
I'm not seeing it in the chat, and you just said something whenever there's an ad break.
It does say dodge ad breaks by having YouTube Kick Rumble open on another tab. Oh, right,
Alright,
because there's
I'll
usually
be right back.
something else. Let me look into that. Let me look into that. It's been a while since I've streamed, so it's possible that I have to turn it back on or something. Sometimes it breaks and you have to reconnect it. Okay. Frosty.com. Ads over. Perfect. Okay, let's go to the dashboard. Now that I'm back, it's taking a vacation. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Let's see. Shoutouts are enabled. Let's find out if that works. Let's shout out Big Ol and Drew and see if that pops up properly or not. Okay, that one popped up properly. Warm welcomes are enabled. Somebody try adding Lord Zath bot and just see if it responds. Don't know if the show starter is working or not. Okay. Yeah, so that's working. Thank you, Rob.
I love that response.
Right? It's pretty hilarious. Chat recaps are on. Now I have a baseline message, and maybe what it's doing is it's using that only, and it's not doing the other part of it. So we'll have to see. Let's keep an eye on future commercial breaks and see if it does do that. I don't think it has so far yet done it. So maybe I should get rid of this. Let's try. Let's try editing this and saving it. Actually, before we do that, okay, I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna save it now. Delete, save, edit. Oh wow, it won't let me save it. That's interesting. Okay. Let's try disabling it and enabling it and then delete. No, it's not letting me. Huh. If I save that with an exclamation point, no, it still won't save it. Okay. Nope, now it saved it when I refresh. That's funny. Okay, so let's try saving it, delete and refresh again. Literally now it's just an exclamation point. So the baseline message I can't fix. That's weird. All right, let me try saving it with the original back again just so it's there. Hey Chromoa, how have you been, man? Okay, well, we'll just leave it alone. I don't want to waste too much time trying to figure that shizzle out. So position, I think we'll do for Wolfie's replay. Position, I think was probably the most important. There's so many things to. I don't know. I almost think like good to great might be a good one as well, right? Like.
I would say good to great is better because, yeah, there's still a lot of things you need to learn, but Wolfie's definitely been improving.
Yeah. Yeah, I think good to great. I think good to great is a good title. Remember, this we'll be doing a. You don't want to. Don't, dude. You're the best person to name it, Wolfie, because you are biased. You're proud of the replay, right? Name it. It's fine. After 5 replays, we'll be doing a vote. So keep in mind this replay is a possibility.
Look, yeah,
Rob,
with that game, you have a right to be proud.
damn right. Okay, Rob, you're here. So do you want to do Kleber first or Paulo? Did we lose Rob?
It
Oh,
says
no,
he's
we lost
here,
Rob.
but I think he's. Oh no, I think he fell asleep. Rob, wake up!
Ryujo Rampage. Could do Rampage.
Oh yeah, Zath, your beloved Kiev has gotten a buff.
Yeah, and I don't like it.
Spoiler alert.
Not really.
I don't like
It's
it.
a kind of a. it got changed slightly. What was it they changed? All right, let me just go over the
Stock torpedo range.
Torpedoes got buffed by a whole 3 kilometers.
I know. So I don't like
It's
it.
the stock torpedoes, and they buffed the smoke.
Yep.
But who plays that line with smoke?
Which
Up.
I think they really are trying to get people to play it.
I think they are.
Yeah.
They're probably looking at it, realizing the line is less popular.
Giving heal to the mid tiers. That's gonna be fun.
Oh god, yeah, that's going to be ridiculous.
Nancy with heals, yes, please. Line needed buff to
Sort of
its
help.
repair party, just like Kavarov's got one. Not just like an extra charge, even if they didn't want to give it a super heal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they already
Anyways,
have an extra
the-
heal compared to the hybrid line or the
True. But then it's also like the hybrid line also needs a slight buff, if you ask me. Just because of the fact that, I mean, maybe Udaloy needs to be tuned down a bit, but
I
So-
give Udaloy competitive concealment, like about 6.2, 6.1. Just to keep it on line with the other
yeah, but
ships.
it's also sure, but it's already absurdly strong anyways because it literally is attached with better torpedoes for the most part, and you get smoke
Is
heal.
it? Is it really?
It is. Trust me.
I mean, the ship's been out since forever, and if it's really that
So you also hit a lot harder. You get smoke, repair party, and defensive AA all at the same time, and you get good guns too. So
True.
And
that's
she's
why
slower than the Tashkent, so she actually gets hit.
not that much slower, but yeah,
Like
it
4
was like
knots
40 or
slower?
something.
It's huge.
39 knots
Bor-
is still pretty fast.
City Boar, yes, I think Grunty saw you just now in chat, but in case he didn't, Grunty, he's very thankful that you took the time to give him some feedback on his build.
I saw
Um,
that, I thought.
Yeah, I figured as much. So, when I'm looking at this, I would agree with you. I saw your comment real quick on the Discord chat. The 3050 I'd stay away from if you can help it, City Boar. Yeah. Ironically, right now, the only thing 3050s are good for are people that have 50 series cards, and they use this as a second card only for physics. Like, literally, that's what they do. That's what they do. Which is funny because in the 50 series cards they've pulled they've pulled support for older physics games, 32-bit physics games versus 64-bit. So
Imagine having a $3,000 5090 and then needing a second graphics card for physics. Yes.
so they could play Borderlands 2. I mean, it's a bit of a meme. It's a bit of a meme. So, hey, giveaway up and running, by the way. There we go.
But
You've got
the whole problem with this whole 3050 and even 3060 is like they're not bad cards on papers, but they're very, very bad cards for what they cost.
yes.
Like if that was a $150 card, okay, but even that is borderline. But for 220, hell no.
I'm trying to find my link to a site that I shared before. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I got way too many bookmarks. Some of these I have to delete at some point.
Where are you buying the 3050 from? Because if you're stuck in certain countries, yeah, it definitely kind of sucks.
He is. He
And
said
you're-
in Discord Trinidad. He's in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Then I can understand why it being so expensive. That sucks.
Yeah. And that's why I told you, like, his economics are very different from, for yours. And that's correct, Taro. You just have to type in chat. This is over on Twitch. So if you're tuning in on YouTube, Kick, or Rumble, feel free to head over to Twitch. Make sure you're a follower and just type anything in chat, okay? I could have
And
sworn
another
that
thing I
it's-
said, like, this is 4 drives and he's using a micro ATX case. It's gonna get cramped in there.
Oh, that's true.
And it's probably not even much more expensive, if at all, to just have that NVMe and then combine the 2 other SSDs and the hard drive he has in there for whatever reason into one bigger SSD.
Ah, where's that stupid... Where's that stupid thing?
Just
know
to
I
get more room.
I know I added it to my list, but I can't find it now. Okay. It is in my favorite. Where the hell is it? On rerun PC folder? Do I even have that folder? I don't know. Anyway, the site is called Logical Increments here. And so so you understand how this works. This gives you a whole range of parts, assuming you're going to build a whole brand new PC, and basically parts that work well together at different levels of capability. Doesn't mean you have to follow this word for word, but it comes in very handy if you say, okay, here's my budget, like you said. I only want to spend this amount. And what can I find for that? It'll give you like links to, whatever. And this is a really good starting page. I wish I would have known about this before I built the current PC that I'm using right now. And it's under my rerun PC tab because I know at some point my rerun PC will die. And then that's my excuse to build a new computer. So we'll see what happens.
Also, what I mentioned in his build, what a lot of people probably don't know, like he looked up what his main board supports on RAM speeds, and he went with the 6,000 mega transfer RAM. But the CPU actually doesn't support it. So you just quote unquote wasting money on a more expensive RAM that you don't get the speed of because it's limited by your CPU.
Yep. Hujam PC Part Picker is fine too, because there are all different builds and guides that you can use for that. Not a bad source. This is where I used for my PC parts originally. I didn't even to me, seeing something like this is nice just because it helps me reinforce the idea that I don't need to spend a buttload of money on, everything.
Yeah, you have to overclock and undervolt your CPU to get the transfers. I read it up. Just enabling XMP in BIOS gets the RAM speed up, but not the CPU speed.
Okay. Well, if you found that, go ahead and send that out to Citybor. You can message him or just post it in the...
It was just some Reddit comments about it. Like I don't I'm not even about shoot off, and I have no idea about undervolting or adjusting voltages for CPUs. I would stay the hell away from that.
Or I could do it for fun.
Yeah, no.
It really depends on what your goals are. I noticed
Also,
I gotta put my...
overclocking a CPU with limited cooling in a micro ATX case is questionable to begin with, because
in a super hot environment, I totally see no problems with that.
Undervolting will help. The problem is you lose stability as you undervolt. So, that could always be problematic. All right, let's get to our next replay, shall we?
Yes.
Sorry, I just
replay.
I don't want to spend the whole time doing. I'd like to get to some live play at some point. We got 4 hours to go and 4 replays to go, so we're not looking too good for that right now.
Wait, so this isn't Zath Tech Tips now?
it's okay.
Oh God!
It's a Rob gameplay. He's gonna die in 5 minutes.
Actually, there is no death pick in the Colbert one.
Reported.
Although there is one in the Palo.
Mm. If a person is overclocking, they didn't buy enough performance. Yeah, Wolfie, I agree with you. I look at overclocking as a get a little bit more life out of your processor and whatnot. Not start with it, But anyway, we got 3 minutes till the next commercial break, so let's get into this. This is Rob in the Kleber, who's using a sub replay. Thank you for subbing, Rob, and supporting the channel. The Kleber is the tier 10 French destroyer of craziness because she's got 139mm main battery guns, which can actually Citadel cruisers when showing broadside to the Kleber. And what's fun about that is she's got where is it? She's got main battery reload booster, which comes in very handy for taking advantage of those opportunities. Also, the other thing that's really nice with reload booster is you see an enemy ship on fire and you see a DCP, then you pop your reload booster and set them on 3 fires right away, which is fun. And then, of course, when you run into another destroyer and you just got to kill it absolutely really fast, then that comes in handy. She's ridiculously fast. She's got really good torpedoes. Fantastic torpedoes for just YOLOing targets. I'm sensing a theme here, Rob, since of course you sent in Apollo Emilio replay as well.
Oh boy.
You can trap ships around islands and stuff like that. So very very fun ship to play. You know, yeah. So let's
I make a joke actually about the Kleber. I refer to it as the floating EBR 105. If anybody who plays World of Tanks knows what that thing is and how much of an annoyance it is, right? I just make a joke where I said floating EBR 105 doesn't exist. It can't hurt you. Floating EBR 105. I
okay.
give you the Kleber.
Okay.
It is. It's my most played destroyer actually. Phenomenal speed, phenomenal maneuverability. The only downside is the fact that it's not very good at cap contesting, as most destroyers are. It's better as playing a second line destroyer or just ambushing because of its speed and its incredible firepower for a destroyer.
So the big problem with the Kleber is that there's two ways to build it. One is using the unique upgrade for it. Is that in slot 6? It is. Okay.
Slot
So
6.
It's not six, yes.
and what that essentially does is it gives you essentially double concealment, and then you put the concealment down here for your captain, and that gets you 6.2 kilometer concealment, which obviously is not going to be the best concealment at tier 10, but it gives you the ability to contest caps and stuff. The problem with the unique upgrade is if you're using it by yourself, you have a huge problem. You get rid of a lot of your reload. You lose a lot of your DPM because of that. So it's really not good if you're playing a solo ship. If you're playing in a division with another Kleber, that comes in handy. We see that a lot in King of the Sea. But that's really the only time you're going to use that upgrade. So
And in very other certain niches. But yeah, that's pretty much Ledge Mod Clipper.
Yep. So your build, Rob, you've got main armaments mod 1, engine room protection, main battery mod 2, propulsion, concealment, and main battery mod 3. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, main battery mod 2. Why?
Virtuous is terrible on a Kleber. I actually get it.
Yeah, but you
Yeah, I think
you
it's
take
not
Grease the Gears
recommended.
instead.
So my thinking about the Kleber is you really want aiming systems because you really want to be able to hit your target, especially if you're trying to hit a broadside cruiser with AP. But even in a destroyer gunfighter, you really need to hit your targets. So to me, aiming systems is almost a must in the Kleber. I agree. You can always go with Grease the Gears to take care of it. So, personal opinion, I would be running aiming systems here. And then pick up Grease the Gears at some point if there's room in your build. We could take a look at in a second. Bownetter to do, congratulations on the victory.
I really think it's a toss-up, personal preference thing. I get why you want aiming systems, but I also get why you want turret traverse.
Yeah, they're
Aiming
both
systems
important.
But then it's also like
better.
aiming systems is just straight up better because not only does it buff your gun dispersion, it also improves your torpedo tube traverse as well. I
Yes.
think so. And for Colbert, if you in a close range challenge, the last thing you want is to be out turning your own torpedo tubes and you just miss.
Yep.
Which would be incredibly awkward.
Let's continue on then. So propulsion, I think propulsion makes perfect sense. I don't see a problem with propulsion there. Concealment in slot 5. That's kind of another why.
Well, I think it's
I would
not
recommend running-
recommended, but I was thinking about steering gears on that one.
I generally recommend either concealment, at least one concealment on the destroyer, because 8.6 means that you get outspotted by a decent amount of destroyers. If it goes up to 9.2, then even cruisers start getting close, and that's not very comfortable.
Okay. So
Yeah.
this is the documents standard build. And then this is your damage farming build.
Yeah.
Interesting. So personal opinion, when I play like a gunboat, I typically like to use steering gears as a way to, really buff my maneuverability. And it helps to keep my rudder up and running, basically. What does this do? Where's my rudder shift speed? 4.8. This gives it down 2.8. I mean, I get what you're saying, SAT, though, right? Because if you look at your concealment, 9.6 versus 8.6, that's a huge difference.
And a big reason is because now you're going to struggle at supporting your destroyers. Like, it's already bad enough you can't bump spot and fight destroyers, but now you have to sit even further back. And there's a big difference between shooting a destroyer at 7 kilometers versus shooting him at 9.
Got it. Good luck with your taxes, Big O. Okay.
Even with Colbert's great ballistics, you can't use them if the destroyer that you're... Well, you can't use them that effectively if the destroyer you're fighting is already cutting away. So my personal suggestion has always been to run both Concealment Expert and Concealment Systems Modification 1. That drops your concealments all the way down to 7.8. So when you run that, right, not only does it allow you to, as SAT mentioned, bump fight destroyers, which you usually win, unless it's something like a Daring at 6 kilometers, which will just AP you to death with the smoke and you stay perma-spawn, but that's kind of whatever. But it also gives you a slight stealth torpedo window of about 200 meters, right? So if you're kiting with torpedoes, you have the ability to kind of stay dark.
Yeah.
And torpedo, even if you're going with like a full gunboat build, when it's absolutely necessary.
Got it. This is one of the hard...
I personally run both concealments.
Okay. This is one of the hard things about Kleber is that there's so many different ways that you can build it, which is good and bad, right? Because then it lends itself to a lot of experimentation. This is one of the reasons why I think the Kleber CLR is a great ship, because it's a premium, so you can throw another captain on, put a slightly different build, and see what you like better, and really experiment.
Yeah, I was never really able to get that one.
Yeah. Well, maybe...
That's fine. It's expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's way too expensive. The tier 10 premium, I mean, yeah.
Sure. So anyway, let's take a look at your build. This is a standard captain with preventative maintenance, last stand, survivability expert, fearless brawler, priority target, adrenaline rush, main battery, and the consumable specialist, because you want to get your reload booster available sooner. I mean, that's fine. We've talked about the merits of concealment expert. Oh, I forgot to mention too, with the concealment mod, you also get the dispersion debuff, 5% dispersion of shells fired by enemies attacking your ship. So it's a little bit harder to hit you with that concealment mod anyway. So where are you gonna
this priority target here and this consumable specialist because it blocks him from getting another 4-point skill.
And what other 4-point skill are you talking about? Concealment expert?
I mean, there's if he wants to use the concealment on the module over the steering gears, then having concealment on the commander itself would make sense. Alternatively, I don't hate getting more range on the Clever. Ballistics are good enough.
Range makes more sense because this looks like a damage farming build, in which range helps a lot more.
The problem is that you need AFT, right? So you have to drop something for AFT.
That's why I said I hate the priority target and the consumable specialist. It's only
the hard
19
part.
points. Like if he drops both of them, he can take the range at 20 and be okay. But with the priority target and the consumable specialist being there, it's not possible.
If I'm doing that, that's what I'm doing if I'm going with like a damage farming build. Alternatively, I'm running IFA instead of consumable specialist because you know how that goes. You don't want to get hit randomly. I don't know, or just use your intuition. I mean, there's
just use grease the gears to be honest. Still, but it's whatever. You want.
There's like 4 builds you can run on Colbert. You can run a full torpedo build. You can run an ambush build with 7.8 conceal. You can run a farming build. that uses AMT, or you can use a farming build that runs Dazzle instead, which is what I've run.
Rob?
So like,
Rob, what are your goals here? What are you trying to do? Wolfie's got a good question.
I don't know.
Okay.
This build works for me. Like this commander also is what I use on my Marcel.
wait, you play, you don't have concealment expert on the Marceau?
No, it doesn't really play into how I usually end up using the Marcel.
We do recommend concealment on Marceau because the ballistics.
It's mandatory. It's mandatory SAT because it gives you the ability to actually ambush DDs. You really need to ambush DDs.
And ballistics are just terrible.
Like,
so
if that is the Marcel commander, like, there's basically no question that 4-point skill has to be concealment.
Yep.
The range
Now,
is...
remember, Marceau is a premium ship, Rob, so you can put a different captain on.
I would put my Alsace commander on it.
Bingo. I was just going to say, I would take a different ship.
Concealment on the on that one too, which is interesting.
Yep. So that's how I would do it. I would separate those two and forget about trying to use the same commander for both. Now, you were talking also about I don't know, and that's a fair statement. This kind of a build, like a farming build, I think is going to be a little bit more difficult because of the fact that this requires a really good knowledge of the ship and its characteristics to really get the most out of it, especially if you're farming at longer range. But if you are playing at longer range, aiming systems becomes even more important. And then that's where the grease the gears comes into play. So maybe, if you like the farming approach, maybe this is the way that you go about, building it out. If you want to play a more kind of a close-in ship,
close in, you're going to do... What I would do is run concealment. So standard 10 points. So prevent maintenance, last stand, survivability, expert concealment, fearless brawler, and then you can take. I mean, if you want to go like pure ambush and just jump people's faces in, then or like just power into destroyers and then kill them, you can run radiolocation and then just track down DDs, hunt them down, and kill them. Right?
Yeah.
Presuming they're unaware of where you are. Alternatively, if you want to be a little silly, you can run Dazzle instead. Not because of the dispersion debuff, which helps.
The speed.
But it's also because it gives you additional speed. Yes. Which is, you have a 60 knuckle bear at that point. So, yeah. There's a couple different ways you can there's a couple of different ways you can do it, but you're sacrificing the option to take an additional 3-point or 2-point skill. Which is kind of awkward, but
Okay. So I mean that's the point with the Kleber is that there's so many different options. You really have to decide what do you want out of it. If you don't right now, then just play the ship a bunch, and then eventually you'll start kind of falling into a playstyle that you prefer. I just realized I think Wolfie, we skipped your flag build. Sorry about that. So you've got ramming, ship and HP, fire chance, and flood chance. Flood chance you don't really need. Fire chance, speed, of course, consumables. All right, there's one that you're missing here that's really important if you're going bigger, and that's going to be the fire extinguishing time. That's really important because if you are on fire, you're spotted from farther away. And if your DCP is down and you're on fire, you really need to get that fire out as quickly as possible. So I'd definitely be running that. And then you got one flag left. Maybe anti-air just for the memes, but the extra flood chance is probably not going to really matter much. Okay. Let's get into the game, shall we?
All right. Let's see how long it takes Rob to go full throttle into the enemy.
We shall see.
He didn't die in this one, but we shall see. We shall see.
I mean, there comes a point where I thought I was gonna die, but
then French saturation says no.
French saturation says no. Sergeant Sully.
Front saturation saved me a lot.
Sergeant Sully, thank you again for all your support. 44-month streak says, welcome back home. I'll read this thing, and I got a more personal thing to say. Your 44 months of sub makes this ship feel more like home port than ever. Welcome back home, indeed. There are waves friendly, and emotes are plenty. Thanks for keeping our sails full and our cannons loaded with support. Dude, I met up with Sergeant Sully in New Zealand. He came to our hotel, brought with him a blender, a big ass chocolate cake made with Whitaker's chocolate. Oh, so yummy. And then he also brought this massive box of Whitaker's chocolate that he'd been setting aside for, yes, I met the legend. And it, like, it was awesome. It was awesome. It was such a great experience. My wife was like so unsure about it because it's like, wait a minute, we're letting a viewer into our hotel room and we don't know who this person is. I'm like, yeah, why not? But she had such a good time meeting you, man. So thank you so much for everything. It was truly great. So he took the blender, for those of you guys wondering about the blender. Not only did we have chocolate cake on plate, but then we also had chocolate cake in the blender. He brought Whitaker's chocolate milk to pour into the blender. So we had a chocolate cake Whitaker's milkshake, which was so rich and so thick. It was Whitaker's overload. Never had that much Whitaker's before. Nice time to be adults, yes, and good people, indeedy. Wow, that Shima just got whacked.
Yeah, but that's not a bad time to open up, but I would have also maybe not shot, because look where the Shima's going, right? If you think about it, the Shima's already been spotted super wide. You have the ability to just contest the cap base essentially for free, because what is the Shima going to do as long as the Audacious is sitting over his head?
So
he can do nothing, because now he's
yes,
out.
yes,
you
but
gotta shoot it.
Rob, I'm gonna say it like this: your instinctful turn was to go to A. My instinctful turn is to go straight at the Shima. He's being spotted by the carrier. The carrier just chunked him heavily. He probably DCP'd from that because something had to have broken, right? So now's the best time to just charge at him and go with the main battery reload booster and just get him off the board. Forget about trying to cap. Forget about that.
Yeah,
Get him off the board, then come
because,
back.
like, here's the problem. Like, this Audacious is attacking the Shime. Like, the Shime
Mhm.
is about to vanish again
Mhm.
once these planes are gone. Like, I
Yep.
think you really have to capitalize to get him out, because nobody on your team is in position to shoot it yet. Like,
Your
it's
mindset in
you or nothing.
Yes.
when you're in a gunboat destroyer, your mindset should be kills. Caps come second.
Yes.
You take the caps when Shima's dead.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
Again, that kind of goes against. I mean, that's one way to look at it. My other way of looking at it is, well, actually, that's a good point. But now that I think about it, you can just cap while shooting. I mean, what's the Turpit's going to do? He can't hit you. It's Turpit's. He's also
Yeah.
probably not looking at you, anyways.
No, you have to be dodging while shooting, and you want to focus all of your brain power onto shooting Shimakaze.
Bingo. And so that's why I would have instinctively, as soon as I saw the Shima and I saw the Audacious like spotting him and figuring, okay, especially after he took that big chunk of damage, instincts are go this way, engine boost on, and as soon as I've got a clear shot, main battery reload booster on. Like that's my instinct. Get him out.
Look at it this way. If you kill that Shime here, you can cap afterwards anytime you want.
Bingo.
If you don't
And-
kill the Shime, you have to worry about that Shime being on the flank for God knows how long.
Bingo.
Oh, well, either that or you could just run him down and just run down the Turpit's for one. I mean, your choice. But that's fair. The other problem is, though, that now you shot. Where do you think the enemy BBs are going to be looking? They're going to be looking at you for sure. Also, reload boost. Why are you saving it? Why are you saving your reload boost? He's on half health. There
That's
you go,
right.
Rob. A little late.
That's late,
Too late,
but oh, and you turned out anyway, so you don't even get the full benefits.
No.
He turned
And
out
this
too.
this perfectly accentuates what SAT said earlier. Going into the cap, and now you're trying to dodge shells at the same time you're trying to hit a target, and you just completely took yourself out of both parts of the battle because of that.
Yeah, and now you're spotted for everybody to shoot you, and there's let's see, three people here. There's a Numancia, Los Andes, and a Tirpitz, and 2 of those ships have very good secondaries.
Yeah.
And Colbert is, it's fast. It is a rocket-powered jet ski, but it's also huge for a destroyer.
Mhm.
So the likelihood of you getting hit is quite high.
Yeah. Well,
So, you know, now that I look back at it, what I would have done here instead is exactly what Zat said, which is go for the flank and kill the Shimakaze as long as the Audacious was spotting him. And had you done that, you might have killed him.
absolutely. Now,
And-
the
Oh, then he spotted again.
Audacious is doing a nice job of keeping him spotted too. And so this is where the communication with the team comes into play. And you say, Audacious, keep the Shima spotted, I will kill it. Right? Like,
Honestly, if I'm the CV here and I see that the Shimmer didn't die in the first attack, I would not be spotting that Shimmer again, hoping that my team kills it. The only reason the Shimmer got spotted here again is, by the way, because the Shimmer is stupid and had his AA back on.
had his anti-air on while the Audacious was going over it.
As a CV
Yes.
play here, I had absolutely zero trust in my team to kill that Shimmer.
Which is
Because how poorly
again,
that first engagement worked.
which is
And it
again
doesn't-
why you say in chat, Audacious, spot the Shima, I will kill it. If you say something like that, okay, he knows there's team
Yes,
play
yeah.
coming.
Oh, I would not be doing this at all. No. Well, okay, maybe you caught the Shima. Instant reload boost. Yep. Good. You got lucky. That is a huge amount of luck that you got the Shima there. And a Torque. Go Torques. Don't.
You have your
They
reload
heard me.
booster still running.
You wasted your reload booster to do your torps.
You wasted basically 2 reload boosters this game.
Oh my god. That is.
That was the broadside Numancia too. That could have been half
Yeah.
health by AP alone.
Sure, he was angled. I mean, he probably would have turned in, but he also turned out. So, I mean, if he turned in, he probably dies. Also, nice job launching your torpedoes into the rock. I'm sure it deserved it.
Well, I was making sure.
Sure.
I
Don't shoot, don't
wasn't
shoot.
sure which direction he was going.
Rob.
Don't shoot. Thank you.
Another important tip when using gunboat destroyers: be very careful around secondary battleships.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, he is.
Especially something like a Los Andes, which has a huge caliber secondaries and will rip your ship in half in about, I don't know, 30 seconds.
Yep.
Don't
Now-
don't shoot. No, not there. Don't shoot.
You wait till you get out of his secondary range.
Like, if it's like, because here's the thing, Los Andes and some of these other secondary BBs have worse concealed than they do secondary range. If this is like, say, a Ruprecht or Schlieffen, where the concealment is 12 points, is like just 100 meters better than their secondary range, then forget about it. But if it's like, say, a, you know, something like Los Andes, you wait until they're, you spot them, kite them out, then shoot, right? Because their secondaries won't fire.
Yep.
Like, if you're kiting against like a Friedrich de Grosser or Bismarck, which have way worse concealment than they do secondary range, then you can afford to actually gunboat them and not really risk secondary damage. Against that thing, though, which has the ability to extend its secondary range very effectively, because of its combat instructions, no, you don't. That's a fight you don't take.
I gotta say, I just want to say it's funny because you opened up on the Los Andes, right? And then you tried to go dark. So you sat there for 20 full seconds just getting shot at by secondaries. Now, none of them really hit, which is also kind of funny. But, like, as soon as he got to the extension of his range, he hit his funny button and extended it farther. And so his secondaries just kept shooting at you.
Oh, finish up the. Okay, yeah. At that point, I'm really more than shooting the Massachusetts just to get rid of him, because he wouldn't have been spotted anyways. My only problem with this so far, and I have a lot of problems with this so far, but my main concern is the fact that you've already lost 10,000 pounds. Right? Ideally, you should have only lost about 3,000.
That's okay, he's got adrenaline rush.
Well, sure, but here's my argument. Colbert doesn't have a heal. Sure, it has the improved saturation, but a heal, in my opinion, is way more valuable than having saturation, because that's health you can recover. With the club, once you take that damage, that's damage you don't get. That's health you don't get back.
Yep.
And armor-piercing shells, right? Battleships are going to be shooting AP, right? No battleship like I very rarely see battleships expert loader to HE to shoot with DD, even if it is like say French.
What game
Or
are you
whatever,
playing?
right?
Put in.
Yeah, no, I don't see it because most BBs don't. I mean, yeah, they do, but it's like only if they know they're coming, right? With the club, I mean, you could be coming from the moon, so you're going to be shooting AP anyways because you probably won't have the time to like
Switch.
you know
Switch shells.
Yeah, switch shells.
Look,
Now,
either way, I mean, he's going to take hits, and that's fine. I'm going to say, in any destroyer that doesn't have a heal, I'd rather be in this destroyer, right? Because it's much harder to take
sure.
that, and you really don't care. If you're at half health, that's, in my opinion, that's perfectly fine, as long as you can manage your health the rest of the game. Look at the score. Your team is completely dominating the enemy. Like, it's no contest right now. So I don't mind the use of the hit points to do that, because now his HE DPM is much higher because of Adrenaline Rush. Rob, I paused it for a second because I want to talk to you about instincts. I shared with you earlier one of my instincts. Here's another instinct right here. You need to slow down and stop. Stay behind this island and shoot at the Los Andes for free. Why not? You won't be spotted, most likely. You know, and if you are spotted, well, then you can get closer to the island or run away, either one. But you've got 10 seconds until you've capped. Right. So this is when you stop. You stop, you wait until your cap finishes, and then you start shooting the Los Andes, just to be sure that you don't, get decapped or something.
Yeah. Which is fair. I mean, you're full turning, and you're about to run out of the cap, right? I mean, he's probably going to get the cap anyways.
Well, what's your next move then, if you're not going to shoot the Los Andes?
He's going to go for save because he sees. Yeah. I would go for save because it's being capped. There's nothing that can actively fight him except the Miasma, which is sitting on the island and has two Janan and an Isle right in front of him.
Well, also notice.
I want Rob to answer the question.
Yeah, I was gonna have to see.
Why?
I think well, because it's getting captain figures most likely a destroyer that daring.
Okay.
But do you want to
It
fight
is-
a daring at this point?
So, yeah, there is a Miasma in a way. You could probably clear it. The second problem is daring is going to be a little bit harder to kill, unless he does that.
And right, unless he does that and runs out of his smoke instead of letting the Miasma spawn for him and then killing you.
No, he had the audacious hump his smoke for a bit. That's probably why he got chased out.
You hear banjos?
I mean, this is a good use of the reload booster right there. You see, because now you basically killed the daring for full.
He's dead.
Oops.
I was wondering why is the daring not shooting. Of course, he's using Torps.
Now turn away from the Miasma. I'm very supposed to burst that. That's a little bit unusual because the Miasma could have killed you with the burst there if you aimed it correctly, of course.
But that's typical of destroyer engagement. You run into that situation where they start torping first. And here you're out-turning your turrets.
AP.
And AP would be good. Two fires now.
AP would be good for extra damage. Yeah, good that you turned away. Very good that you turned away here. I go completely
Wow.
Okay, good. Oh my God,
Okay, this is the perfect song for this moment in the game. I gotta say, right now, Highway to the Danger Zone, holy hell.
You should not be alive.
That was... No, that was... I mean... What even was that?
We're going ballistic, Rob. Go get him.
Asking the important question.
What?
I like that Bismarck is really complaining in chat here.
Whatever.
Seal the deal.
Rob, who did you pay to play for you?
Oh, John.
Because, I mean, you're still alive.
That Miasma... No, I mean, the Miasma didn't even aim for... I mean, if I was that Miasma, I would have switched to first and I would have actually left... Well, first of all, leading properly because he didn't lead for the full turn.
No, Rob, you're gonna get out of the cap. Oh, you just got it.
Get the cap. Get out of the cap. Points. Get out of the caps.
It's at this point where I start screaming at the enemy team, left mouse click, fight back.
Also, it became all
You should have been
sauce.
good at the daring.
He got the daring. Well, look at that.
No, I mean the daring should have killed him, to be honest.
Yes.
But the staring fired, I think, a single salvo at him, and it wasn't with all guns because he was too busy torpedoing.
He spent a ton of time
Yeah,
lining
which-
up his torpedoes. Yes.
If he played that one properly, he knew he would have been dead the instant he saw Clipper. So basically, go down.
Way to shoot that poor innocent fort there, Rob.
I thought I could shoot over because I didn't see the little mountain icon.
What I would have done in that. If
That's
I'm
all
not
right.
daring, what I'm doing is because here's the thing, right? Rob's has 8.6 concealed. Violensman's going to spot him on the way in, anyways. If I'm not daring, I'm going to be turned away and shooting Rob as the Violensman spots me. That Violensman spots Rob, and basically taking off like 5, 7, 6k health for free.
Are you doing it
Wait,
first?
that's the ideal scenario. But remember, he's surrounded. Like he has enemy ships coming from his south. He has the Audacious about to get him when his smoke's expiring. So he doesn't have much options in that scenario.
That's fair.
I think the daring
Nice.
should have just bowed into Rob and just.
Yes, I don't think he knew Rob was coming too, because a lot of people underestimate French destroyer speed.
Oh my God, you were.
Objective is
I got
best
decoy
play would
in
be
that
just
match.
YOLO into Rob and hope he kills him.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I mean, if I'm not daring, that's how I'm playing it. Just kiting away and playing it defensively.
You guys
How
must.
do you
There's
get?
nowhere to kite. That's the problem. About the only
Yeah,
place he goes
You
is
can't
Gatsby.
kite a
I
clone.
might as yeah. Well, technically you can't, obviously, but I might as well just try to take the 1-for-1 in that situation, right? That's just my mindset. Also,
Yeah,
nice to
sure,
go
but I
with
think his
one.
the best chance for the daring to get the 1v1 is, I think, bow in.
Kind of, maybe, probably. I don't know. I'd torp and then force him to go broadside and then AP him to death. But yeah.
I
So
would
what
use
would
my
you do with
superior
this one?
skill to destroy the enemy. That's all you have to say. Because
From Rob's
let's be
perspective,
real, he screwed up. Okay, he screwed up.
Oh,
The daring.
my God. That was an official wargaming blowout.
Yes, it was. Poor Shinano was the only thing left on the enemy team trying to get a solo
no,
warrior and
no.
failing.
blowouts cannot happen. This is World of Warships.
Mm-hmm.
Plus two is
Right
fine.
here in proof. Nobody died
I mean,
on
let-
Rob's team.
Let me just point out the fact that the Turp has finished second on the team on the enemy team. Plus 2 matchmaking is fine, by the way. But you know,
Okay.
I don't even know what to say. What was that? Like that was a comedy of errors that somehow worked out perfectly.
Oh, I
Right, so
like
it's a
that title.
typical-
Actually, a lot of
match.
It's a typical Rob match. Meanwhile, I'm sweating my balls off
No, it's
trying to
not a
get damage
typical
and I
Rob
die
match.
anyways.
It's not a
it's not
typical
even-
Rob
it's
match. He
not
survived.
He didn't die.
I mean, you might feel bad when I killed the Yasmin, I started going, wait, how am I alive?
You're alive
some-
because the Viasma forgot to hit the F key before he shot at you. That's why you're
I didn't
alive.
aim properly either.
He didn't aim
Right,
properly. If
but-
the Biosma had aimed for like 2 seconds, you probably would have died.
That's what I was saying though,
but
because
not in this universe.
with the Viasma, if he hits the F key, then he gets 2 salvos for the price of 1 essentially at you, and you know whatever. But who knows? He might have been
It's
looking.
whatever.
You know,
You
I was
might be
getting
looking at
shot
something
at,
else.
Just getting lucky.
All right, let's pull
I
up your
mean,
replay
that's
render here.
fine. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes it's skill. Either way, you win the game. You're on top of the team. So who's gonna
Well,
complain?
Rob, let me be the 14th person to congratulate you on not dying.
He plays a destroyer and doesn't die for once. That's
Which is
remarkable.
really unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a Paolo replay, so we know how that one ends.
Hey! Let's give this one its due first.
Yeah. First of all, Tashima should have been dead on the first pass. If
Right.
you turned left instead of if you ignored the cap and went straight for Shima, that would have you would have killed him instantly, and that would have actually freed you up for a lot more. That would have freed up your team
That's right.
and a carrier.
I mean, hey, you know, hopefully you complimented your Audacious because he's the reason you guys won that so handily because he spotted the Shima, wrecked it twice, essentially, and then you guys were able to get.
He literally won that flank for you.
Mhm.
Destroyers win games, even when there's a carrier in play. That's what I've always said. DDs win games.
DDs win games and team play does too.
Hey, stop
TV
stealing
is
my
a
lines,
force-
Shockwave.
Hey, yeah, am I the one who coined it, or was it somebody else who coined it? We're all just using it. I use it all the time because I'm a destroyer player after all, and I
I
will say this.
trademarked it.
Yeah,
See,
no,
I
oh, yeah,
copyrighted it. You have to pay me royalties right now.
I'm not paying you royalties for that.
No.
What I
SAT,
will say though is that
SAT,
Sorry,
you
go ahead.
copyrighted hot spread torps. That's what you copyrighted. No one can take that
Yeah.
away from you.
And I get 1 doubloon every time someone says it. Still waiting for my first payment though.
It's in the mail. They're going through a restructuring phase right now.
Ah, fair enough.
It's on the wrong server.
That's right. That was
Yeah.
on EU server.
Ah, darn
okay,
it.
what do we even? I'm gonna title this one "Comedy of Errors."
Yeah, I think
personally,
so.
Because
I think so.
this was funny for sure, but the result was good. But this is also kind of emphasized what I've been saying about matchmaking a bit
Mhm.
because of the fact that, well, first of all, this is a +2 game, and
Mhm.
there's a bunch of tier 8s. I mean,
Mhm.
+1 is fine, but +2, you have a Hipper, you have Bismarck, and Hipperanga. Yeah, what can they do in a tier 10 match against, a tier 10 carrier, right? They'll suffer. And the enemy team also is the same thing with the enemy team. And the worst part is tier 8.
What they've always had to do when they face tier 10 carriers, find an AA buddy.
Yeah, make a friend.
Yeah, but in this match, what are they going to do?
Notion that tier 8s cannot handle tier 10 games. If you look at the scoreboard, there were plenty of tier 8s in the upper half, right?
Well, sure, because of obviously because tier 8s get
The
more
other
basic
thing is
fighting
you have to
for
take into account, literally nobody died on Rob's team.
Yeah, but that's also just the consequence of the matchmaker putting, just being a steamroll, resulting in a steamroll. I mean,
Right.
I'm not going to get into
So it's a
matchmaker.
skill
that's-
issue.
Well, but sure. I mean, I guess if you want to admit that, I'm not going to get into matchmaking because that's a completely different topic for another day. Also, because of the fact that I don't think. I mean, I'm not really too well versed on how the matchmaker works, but enough of that.
Basically,
I guess.
both sides of the flank won, and
Yeah.
even the tier 8 battleships actually did just fine.
Sure.
I mean,
It's
the bigger
literally,
the big story I think on the enemy team is they had their 2 top tier destroyers were bad. Like they just made bad choices.
I think that Daring made
I
it the
think
right
this is
choice.
My
But the
fourth match in this ship, or something like that. Like the
What's
first two
really
were
odd,
involved, but the other
yeah,
or
I
something
mean,
like that.
there's I could complain about a lot of things, but the truth of the matter is that if you take a look at the opening stages of the match, there were 2 blobs on both sides of the map, right? The enemy team had a blob on ACAP, the Rob's team had a blob on ACAP, and Rob's blob won because of the fact that Rob killed the destroyer, first of all, which meant that his BBs could play more aggressively,
Right.
which is always good because if you kill the destroyer, you have your BBs pushing in more aggressively, and you have a good advantage. You can just kill the enemy BBs and enemy cruisers on that point if they don't run, which is exactly what happened. They ran, but they went into it a little bit too late. If you know what I mean. And then
enemy
Rob made
CP
the
also
smart
helped
play.
too.
Yeah, by just focusing on one flank. But then Rob also made a good decision. I mean, the smart choice by rotating to C and killing off their other destroyer, which basically eliminated all of their surface spotting. Which, I mean, it was already a steamroll by that point, but you might as well be throwing logs on the fire, if you know what I mean, right?
But how did he manage to kill the Shima? Because the Shima derped and went into A after being spotted twice by the carrier and getting wrecked twice by the carrier. You know what I
That's
mean?
true.
So like,
Yeah,
and that's where I go back to the talk about matchmaking. A lot of it comes down to what do the high tier ships do on the team? Because if they can't make it work, then you end up with steamrolls like this, right? I mean, where was the Shima? Shima came in. Shima was the first to die, okay, and he came in on the bottom, just on the very. He came in what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. He came in
Turpitz was the
7th.
first to die, actually.
Turpitz was technically the first to die, but the Shima didn't died not that shortly after. Like, the
Yeah.
importance of it is that, well, first of all, the Shima outplayed himself, if I'm being totally honest, because the Audacious wrecked him for half his health because presumably he had his AA on. I didn't
Yeah.
see. I didn't see because of the fact that it was too far away. I couldn't tell if his anti-aircraft was actually on, but that's the only way the Audacious would have actually been able to hit him for like what was
Mhm.
that? Nearly 6,000 on the initial
Yep.
engagement, and then
Yep.
Rob hits him for another 3.
Right. So I mean, you know, a lot of this came down to their tier 10 ships just not being able to pull their weight. And your tier 8
Yeah.
ships being able to survive and pull their weight. So I mean, you know, +2 matchmaking is frustrating, but at the same time, you have to play differently, and it kind of plays into what I talked about with Wolfie's game before with this carrier game, right? When you analyze your opposition, okay, not as much anti-air, cool, I can be more aggressive, right? Changing up your gameplay based off of what happens. If you're in the tier 8 and a carrier game like this, you absolutely find at least one anti-air friend. At least, right? Go find the Vermont because there's no chance he's going to run away from you, right? And like,
Yeah.
you know, if you look at the replay, it's starting up again, but the enemy team didn't really do that. They all kind of fanned out everywhere, you know? And I mean, the Shimakaze way overextended initially,
Yeah.
even. So,
I mean, I
You
wouldn't
know.
say he overextended. He was in the right position to begin with. I mean, he had the right idea, right?
Mhm.
He wanted to go for the flank, which is totally fine, especially considering the fact that you're up against a gunboat destroyer, which, you know, in theory, you can just play to permaspot and he can do absolutely nothing unless the carrier actively spots him and then he dies for that
Mhm.
if the gunboat destroyer is paying attention. But let's just assume for a moment that there is no carrier in this match. Yes, there is one, but let's just, for argument's sake, let's just say that there is no carrier.
Yep.
If the Shimakaze is smart, what he's going to do is just keep Rob from playing the game. What I mean by that is constantly zoning him out by outspotting him
Right.
consistently.
Right.
Vision control is priority number 1 if you are in anything that is not a floating EBR, like, say, a Khabarovsk or Kleber or anything that has bad concealment, great guns, great speed, right? So Shimakaze or Daring in this particular circumstance, if they have the ability to play without a carrier and you're up against something with bad concealments, they can keep it zoned out
Mhm.
completely, right? There's no way that a Kleber is going to be touching the cap or playing aggressively or being able to actively play the game without just being constantly outspotted.
Mhm.
Now, obviously, if the Kleber just decides to run his face in against the Shimakaze, then that's a different story entirely. But I mean, you get my point, right?
Yeah.
That's how
Yeah.
this works.
In those
But,
shots
I
in
mean-
the Vietnam, I was expecting him to like turn or slow down, which is why I fired a little bit behind.
Yeah, sure. And I get your point too, Wolf, that, you know, if the club can get close enough to the Shima. But the problem is that if the Shima is smart, what's he going to do? He's going to bait the club into shooting, then he's just going to smoke up, and he's going to let his team do the spotting and shooting for him.
See,
Right.
this is one of the
Like-
reasons why I always say you play against the player, not the ship, because what you're doing is you're saying, okay, this is what a super unicum or, you know, very good player in this enemy ship is going to do, but he's not. And so, I mean, that's where the beauty of random battles comes into play, because the worst thing you can do is outplay yourself by immediately thinking this is what the enemy's going to do, and then, you know, getting yourself, you know, wrecked because of it. And I think
Yeah,
Rob
exactly.
shows a great example of that here in his play. How many times did you say, like, no, Rob, don't do that, right? And
Don't shoot. Like, yeah,
Right. but that's the point I'm getting at is Rob even said, this is my 4th game in the Clip Air. I don't know what I'm doing in it. And he still has a game like this. Random
no, that's such a
battle,
good point.
man.
Because
Random
what I
battle.
realize is, I know, because now that I think about it, it harkens back to the time that I got the club, because the Kleber was my first tier 10 destroyer. I didn't know what I was doing with it either.
Yeah.
And it took me, God knows how long, and how many different games, and how many different destroyers, and how many lessons I had to learn before I figured it out. And now, as a result, my Kleber stats are completely ruined. And, well, but
Whatever.
at least I can play the ship. it's whatever. Who cares? It's your first ship. Nobody cares about your first ship in your first tier 10 ship in anything. It's what
Yeah.
comes
Wait,
after.
that's not true. I still love my Montana.
That's right,
My
you
first
do.
ship
No,
was
but I mean,
Worcester.
Anyway.
stats wise, but in stats wise,
Anyway,
That's
Not-
still really good.
the point is that there's a lot to discuss. Yeah, it is a blowout, but it does bring into the questioning that the +2 -2 matchmaking, and frankly, it also brings into the discussion, the ability to utilize luck and frankly, just take advantage of other players making mistakes. So. With that, we're gonna move on because we got 3 more replays to do, and I've got 3 hours of stream left. So,
and
Rob,
what's
thanks for the
power?
support.
Well, an hour per
I see no
replay.
problem.
Ay, caramba. All right, I'm gonna go. I need to hit the bathroom for a second. No, commercials are playing right now, Rob.
Oh, okay. I misread that. My bad.
No worries. So I'm gonna hit the bathroom, just in case I can. I don't know if it works or not. But I'm gonna pop a commercial break, and also, can we all say F's in chat for Stream Raiders, which is over in, I don't know, a few days, so I'm not even bothering with it anymore. I gotta
Well, Stream
rebuild this
Raiders
whole
is
scene
under-
because of that. I gotta rebuild the scene for that. But anyway, I'm gonna hit the commercial break. But before I do that, Puddin', thank you for your sub earlier. I caught it, but I didn't want to, miss out on that during the replay stuff.
Makes sense.
So I gotta scroll back up to find your little thing. Here we go. Hark, Puddin597, a jester of the stream, doth play World of Warships, or so 'tis said. Their gameplay, though disappointing, doth seem to entertain in Moss. Forsooth, 'tis clear, with NSFW content and co-op mainship true, they stream with drops enabled. Verily, 'tis so. A modern puck, the streamer dost delight. That's your shout out, because I don't think it caught the sub coming through, which is weird. But anyway. Yeah, it doesn't look like it caught it. Oh well.
That's fine. We can blame Rob for giving me a shout out.
57 months, yes, absolutely. So thank you very much for that. And then also, I got to scroll down to where we just had, where is it? Dutch. There it is. 58 months of Lord Zeth. Yes, I was back from my trip, and you're the second person to say I'd be upside down, which is kind of funny. 58 months of loyalty. You're not just a captain, you're an admiral in our fleet, ready to watch even if he streams from the ceiling, or maybe even upside down. After that trip to New Zealand, your support has us all turning our screens around in celebration. Wow. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna hit the bathroom for a sec. I'll get this next one started, and I'm gonna just kick off a 3-minute commercial break because that way maybe there's a little bit less, a little bit more ad-free time when we get started with the next replay, which will be Rob's. Which one is it? Paulo Emilio game.
On Ridge.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
I wonder how long this one's gonna last.
All right. Let me close out a couple of windows too that I don't need open anymore. Less confusion that way. All right, commercial break starting now. I'll be right back. Hey, Tornado.
I have a couple of. I put up like 3 torpedo destroyer replays, a Cassard and 2 Yugamel games, where I basically managed to stay undetected for the most part in the first 2, and then the third one I kind of had to get aggressive because of the fact that enemy destroyers are dumb. That feeling when you almost get outgunned by a tier 7 destroyer and you're tier 9, because why not?
But yeah, like I was very surprised that I even lived to that Clip Air match.
I'm just ashamed you never went after the carrier, Rob. Ashamed.
Yeah, I don't think it would have. I don't think you would have had enough time.
I don't even think I would have gotten over there in time.
What do you mean enough time? You go right at the start. He's fast enough. He's French.
Okay.
Oh, these
I is back.
Yeah. Oh, did you hydrate, Mr. Zeth?
A while back I did. Do I have another hydrate? I do from
Yes,
Shockwave. All right.
I redeemed one.
All right, let's go.
I drink like 2 gallons of water a day.
Only 2?
So I've got
Oh,
this
yeah.
smartwatch, right? And now it tells me, like, make sure you drink water, and you can actually record how much water you've had for the day and stuff. It's really fun, but also sometimes annoying.
I have a circle mug that I use when I need water, because I can have it be flavored.
There you go.
That's pretty cool, Ash. That's nice, actually.
All right.
So, Apollo Amelia replay. I wonder how this one's going to end.
Well, let's get into it, shall we? I was just talking with my wife. She was doing shopping and everything, because it's the day after we got back. And she's like, "Why are you wearing my hat?" And I'm like, "Because I wanted to wear something New Zealand on stream." She's like, "Oh." She's like, "You look good in that hat." I'm like, "Well, thank you." So I'm actually wearing, this is an older t-shirt of mine. Here, I'll go to this is an older t-shirt of mine from New Zealand. And it says on it, it's about the journey, not the destination, which is hilarious because New Zealand is like the destination, but whatever. So, when is 14.3 dropping? Been out of the game for a while. Altador, I'm not 100% sure. After 14.2. Yeah, that sounds about
That's
right.
a question.
When 14.3.
Yeah.
The next patch?
The easiest way to find that out, Altador, is if you log in and then you look at the event pass, what's going on right now. You look for how many days are left, and that tells you right there.
It ends in 12 days.
Yeah. So, anyways, let's get the next thing going here. So this is going to be Rob in the Paulo Emilio. Now he used a cover my replay to force us to go ahead and take a look at this. And so, of course, Paulo Emilio is a research bureau ship, if I remember right. Very fun ship. She's basically an Italian cruise missile. You just go and target an enemy, and then you smoke up. You got your engine boost going. You get in there, and then you just dev strike them with your torpedoes. And if you're lucky, you survive to do it again. And if you're really lucky, you survive to do it for a third time in a game. A very fun ship. But at the same time, not so fun for your teammates because there's things that you can't do in this destroyer that you could in others. Things like, spotting enemy destroyers, capping, firing against other destroyers, that sort of thing. She's a lot more nuanced. The other thing too is ships that have hydro or ships that have radar are really difficult to attack because if they're smart enough to realize that there's a smoke screen approaching, all they do is pop their radar button and boom, you get clobbered. Or if they've got hydro going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So
the key is navigating around those things.
Mm-hmm.
But
yep.
And I have managed to torpedo a Russia in Alaska with this. Which one of my teammates was like, that took some serious balls. I'm like, yep. And a little bit of stupidity because silliness.
That's the Rob we know and love.
That's exactly what I was about to say. You listen to hard stuff when you're driving, it relaxes you. There you go. All right, let's look at your build, Rob. So main armaments mod 1. And then we've got engine boost. That makes sense, yeah. Really? Okay.
No.
I wouldn't go with aiming systems. One sec. We'll get to that sec. So propulsion mod is fine. Concealment makes sense. And then main battery mod 3, I guess is fine. So let me go back to this, the third slot here. I have a feeling what you're saying, Shockwave, is go for torpedoes here, right?
Yes. The reason why I say that is because your torpedoes on Palomilio are your bread and butter, right?
That's
and
right.
If you're rushing and your torpedo tube's getting incapacitated at the wrong time, that's awkward. I've had it happen multiple times.
The torpedoes are your boomsticks. Keep your boomsticks alive. That's it. That's all there is to it.
Want to keep your torpedo tubes alive as long as possible.
So you can I would say at the base you start with torpedo tubes. There's also smoke generator. Now, smoke generator mod is handy in that it does allow you to have smoke for longer. So let's say you destroy an enemy ship, but you're within spotting range of one of their allies nearby. That allows you maybe to get away a little bit longer because you're on smoke. But I think your torpedoes are really, really, really freaking important to keep alive. So I would say torpedo tubes is where it's at for the ship. Don't worry about using your guns. That's only if you absolutely need to. It's really more about the torpedoes.
I
What
often
is
use the
the?
guns on the Polo for mine games.
Oh,
Yeah, well,
okay.
you should be using. What? I mean, here's the thing though. Like with Paolo, with the guns, you're not using them for DPM fights. You are using them purely for first shot alpha strikes on enemy destroyers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you want to get a quick hit on destroyer on your way out, right, before
Mhm.
you're about to duck into concealments, the sap hits. Like take a look at the sap damage really quickly, Seth, on the Paolo Emilio, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Take a look at the alpha damage. 3,050, right?
Mhm.
So that's 1,000 damage on a non-saturated hit. If you
Mhm.
land at least 7 or 8, 6, 7, 8 shells, everything, that's 8,000 sap damage, potentially, right? On a fully unsaturated target. On
Mhm.
most Tier 9 destroyers, that's about a third of their health.
Yep.
So if you take those kinds of, it's always, always, always worth it. If you can afford to take those pot shots, take those pot shots.
Yeah.
Because they are rewarding.
Now
Very
let's go.
rewarding.
So anyway, yes, it's helpful, but the point I'm trying to make is like it's much more important you keep your torpedoes alive than hit
Yeah.
a little bit closer with the shells because you're probably not going to fire it that often compared to want to have your torps ready. Like this is one of those. Hey Terminator, this is one of those ships where you absolutely need to be able to focus in on the one thing, and if you can spare 10% brain power to do something else, you'll do it. But if you can't, then you don't or you shouldn't. You know what I mean? And that's not a knock against any particular player. I'm just saying, like, some people they can't spare that 10% brain power to do something else. That's fine. That's okay. Just focus on doing one thing good then. So that's where the torpedo tubes I think is important. Everything else is fine. Main battery mod 3, you could potentially switch to torp. No, never mind, because you don't want the torps incapacitated. So yeah, you can just do main battery reload. That's fine. The alternative is actually you could go for range here, and the reason why the range could be handy. I'm gonna drop off grease the gears, but this is almost gives you grease the gears automatically. 18-second turn time versus this and this. Hey, look, it's 18 seconds. So if you don't want to take, grease the gears, you could do this. This also allows you to engage from farther away. 13 kilometer, oh boy, versus what is it, 10, 11. But
Yeah, but generally, when I'm not trying to fight at long range in the ship.
right. But I'm just
So I
saying,
don't
like,
really focus on range there.
right. But in this ship, you're also
Right.
not necessarily focusing on reload either. Is kind of the point I'm getting at in Shockwave 2. You're going to shoot at opportunities, but you're not going to be in a sustained gunfight, right? Now your captain, you've got Sansonetti. Put that
This is
thing
my
back on.
Venezia commander.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. So you've gone with Gunfeeder, Swiftfish, Grease the Gears, Last Stand, Survivability Expert, Concealment, Radio Location, and Swift and Silence. Okay. So here's the thing. First of all, we talked about how important it is for you to keep your torpedo tubes alive. Dude, preventive maintenance is a must on this ship. Not only is it for keeping your torpedoes alive, it's also your engines alive. You gotta have preventive maintenance.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I don't think Gunfeeder is that important to me on this ship.
No,
So
it's not. No.
now,
The Polo's the only
I mean,
when I use it. Hang on, let me double check something.
okay.
I think there was a other destroyer that I used this on. Oh yeah, I also use this commander on the Leon.
The Leonia tier 6?
Yeah, that might be why I have that on.
Even
I don't
Leonia
know.
tier 6 doesn't need Gunfeeder. So, anyways, it's a premium ship. You can put any captain on it, and I would recommend you consider putting a different captain on the Paolo with a build like this, okay? Now, let's talk about your Swift Fish here. Swift Fish is a buffed skill, right? So you get 7% torpedo speed instead of, I think the standard is 5, right? So where is your torpedo speed? Your torpedo speed is 75 knots. With that on, let's turn it off. It's 70 knots. What's the difference in reaction time? Half of a second. Okay. Arming distance is farther away now because they're faster torpedoes. Here's the thing about Swift Fish that you need to understand. Swift Fish, in my opinion, is a better skill for a torpedo that you're shooting from long range that is, that you're not detected while shooting. In the Paulo Emilio, you're charging something under smoke. You're going to get detected. You're going to launch your torpedoes at near point blank range. The extra 7% speed probably doesn't matter that much. So Wolfie is exactly that's exactly what I'm getting at. I wouldn't do Swift Fish. Even if it's buffed, I still wouldn't do Swift Fish. I don't think it's useful. You can make the argument for doing it on like Napoli, for example, but there's better. Actually, Napoli does it? I don't remember. Anyway, the point is, I think it's a wasted skill on the Paulo.
I don't even use Cincinnati on Paulo. On set.
Huh?
Napoli does. It's a 1 tier. It's a 1 point skill on the Napoli. I don't use Cincinnati on Napoli because it's a different play style than the Venezia.
No, it's fine, but I'm just saying that's an example where Swiftfish would be useful. Okay, not saying you have to use it, but long range torps, people don't expect them. Whatever. Now, other things that I want to comment on. You definitely want preventive maintenance. Last stand is useful. Survivability expert is good. Concealment is really important. Radio location, swift and silence. I would drop one of these two. Most likely going to be radio location. You don't really need to know where the nearest target is. I mean, I guess if you're angling in on a battleship, but even then, like, you don't want to warn them that, hey, stay frosty. There's a destroyer nearby. Hey, Sitkin. So I would drop radio location. I would absolutely drop radio location here, and I would pick up Dazzle. Dazzle is so helpful on the Paulo. You get detected, boom, all of a sudden you're 8% faster while you've already got the special engine boost going. I mean, it is just so dead sexy. I would absolutely go Dazzle here. Okay? Very helpful if you are approaching something with Hydro and that thing Hydro detects you, all of a sudden, boom, you're faster now. So you close with the target that much quicker. Or you're up against an enemy battleship that's smart and recognizes that you're charging it, so he turns away and tries to run away from you. As soon as you get to that 2-kilometer proxy spot, all of a sudden you get even faster. That helps you get onto his side so you can blast him with your boomsticks. Okay? Like, Dazzle's really good in the Paulo. Grease the gears. I want to think about this for a sec. Because the thing about grease the gears is if you think about it, you've got 3 points left. If you got 3 points left, what I would probably want to do is I want consumable specialist because I need to get these two work in tandem together. You need to get them down and usable about the same time. So the quicker you can get these down, the better. So I would absolutely go consumable specialist next. And we got 2 points left. For those 2 points left, you could do consumable enhancements. Paulo at 2-kilometer target is dead no matter what. Being faster at that range kind of doesn't matter. I don't know. I feel like it's still very handy to have because you do get that added flexibility there. And to be quite honest, radio location, like I said, for Paulo, I just don't see radio location being that helpful. If you get into a gunfight with
it's useful actually. It's actually very useful, Tad.
It can be useful
just hear me out, right?
Yes.
Just hear me out for a second. the thing with Paolo and radiolocation is, well, two things. One, the simple one is that you can synchronize it and basically say, okay, I want to put this captain on a Italian destroyer. Italian destroyers are very useful. Italian destroyers are it's very handy to have radiolocation, so that's one thing. Like the tech tree ones, not Paolo. The other thing is that radiolocation prevents you, for the most part, from getting accidentally ambushed while you're trying to ambush somebody, right?
Yeah, I
It's
understand that part.
Yeah. The third thing too is that here's the thing: once you're in smoke, once you're committed, you're effectively blind until you get within proximity detection range. So you need to be aware of what direction the enemy your target is going to start. That's one thing. But the other thing too is that you need to understand like where and when you expect the enemy ship to be, right? Like it's you're converging at a point in time and space effectively. And if you're going in with only one known variable, and that being where they were last spotted, and it turns out that they did see you coming, and then you're basically kind of screwed because they're kiting and it's easier for them to dodge your torpedoes, yada yada yada. That's kind of awkward. So having that additional dimension of situational awareness is immensely useful, if you ask me.
So
Plus,
if that's the case,
interchangeability.
If that's the case, I mean, you're not going to run Swift and Silence on Italian Destroyer tech tree. So is that what you would drop?
No,
is Swift and Silence?
I would drop Swift and Silence for Fearless Brawler. Yeah, if I'm running it for an Italian Destroyer tech tree, then I'm dropping it for. Actually, no, I'm dropping it for Adrenaline Rush. I'm dropping it for Adrenaline Rush and maybe Torch Burst.
Okay. So you wouldn't have Dazzle either. You would do something like that.
Kind of. More or less, right? Because here's the thing. Italian DDs, you're going to, like, with the main line, right, what you're doing for the most part is shooting inside of smoke. Adriatico and Regolo are massive for for DDs, right? They're basically cruisers. Well, Regolo is effectively a cruiser, right? So you don't want to necessarily be spotted while you're shooting unless you're kind of forced to shoot in order to kill a target. So having...
I get what you're saying, but to me, since this is a premium ship, like, to me, Apollo is a different build than, my tech tree.
I might have goofed up a bit, actually, now that I think about it, because I haven't played Italian DDs in a hot minute. Let me think.
Me neither.
No, actually, what you do want to be doing... No, you need a completely... Sorry, let me correct myself. You need a completely different build for the mainline Italian DDs, now that I think about it. I mean, there's two different ways you could do it. You could go radiolocation, but if you're doing farming, AFT is practically mandatory because the Italian DDs have such short main battery range that you really need you really, really, really need AFT and Adrenaline Rush. I would run Adrenaline Rush, just because of the fact that if there are DDs or low health targets you do need to chip away and you do have the health to trade, having a faster main gun reload is always a benefit.
Okay. So anyways, I think you've just demonstrated why you can't really use a tech tree build on Apollo. You can, but it's not as effective. So here's the thing. Going to Wolfie's question, Adrenaline Rush, what does it gain for Apollo? Not much until the Apollo gets wrecked at least once or twice. Then it comes in handy. So I agree it's probably not the greatest of skills to take on Apollo. I think if you want radiolocation, okay, so then you have to decide Dazzle or Swift and Silence, right? And let me go to my commander build sheet, and let's see what's recommended on the Apollo, okay? That is not how I would build Apollo. That's the standard Italian Destroyer build. No. Okay.
Point made this. I swear to God.
I tried that build and once, and it was like, no, I put this commander back on it.
No. So look, Rob.
I swapped.
Rob,
I wanted to try a different.
Yeah.
One, and then I was like, yeah, no, I'm gonna stick with what I've got for now because it's what somewhat works for me until I figured out a better way.
Right. So look, Swift and Silence is fine. I think if you want to try Dazzle, you can drop radiolocation for it, but I don't know. There are uses for radiolocation, so yes. Yeah, it was a regular build, right? But it says down here applies to other ships, including Paulo. So yeah, but anyway, you know, I understand what Shockwave is saying about radiolocation. So, you know, if you want to keep that, fine. Dazzle is a bit of a meme, but it's a fun one. Either way, getting back to the build here.
I think I used Dazzle on my hill, if I remember
I
correctly.
use Dazzle. I actually use Dazzle on my Paulo because here's the thing, right? Dazzle is active when you get spotted, right, for 15 seconds. And what happens is that you get that like just proc it, right? Like, is that you just like spec into it really quickly with like dropping radiolocation and going to Dazzle, right?
Yes.
Just for a quick second. And then you activate it, right? And then you have the engine boost active. You can hit 65 knots. What is going to hit you at 65 knots?
Yeah.
I mean, outside of
I know.
point blank. Like,
I know.
I've done that. I have had Moskvas miss me at point blank range in its turn. Like, okay, it's not very effective, but it's funny.
So the point is,
it's funny.
The point is, there are 4-point skills you want, but you can only really afford to take 3 of them. So you need to think about which 3 do you want to take. If you, I mean, concealment expert is number 1. Like, that's a given. So now you've got between Swift and Silence, radiolocation, and Dazzle. You got to pick 2 of those. Okay. So maybe it's radiolocation and Dazzle, for example. Fine. The problem with Swift and Silence is it does impact your main battery reload. So, you know, that kind of hurts a little bit. And especially if you're speccing into main battery 3, then I don't know. I like the idea of you helping yourself, not like hurting yourself so much. Getting back to the talk about your build, a couple of choices you have remaining, okay, in my opinion. One is you could go consumables enhancements. That's a straight up buff to your exhaust smoke generator and emergency engine power up time. However, keep in mind that that's also a nerf to the reload of these consumables. And I said earlier, you want to be able to reload these consumables as quickly as possible. So I might drop that instead, thinking of a couple other things. So one is if you want grease the gears, you could do grease the gears. And then there's your gun feeder. So you can do that. And that gives you a little bit of close-in gunfight if you need it. Alternately, Go ahead, Rob.
If I was gonna redo this commander, I probably wouldn't be taking gunfeeder because I don't even know why I put it on there.
I mean, if you're
I
switching
probably
between
clicked
AP
it
and
because
HE,
of-
that's it. Or SAP.
Yeah, but I'm not really switching really, and if I am switching, it's usually in like anticipation of one or the other.
Well, yeah. So it comes in handy if you're bow into a target, you're using SAP, and the target is turning to avoid you. That's good because then you can switch to HE while you're unmasking your rear guns quicker. That's really about the only use for it, which is why it's the dead last skill I would pick if you're going this route. Incoming fire alert could be helpful, but also not, because as soon as you're spotted, you know they're going to shoot at you. And liquidator, look, if you don't kill the ship with your boomsticks directly, something's wrong with you. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter.
You hit or you're like me. You hit a Satsuma with all like torpedoes and saturate, and it doesn't.
Yeah. So anyway,
it's like target selection is important. I feel like we should get into the game.
I'd love to. Let's get to your flags, though. Dude, you don't need Victor Lima. Flood chance, we just said, doesn't help that much, and you're rarely going to fire HE. This is an expensive flag. I wouldn't run it. You've got the smoke flag, which is fine.
I think I clicked that because I was needing it for a mission, and then I forgot to deselect it.
Okay. So ideally, you want your cooldown and action time to be about the same between the two. So this is about 180 seconds. And then this is about 205 seconds. So there's, a 25-second differential between these two. If you don't take the smoke flag, it's an even bigger one. It's 170 versus 200. So you definitely want the smoke flag. Actually, let's take a look at this. What happens if we drop this? That takes it to 190 seconds and 100 and almost 180. This might be a better choice for you, Rob. You lose out a little bit on action time for your engine power, which means you can't run away from the enemy as well, but it also protects your engines. Think about it. Think about it. If you like the ship enough, then keep it up. That's fine. You're missing the speed flag. I don't know why you're missing the speed flag. Wolfie pointed out earlier, and I would agree with him. Paulo Emilio, yes to this. Big yes to this. Also, the consumables flag. These two, in my opinion, non-negotiables. Have to have these flags. So I'm really surprised you don't have them. Beyond that,
I've only really recently started using flags again after conserving them for.
Well, that's okay.
When I was buying so many of them at once, I was actually losing credits.
Well, that's the reason why they do that. Look, you can play this without any flags. The point I'm getting at is this one is a bad one to play with, and it's expensive too. So don't play with that. And then if you want to play with flags, okay, fine. You can have. I think we said we wanted to keep that one on. These two flags are great. Fire reduction is great, and HP flags are great too.
I'd say the HP flag is mandatory. I would also say that consumable reload is also mandatory, just because of the fact that it gets your smoke and your engine boost back that much faster.
Yes.
Yeah, at my current build, I'm looking at now, I just put it on there. They're both at 130 seconds. So.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole point, right? You have a magic missile, but only when both of these consumables are available. So you need to get that magic missile ready as quickly as possible. So that's why I like to go with that. All right, let's get to the game.
It should be good.
Yeah.
It should be very good.
I just realized I never loaded the damn game. Let's get it up.
Oops.
And yeah, it happens. In the meantime, I can double check. Yes, okay, so I've got your Paulo game loaded, so that's fine. And yeah, Wolfie, the speed flag is priority number 1, right? Absolute priority number 1. And then priority number 2 is going to be the consumable reload. Like those two flags, in my opinion, are just a must for the ship. Like, don't even take it out of port without them. You can do it without them. It's just more painful to do it without them. Oh my god, you're playing in ranked.
Oh, this should be interesting.
I love
it's a
it.
carrier match too, which is awkward.
I actually played.
There is a death pick.
Oh, but you've got dolphins. I actually played Paulo Emilio when it was the last iteration of ranked, when it was tier 9 only. Oh my god, did I farm some salty tears? I farmed a lot of salty tears. So let's look at the matchmaking. Kaga, bad because it'll spot you. Ruprecht, bad because it's got Hydro. Njord and Turpitz. Well, yeah, but the Hydro's a big thing. Turpitz and Njord don't have Hydro. They do each have torpedoes though, so if they spot you, they can luck chuck into you, which would be kind of funny. Minegumo, ouch, and Apollo of their own. Okay.
Minegumo will be a little annoying, I imagine, because he can promo spot you if you're outside of your smoke. My only concern is Rob accidentally eating your torpedoes, because those are effectively Holland torps. So
yeah.
Yeah.
And the big thing about the torpedoes isn't necessarily hitting and doing damage. I mean, either of those ships bad if you take it, but it forces you to slow down and dodge at a critical moment when you need to get close enough to do something. Yeah. Now, these things are decent for ranked. I wouldn't say that they are like the best ever, but they are decent for ranked.
I would argue the German, like the Gear or the Pommern, would be really good for ranked. The Gear actually did most of the heavy lifting for me in ranked this time around.
Well, right, because the Pommern's got the Hydro and the secondaries, and you know.
And those most of the Aegir, the cruiser.
Yeah, and the Aegir's okay. Aegir's a great anti-cruiser cruiser that also has Hydro.
And you can stop around destroy battleships that don't respect you.
Yeah. So.
But then again, Biosyn also exists, so. Oops.
Mm-hmm.
We should do a replay what that does.
So
I like the fact that you're taking. I like it.
Yeah.
I like this move.
I think going A is fine on this map and makes sense, and the Adriatico went to C. So the nice thing about this is it's ranked battles. This gives you extra base XP, better chance of saving your stars should all things crumble.
And it gives more time to load.
Yeah.
Before I have to go
there
start
you
charging
go.
in.
With how earlier
is he gonna-
the B cap got capped, it's possible the enemy Paulo uses engine boost to get there. Or it's the Minigumo that used engine boost because you don't using your speed flag.
Yeah.
Actually, that's
Minigumo's not
probably
that
it.
fast.
That's probably it right
It's
there.
an assault shootout.
Yeah. So that's the enemy
the Minigumo.
Paulo. There he is. And it's
Oh.
because of the speed flag. He's running speed flag and you're not. Oh, Minigumo's there too. You need to smoke up and run, dude.
Yeah. Or you could, or it does this instead. Oh, this could get awkward very fast.
I would not shoot.
Oh, he's fine. He's well outside smoke fire penalty. Now I
That's-
would shoot.
That's the reason
No, I
why
would not
I'd be
shoot.
careful to not shoot. Okay, so you're gonna torp. You're out turning your torps again, and now you're.
Oh no. That's
Okay.
this,
Yay! You took each other out.
I would actually advance it a little longer.
I know you're gonna kill the other one too, but
there was a.
All right.
Play that, and that was not it. That was not it, my friend.
This one was just mostly because of.
because you got a
What's a
double
good
at the
side?
start,
Let's see. Let's see.
we got two of them.
Oh. Oh no, of course he got him.
Next word. Abbiamo affondato un cacciatorpediniere nemico.
Literally one by.
Like, at the very beginning of the match, I took out both of their destroyers at the cost of mine.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade is
and
sexy.
it-
It's nice.
And in a ranked match, in this one, in the ranked environment, that's actually pretty good because you take out most, if not all of their spotting, especially if depends on what their carrier does.
Well,
You know
yes.
what? We'll just 2-for-1 gaming, I guess. Sure. But the thing is, if you had timed that a little bit better, right? If you had smoked up the moment you got spotted, the Chakal was coming in anyways. Minigumo was probably going to smoke up, sure, but the Paolo would have been spotted. You could have taken a much better angle on that Paolo, and you could have theoretically avoided getting torpedoed. You could have hit the Minigumo, and you could have chained onto the turpits, and that's instead of a 2-for-1, for 1. But we don't live in a perfect world, so that's that's how that goes, right? It's a
So-
follow replay. My expectation is everything does.
You also demonstrated, like, right there why Daz... Look at that, too. Like, synchronized syncing. Look at this. You also demonstrated where Dazzle would have been very handy, right? Because you got spotted. That's 15 seconds of extra 8% speed on top of whatever else would be... I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
So here's the
But I
problem.
wasn't expecting both of the destroyers to be there.
Well, of course you weren't, but the moment you saw both of them there, dude, when you saw the Apollo and then you saw the smoke screen, reaction should be smoke, engine boost, and get the hell out. Like, that's the...
I can't help but agree with SAT on this. I have to agree with SAT on this one, actually. It worked, but that could have very easily gone wrong. You could have
Oh,
gone
yeah,
away
I
with
was-
You could have come away from that with absolutely nothing.
Oh, I was
If you
100% like the second I started going from, I'm like, wait, no, this was probably not the best way to do this. But at that point, I was committed.
You were.
well, might as well commit.
You
so,
were.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's where it comes into just, how do you react to situations? And this is an example of you need to have that quick reaction, immediate reaction. This is what's going to happen next, It did work out for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to mention this. Just because you took out both their destroyers does not mean this is an automatic win in ranked. Anything
Yeah,
can and
of
will
course.
happen in ranked. Your team will find a way to throw. It always happens. So
Adriatico, I don't trust I do not trust the Adriatico carry. Even if
It's
it
an-
stands, it's an Adriatico. It's not a
it's an-
very good ship. It's not a good ship.
he's in front of a Ruprecht.
Oh yeah, that too.
Um,
Well, I mean, I guess what do you even title this if you're going to put this on YouTube? Just 2 for 1?
I have an
Quick and
idea.
dirty, baby.
Quick, sure, fair enough. Fair enough, but
Okay. I was thinking Bogo YOLO, or I was thinking Quickie.
yeah.
We spent more time talking about the build of this ship than
That's
Rob
alive.
played in battle.
All for that to happen.
All for that to happen.
That's
I'm very disappointed, Rob, that you used your final torpedo first.
yeah. Behold the Russian torpedo. That worked. It would have been better. It would have been better if you'd gotten a clean run on that Paolo and then gotten the minigun, because you were going to hit the minigun anyways with that widespread. I was very surprised you didn't even connect it.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say this, because you could have come away from that with absolutely nothing.
I'm just gonna fast forward.
Yeah,
It
but you
really
didn't.
doesn't matter what happens now. All right, it is gonna be a stomp. I mean, the Rupprecht goes down. Once he goes down, really, there's not much else they can do. Yeah.
Yeah, the
So-
I mean, it was,
Hey,
Plus,
at
like,
least you made a
I was the
profit.
only one on my team that died, and yet they lost a third of their teammate within like 5 minutes or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, the game still decided to make me first.
Well, sure.
Yeah, welcome to,
You killed 2 ships.
Yeah, the Paolo's.
Full health.
Nice haul of medals out of that one as well. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. So this game was a
This game was a
YouTube
YouTube
short.
I guess I'll put it on YouTube Shorts.
kind of is, isn't it? Anyway,
Yeah,
Jimbo, what
that's not
was your
bad.
title? If you guys have ideas for titles, share them. You know, if you guys like Bogo YOLO or Quickie, fine. If you like something else, let's pull up the replay render because we're going to glean so much from this.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure. Yeah. Good on the Paolo. Good on the Shikala for at least spotting out the Paolo and the Minigumo for long enough for Rob to line it up somewhat correctly.
2 for 1, but not at target. Premature Sinculation. My problem with those 2 titles is just very long. We need something short. So 2 for 1 is perfectly fine. That's why I thought Bogo or Bogo YOLO, but 2 for 1 is fine.
Imagine how embarrassing it would have been if Rob didn't hit the Minigumo with that last torpedo.
Fast fun.
Oh, Fast Fun's not bad.
I like fast fun.
Okay, this is yeah, Wyatt's right. This is the normal Rob gameplay.
Just the tip. He gave him more than just the tip, though.
That's a lot more than just the tip.
Go next.
Oh, next.
All
I
right,
think he's right.
go next.
We'll go next. Just battle on.
All right.
Man, sometimes Paolo Emilio replays are. It doesn't go well, but when it does, spicy.
I mean, that's why we got plenty of replays from Big O with Paulo. YOLO Friday replays
yeah,
with Zach.
sure.
That's right. Rob, thanks for sending that one in. I can't believe we spent so much time arguing about your build, only for you to use that, whatever build you had, for a total of 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Well, I mean, clearly the build works.
You died in the traditional ranked time of under 3 minutes, which is always an achievement, but people manage to do that. But the big thing is you came in first place despite that.
And it was basically full kill 2 destroyers at the beginning of the
Yeah.
match.
You got the cap and you killed both their DDs. That's a lot of basic speed right there. Also, you made 650,000 credits, which is a pretty solid meme right there, Mando.
Yeah.
It's a pretty solid one.
All right.
Take the
Let's
profit.
Let's move on. Let's move on. I'm gonna do a commercial break. We'll do some more Stream Raiders. Let me turn off the autopilot is off. Okay, cool. Maruk, are you still here?
Yeah,
You sent your replay with a write-up of what to expect, and to be with all due respect, Wolfie, I didn't read your write-up because I just didn't have time. Like, I woke up at 11 o'clock this morning, and then I saw your write-up, and I'm like, okay, I could start my stream 20 minutes later, or, you know. So I just had to. Plus, to be quite honest, I prefer to go into replays blind because it gives me a better idea of. I don't want to know what to expect, really. All right, Maruk's Vea game. We'll get that started, and then I have an idea for our 5th replay. Yeah, I like going in blind unless somebody has like a specific. Hey, I want you to focus on, you know, this thing. I like having, you know, a little bit of an idea. All right, you guys beat the level. I'm going to do the commercial break now while we get this game started. The other nice thing about Rob dying so quick and having such a short replay is it does catch us up to more normal timing. So we got 2 hours to go and shit, we don't. Whatever. Anyway.
Sounds like a challenge to me.
It does, doesn't it? All right, let me catch up on Discord. I've got a couple of pings here. Okay. Let's see here. So Smallland.
Is this a clan battle replay? I see.
Is it? Yeah, it is. Hey, we haven't done a clan battle in a long time. Let me get the next one going here. All right, if it's a clan battle, this is going to be... I have to adjust my my coverage. Which is perfectly fine, as we listen to War Machine. Is that Puddin's doing?
What?
War Machine, is this your doing? Is this your request?
No.
Oh, okay. Because this is a Puddin style request, if you ask me, right?
Well, usually just do Guar or Slayer. And we haven't seen any subs, so I'm not doing sick of you.
All right. So this is going to be a Svea.
And I don't want you to go back on vacation. I'd like you to stay for a while.
Puddin, man, when you sent me that message or whatever, and you're like, when are you coming back? Cause I miss you. I'm just like, oh, I told my wife. She's like, that's so cool of Puddin. I missed you guys too, though. I really did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And one thing that was
for now, Shockwave.
What?
You said you were sorry. I said, so what are you sorry for now?
Oh, I yawned.
Right now I'm going. Jerk.
Maruk, check your whispers on Twitch.
Yes, just a second. Good evening, everybody.
Hello.
Okay, thank you. Hello. I'm an intruder here.
It's your replay. You are not an intruder.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. All right. I'm not gonna say a whole lot because I'm on a sabbatical from playing clan battles for now after having played 15 seasons.
What have you done with the real Shockwave?
Dude, I'm tired. It's just I am losing my mind playing.
Oh, the burnout is absolutely real.
Hey, guess what?
Hey, Tanner.
I get to playing clan battles.
What, Montana, like you always do?
No. For the umpteenth season in a row, Moskva again.
Wow! How revolutionary!
Hey, I'd be okay with that. I actually like the Moskva, but you know.
I got
I
shoved
do
in a
too,
container.
but for 16 seasons in a row, like
Sure.
kind of gets bored playing Moskva.
Hey, there's a special.
We
There's a
call it
special.
Moskva jail. This is the Moskva jail.
Yes, that's the Gulag. Moskva has a special place in my heart, though. Moskva saved my clan. Moskva saved Kraken in a way that like I'll tell the story real quick, but in season, I want to say it was season 3. In season 3, the same thing happened to my clan that happens to so many other clans. The thought of, hey, we could actually win and get first place. And so they shifted from, we're going to be competitive, but in a casual way, so we're all just going to have a good time, to we're going super hyper competitive to where if you F up, you are dead to us for the rest of the season and we will never play you again. Like, not that extreme, but you know, pretty extreme. And it sucked all the fun out of clan battles. It sucked the fun out of clan battles. And it doesn't just happen to the top end clans, it happens to every clan that says they want to get really, really, really competitive. When you do that at the expense of, frankly, a lot of the people in the clan. You know, people have good days, people have bad days. You know, people are forced to play ships they don't want to play, etc., etc., etc. So, you know, that to me was the biggest problem with clan battles. So I'm on vacation. I'm on the Danube River in Europe. Okay, and our clan leader quits. And
wait. Oh, this is like a long time ago.
This is a long time ago. This is a long time ago. Season 3 of clan battles. Season 3 of clan battles. My clan leader quits. And at that moment, they said, Zath, no one else is willing to be clan leader. Will you do it? And I said, okay, but you need to understand, I'm in Europe. I'm not playing in clan battles right now. I had to have an emergency Discord call. Local time for me in Europe was 1:30 a.m. So I'm in the rear lounge of the ship on a Discord call telling people, guys, one person quit, you know, and basically a whole bunch of people from the clan quit because they wanted to be more competitive, and so they formed their own clan and blah blah blah. You know how that goes. One person leaves and then 5 other people think about leaving, and then you get the avalanche, and before you know it, your clan has 5 people left. So, you know, I went hardcore damage control. I got on them and I said, guys, number one, I'm not leaving, and you know, I hope you guys won't either. Like, you know, we've got a good group of people, all that stuff, right? And finally, I just said, here's the deal. You go and you play clan battles, but you rebuild how this works. You have to go with the mindset you're going to lose a lot of games because now a big core of the clan battle group isn't there anymore. Find something that works for you. Find a way to win, okay? And maybe that's a ship, maybe that's a comp, maybe that's a certain person in a ship or whatever. I told people, be flexible, be willing to fail. You have to be willing to lose. And I literally, I think, saved Kraken when that happened. While I'm having this conversation, people like deckhands and stuff like that are walking through the back because they cut through the back usually to come from the from below deck up to work on and have a smoke, and they see me go, oh my god, like there's somebody sitting there, like, and I just waved up, said, just go, I don't care, like I don't need to see you, you know. Anyway, so I told them, go find something that works, and what they found that worked was the Moskva. The Moskva had just been buffed that season with the 50mm icebreaker bow, and so a lot of people didn't understand, point the bow at the enemy and profit. And people started for the first time experiencing joy as they charged Yamatos, bounced their shells, and then AP sit-slapped them until they died. You know? Stuff like that. Moskva saved Kraken. Because it saved Season 3 of Clan Battles. It's wild to think about, isn't it?
That's good.
Yeah.
That's a good old story, man.
Yep. So, and then I ended up being leader of Kraken for like 6 years or something after that. And I did a lot of clan battles, and we went through all these different cycles of, competitive play and casual play, and then more competitive, and then people came and people left and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, we managed to save the clan and keep the group together, which was huge.
Yeah.
So part of that was the Mosfa, part of it was just the hype, the whatever. So anyway, shall we move on to our replay?
Let's take a look. So I don't think the build is going to be as important for clan battles, because obviously if you're running the wrong build in clan battles, you're kind of screwing yourself in the process. As far as I'm seeing here, this is the optimal Svea build for clan battles. You're running, obviously, yeah, this is optimal, right? Consumable reload, consumable duration, engine boost, radar, smoke. RPF is very useful on a Svea because of the fact that it lets you track down and kill DDs, because Svea is optimized to it.
I think it's funny how you said you were gonna. I like how you said you're on a sabbatical, so you're gonna hold off on clan battle, and then boom, you go into talking about the build.
I'm sorry, it's forced to have it. Forced to have it. I think clan battles. The red mist descends once again, and I'm out here yapping.
So anyway, before we get into all that, one thing I want to talk about real quick is the way the ship plays and its positioning in clan battles, and why we see it, especially in like competitive like COTS as well. And that's because it's got the mixture of radar and radar and smoke. And so it's a really good ship for hunting down frankly other ships, right? The range, the concealment here is 9 point something kilometer, and radar reaches out to 9, so it can almost stealth radar. So if it detects something, there's a good chance, or if it's detected, there's a good chance it can hit the I win button and detect back what was spotting it. Yeah. Okay, which comes in very handy. For all
intents and purposes. Oh, you got your radar up to 20 seconds of duration. Oh, that is incredible. That's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Because here's the thing, Svea. Think of Svea as a supercharged Ragnar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
with the Citadel. Bigger.
Yes, it has a Citadel.
Mm-hmm.
It's got worse concealments. But what do you have? Smoke, radar, engine boost, heal, 4 charges.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he's right. It's quite survivable because it's super thin. But unlike other high-tier ultralight cruisers, you don't get overmatched by Stalingrad guns, because it's like Stalingrad's like the biggest counter to most ultralight cruisers. This doesn't get countered by it because it has 25mm plating, which allows you to auto bounce Stalingrad rounds past a certain angle.
That's right.
The other thing too is that you have torpedoes.
Mm-hmm. And these are long range fast torpedoes too, 13.5 kilometer and 86 knots. Well. I'm sorry, with what?
They have a fast reload as well. Take a look at the reload on all the torpedoes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So you can just keep on luck checking torps for days. So Svea is oftentimes used as a hiding ship. You put it on the side that the enemy's going to push into, because it's really difficult to push into all the torps from the Svea, plus the smoke and the ability with its main battery. Now these are 152mm guns, but they're pretty darn good reload, and therefore they're really good at starting fires. So you have the combo of starting fires and starting floods, with smoke so it can disengage, engine boost so it can run away quicker if it needs to, and a heal so it stays alive longer. So Svea is really difficult to fight over on a flank. And that's where you oftentimes see a Svea, or sometimes trying to back up the push side, I suppose, with a more centralized position. We see that sometimes in COTS too. But she's a fun ship.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that the idea here is the first one. Is in the kite side with the help of a destroyer, usually Smalans, working together and denying the flank to the enemy. That's the whole idea.
A lot of times in clan battles...
I'm sorry, Zach. I said I can't believe these words are going to come out of my mouth because I'm such a slave to RPF. But considering the Svea is usually paired up with the DD, it's usually on the kite side. Food for thought is you drop RPF and you take one of the top grade gunners are the outnumbered. Because the DD should have RPF too. If you get spotted, you just pop the FU destroyer button so you know where he's at. The other thing is, what are you, YOLO K? So you're like, no, not trying to offend anybody, but you definitely have 2 brain cells at least working. So you usually have a good idea where the destroyer is coming from. And, you know, surviving on a kite site is like that. Literally your job is delay, survive. If you can kill what's ever coming at you due to getting more DPM out, not a horrible decision. It's just food for thought.
Okay.
So-
Usually, depending on the map, Isvea and the destroyer will be like the destroyer more to the center of the map, center to the flank, and Isvea all way to the flank, so we can cross the RPF.
Yes.
But there are maps that you are correct. It's just an overlap of RPF, but that's not what's normally occur.
What I like about radiolocation for the Svea is if you're in a situation where you're by yourself, say that Smallin buddy dies, you still have radiolocation, you can still point your direction at the nearest destroyer, pop your engine boost as soon as you get detected, right? So that you get faster and then they have less time to react, and then pop your I win button, as you said, Puddin. So I think that radiolocation does still have some value to it. But let's get to look at
it does. Right, I'm not saying it doesn't.
yeah.
Probably for most clans, you're definitely going to want to, but maybe I'm just thinking too highly of YOLO K. Like, you guys should be low typhoon, high typhoon, hurricane, right? So, like
YKO.
YKO usually low typhoon.
Yeah.
I mean, but I mean, you're still very good players. Like, we're not talking about storm level clans, right? And
The other 5 players are very good. I'm here just to.
What I'm trying to say is people are always trying to get over that hurdle from low typhoon to pushing hurricane, and it really comes down to DPM, right? Because clan battles is about the burst and sustained damage. You know, so if you can get your burst a little bit higher and get something killed, like I said, it's just food for thought. It's something to maybe get you over that little hurdle.
Okay.
That's some people don't think about.
So
yes, totally valid.
it is valid, and I will say it like this. To me, I feel this gives you the most overall general use. And Puddin, you were talking about outnumbered, right?
Yeah, whatever one's more beneficial, because I really don't run those, because like I said, I am a slave to RPF. Like, I'm a huge... You put RPF on every cruiser and all that, but like, I'm dealing with different skill level players to where I'm usually alone 90% of the time. So yeah, more information's better. But like, like I said, I just think highly of, any of the yellow Kraken clans. So it's just food for thought,
right?
For you guys to discuss.
So, in my opinion, with the value they get radiolocation, the only way, in my opinion, to work in one of these other 2 skills is to reduce a tier 3, a 3-pointer, and a 1-pointer skill to make room for that. I don't know. I mean, you obviously you've got Jersey Mike, you want the buffed adrenaline rush, survivability expert, and superintendent. I mean, these 3 are just such a core grouping. That's the hard part, and
you have to take those.
Right. Now, if you're running the minimap mod from Titaro, which does allow for triangulation of radiolocation, as Wolfie mentions, then this becomes even more valuable. So, but this is a clan battle, and in a clan battle, you'd hope that other people would say, okay, let's use the thing that gets us more information. Let's all synchronize our mods, you know, especially at the higher tier, higher competitive clans. And that's where I think radiolocation really starts to overshine, you know, because of that. So I think this build is fine. I don't know that I'd want to sacrifice radio for something else.
I'm gonna say that this is the build I would probably take.
Yeah.
No, this is the exact build you should be taking on a Sphere because it's maximizing your utility.
It's all utility,
Sphere
baby.
Here's the thing, right? If you're playing Cruisers on a kite site, there's like 3 things you're going to play. You're going to play a Svea, a San Martin, or a Salem, right? With San Martin and Salem, like, with San Martin, the whole goal is kite into oblivion. With Salem, what you're doing is you want to kite, but you also want to have the option to just push back in whenever you need to, right? With a Svea, you're bringing it purely for utility, right? Because you want to play defensive, you can play kind of offensively. Your goal is to just live while killing DDs and killing cruisers. So this is the optimal build, I feel, because you have the ability to hunt down DDs, you're maximizing the usability of your consumables by having consumable reload and consumable duration, and of course you have the 20 seconds is enough to kill most DDs if you catch them. That's useful. So, you know, right. I personally would this is exactly what you should be seeing out of Spam. Flags are good as well. You have the HP flag, you have speed flag, you have repair flag, consumable cooldown flag. Ram flag is useful in like last finish situation, and of course the smoke flag is also very useful just for having a little bit of extra smoke deployed uptime, just in case you accidentally slide out of it.
I would drop the ram flag here, and I would pick up the other fire chance.
I think you're wrong. Ram flag, ram flag is the flag you never want to use, but when you have it, thank God it's there.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. It means for him.
But to me, the extra chance of fire outweighs that.
To shoot more.
Oh, okay.
I remember last clan battle, we lose the battle because Svea or San Martin didn't have the ham flag. So, but I understand if it was like randoms, I don't use the ham flag. But for clan battles, I prefer to take away 1% chance, 0.5% chance that the flags that the flag give to fire chance and have the ram flag, but just a preference.
The ram flag is a flag you never want to use, but thank God you have it when you need it.
Yeah. So, I mean, what about dropping the smoke flag? 1 second of action time. 1.1 seconds is what you gain from. I mean, that's not much.
No, correct. I confess I didn't do the math there.
It's one thing I like about this site. You don't have to.
For 1 second, for 1 second, the fire flag is better. I agree. Totally agree.
Okay. Well, let's get to the game. Now, this is a clan battle, and I haven't done a clan battle in quite some time. But when I do clan battles, oftentimes I like to focus more on the overall game, and then, you know, when we get opportunities to come in and talk about the various, you know, the individual, we can do that. So your team, YKO, has Colombo, Moskva, Double Venezia, you and the Svea, Yu Yang, and Smollett. I'm assuming the Yu Yang is radar.
Yes.
Okay, and you're up against 5D7. That's a clan that's been around a very long time. 5D clan. They've got an Oregon, Castilla, Salem.
That's an experiment.
I'm sorry, what?
Oregon's an experimental ship. I completely forgot
Correct.
you're allowed to bring those into clan battles now. Oops.
So, Oregon, Castilla, Salem, Moskva, Hanlu, Shimakaze, and Marceau. All right. Now, I'm a bit out of the clan battle metas and stuff. Oregon is an experimental ship, and I wouldn't be surprised if 5D7 is playing as an experimental.
Engine boost deactivated.
So you and the Smallland are heading towards the A side. And your push is going hard on B side. On Warrior's Path?
Yes. Yes.
A BC push. You're leaving the small one to defend A by itself, which is not a bad idea. But if I were in this position, right, what I would be doing is actually just you already have 2 radars going to BC side.
Mm-hmm.
I would just have the Moscow at A kiting with the small ones. There's no point in putting like 6 ships on one flank because here's the thing, right? If you over push on one side, it's a little bit. I mean, it can work, but then it's also like if that other side gets run down and you push from B to C, and they somehow push all the way around from A, now you're effectively put into a crossfire, right? That's my concern. But let's just see how this plays out. We'll see how this goes.
Yep. All right. So I want to point out too, I paused it here and I didn't get a chance to comment on it before, but it said RPF and that had compass directions. When you see that, that's the T-Tower minimap mod at work, combining radio locations of each player that's got radio location essentially. Okay. And so it's great for triangulating points. And that's where, again, radio location comes in handy. Where is the Dirty Water City Boar? It's coming. I usually wait till we finish replays to get into some dirty water, okay? I am very jealous of your rum. I saw your comment earlier, just didn't get a chance to comment on it. I would agree. I think I understand what you're thinking about the Moskva kiting away at A, but to me the Moskva is just a... I would rather play Moskva Balwan than kiting.
The Svea was old. I didn't see that. I'm sorry. I'm blind. I actually just realized that the Svea is also at A. No, this is fine. That's actually perfectly fine. No, that's totally fine.
Yep. So now, as far as the BC push, the only issue I have with the BC push is you either have to get everybody to go one way or you split. And if you split, that really hurts. If you try going down this channel, especially. It's rough. I'm guessing you're putting the Moskva on the traditional Moskva spot, cover the mid.
Yes.
Yeah. Good.
Torpedoes.
That's good because Moskva has the range to cover.
Exactly.
And I'm guessing you're gonna also shove the Colombo through the 7-line, 8-line gaps.
He's fixing to go through there. Yes. There's the Castilla. There's the Marceau. Let's go back to your view to watch you and the Smallland, buddy.
Yeah, I would have the small one also shoot here, because of the fact that actually no, don't have the small one shoot because it's still spotted.
Small and shooting is fine because it gives them something to shoot instead of you for a little bit. But you're seeing the Marceau doing Marceau things and being super speedy.
Yes, and I have a hard time to adjusting my cross.
You're adjusting your shot. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Also, I would be vacating the smoke, like, immediately. What is it that we say about smoke, Seth?
Well, it's a big magnet for torpedoes, absolutely. And you better believe that Marceau luck check the smoke. Hey, look at that, torpedoes!
Oh, look, who saw that coming?
Yeah. Actually, what I would be doing is I'd be vacating, I'd be flipping the other side to luck check my other rack of torps at it. Oh, hey, Marceau came back. 50 shots fired and 5 hits. Well, these shells are a bit on the floaty side at long range.
At 8 kilometers? Not really. You're not leading it up, Merrick, on Marceau. You're also, I feel like you're trying to adjust your aim too much. That's what you're trying to do. You're over-adjusting your aim. Aim more smoothly, right? Rather than being very sharp. That's the mistake that I make when it comes to aiming against high DDs, like say Marceau. Right there you go, like that.
And by now we knew that Shimakaze was here too.
Yeah, he saw the torps.
You can see the torps passing like a second.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah. Good.
I don't know what Marceau is doing there because he gets stuck in the border.
That's okay.
Yeah,
the border
that's
does
really bad.
actually what it's supposed to do for once.
Which is work to your benefit.
Right, yeah, I mean, how many times do you see people, you know...
Not complaining, not complaining.
Gunfire's too loud? Well, I can try to... Hold on.
Lower the volume of the... I mean, I'm a bit far from my mic, which... Okay, I'm right next to my mic now, so I should be able to...
Well, I mean, I'll be fair to say, he's like, y'all making fun of him for not being able to hit a French DD who was speed juking and dodging professionally. Like,
I'm not making fun of him. I'm just saying aim a little more. All I'm saying is aim more smoothly. Also, Zach, you might have accidentally slowed down the replay, but or did you? No,
No, it's normal speed now.
Okay, sweet.
Okay, radio location just flipped back to the Marceau again.
Yes. It was on Shima and now on Marceau. Yeah.
Oh look, your Oregon,
Yeah.
their Oregon died. What do you know?
Hey, experimental ship dead because he overextended. Okay, cool. So that's good. I like this so far because now what you're doing is effectively forcing those 4 ships to push into you, right?
Yep.
And that's giving your team to, or actually, tripping slowly.
Oof.
Zach, can I pause this for a second, Zaz, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Right. So, what just happened? The Small has died. So that's one thing.
Yeah.
Now you're effectively
Big
alone
thing.
against. That's a big thing. Now you're effectively alone against a Moscow, a Salem, Marceau, and a Shimakaze.
I dare say the Shimmy's moved on.
Correct.
Most
Now, the
likely.
good news
No,
is-
he's still there. He's still there. He's still there.
He's an
Hey, is he?
idiot then.
Yeah, no. The Shimakaze
Anyway.
should have rotated through mid. All you really need is the Moscow to chase down. Moscow and the Salem to chase down the Svea. The Moscow can hot route it over on the B line, and then the Salem can just hot route it through the middle and use the Shima swatting to his advantage. What they're doing here is a mistake. They're chasing you down, which is really awkward. But
Well,
what you're doing here is the right thing, and effectively saying, "Hey, come and get me," and giving the rest of your guys down up on the 7, 8, 9, 10 line time to go through C, cap it, kill the Guden and the Castilla, and then rotate back.
mm-hmm.
So this is good. I like this.
So in clan
That's the
battles,
idea.
yeah. Also, I want you to take a look too at their deployment. The enemy team did a balanced deployment, literally covering the map almost equally. You guys didn't. You did a 2-player hideaway and then 5-player push. And in clan battles, the ship disparity is really important. The more of your ships you have facing the fewer of their ships, the better off you are, and the quicker you can kill those few ships, the better off you are too. Which is probably why 5D7 is trying to kill Maruk right now with all 4 of their assets instead of just the 2. Yes, a Salem and Moskva will probably kill a Svea that's at full health. It's just going to take them a very long time. So 5D is probably saying, we want to kill this Svea as quickly as possible, so that frees the entire team up to rotate. I get your idea, though. Shimakaze Marceau right now could rotate out, or, yes, back cap B, all that good stuff. Absolutely, SAT. So I'm just trying to get in the mindset of what the enemy team might be thinking. But I agree. The 2 destroyers should be, at this point, the 2 destroyers should be moving someplace else and relocating. Whether that does something for the Moskva Colombo push or goes to back out B, both are good viable options at this point in the game. Let's see what happens.
And how did I know that Shima was there? Because when I start smoking like 5 seconds forehand, the smoke was between me and Moskva and Marceau. And I was still spotted, so I knew Shima was in my right side.
Torpedoes astern.
Now, also, if you're using the mod that tells you how many people are hitting you with radio location, that's another way to know Shima's probably still here.
Yeah.
And there goes the torps. Yeah.
Now,
I like what you're doing here, by the way, with the smoke. I'll
You
just
came-
point that out really quickly.
Yeah. You came out of the
What I
smoke.
like
You were
what do-
you were detected. I would have liked to
spotted.
seen your radar right there, just so you could possibly catch the Shimakaze if he was too close to you. That would have just helped to confirm exactly where he was. Maybe you get a shot or two into him.
Good point. Good point,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah. This will help in 1 second. I think.
Torpedoes
Oh,
to
hey,
starboard.
look, the Marceau got closer. That's nice of him.
Why would he do that? Hang
And the
on.
radar.
Oh, you just got slapped by the boss. But turn away, turn away, turn away. Just
He
use
doesn't
your
care
back,
about that.
Now
And
you're quite good.
yeah, work on him a bit.
What can I do? That's good, that's good. Yeah, you got the Marceau, now kill the Mossfoot.
Yeah. And Moskva took 2 torps also.
I saw
Yeah,
that.
now you
That
just
forces a
have to fire.
DCP.
Yeah. Yep.
So sticky fire number 1. Again,
And
work on
now
gunnery.
I knew that Shima is not there. Yeah.
Yeah, because he radared.
Merrick, you're panic aiming a lot, right? You're panic aiming. I can see that very clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are moving your mouse all over the place while you aim, right? I can
You're
tell that
excited.
pretty much immediately. Excited.
Also,
Panic,
also
maybe.
you could have
I-
I
chosen.
must tell a secret. I must tell a secret. I play with controller, but I was panicking.
With the
Because
controller?
the entire push of the entire push of my team depends on me staying alive and attracting attention. So I was panicking also, but I play with controller.
Why do you play with a controller instead of a mouse?
Uh,
Free.
I feel more comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, suit yourself.
Obviously, that does hurt your ability to be accurate with your guns.
Yes, a bit.
You already, yeah. Well, your team is all. Well, the rest of your boys have already, and you've lost both your back turrets. Oh yeah, this is another issue with Svea. Its turrets have no armor whatsoever. So if you like large caliber HE shells, like even medium caliber HE shells, you're just gonna get cooked. Like just not permanently disabled, but pretty easily like incapacitated, right?
No, they can be
That's the
permanent.
consequence of being an ultralight cruiser. They can't be permanent. That's a consequence of being an ultralight cruiser. Austin has this problem. Colbert has this problem, especially.
Now
Yeah.
Be ready for him to radar you and AP you. He had AP in the barrels last.
He actually already uses radar, Seth.
Yeah.
I already saw it go off.
Okay.
You know, if this Rosebud's just getting you torpedoes, he's better off playing a Stalingrad, because his high is clearly not being any use.
Right.
Order writing. He's probably upset. He's very
And the
Oh, no, I
map
would've-
ended. So
good. Narrow spread torpedoes there.
I think you ran out of game.
Yeah, I think that's one of the advantages of these European ships is the narrow spread torpedoes.
Wait for it.
no.
It's like-
No, it just went
remember,
past.
Yeah.
That was,
Well, so
yeah, that was
they rotated, but they didn't rotate the way I thought they would. They brought their
That was
Shima and
bad
Salem
rotation.
out and said the Marceau and Moskva. Maybe it's because they both start with the letter S and M. I don't know. But, like, wow.
That was really no. That was a really bad rotation. Here's the thing. Why? I mean, I get sending the Moskva after the Svea, but look where the Moskva is. Look how far out of position he is.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And
S
as a
and M?
result of that, they have very minimal control over the middle of the map. Oh, and the Salem just gets insta deleted. Okay, that's funny.
Wow. Hey, your super heel can say whatever they want to a, sap.
Superheel's not going to save you from Columbo AP. Everybody forgets Columbo has AP until it actually shoots AP at you.
So Shima was sent to go to the B cap and back cap, but because the Venezia's turned around, the Shima couldn't do that. That's hilarious. And so I also want to highlight, this is exactly how you kite away, by the way. We see a lot of players in randoms and ranked and even clan battles. So they kite towards their team. No, you kite away from the team. You kite to the corner. And you go to the corner because you want to drag the enemy to you as long as possible. This Moskva now that killed you is so far out of position. By the time he comes back to do anything, it's too late. Doesn't matter. Done.
There's
GG's.
a Columbo, a Mossad, and a Yu Yang in his face.
Well, sure.
And if the enemy ignores you, you can pick broadsides all day. Also, when you kite.
Absolutely.
That's right. That's
Why
right. So
13 is so good at kiting because it's an AP focused cruiser that does a ton of damage, lives forever, right? Now,
Shima's about to die.
The only questionable thing about this is the fact that you're using a controller, which kind of messed up your aim. But otherwise, considering what your job was, you did that exactly as you're supposed to, right? If you are playing a kiting cruiser in clan battles, your whole job is to kite and live as long as possible.
Yep.
If you do that, you've done your job. That's
Yep.
all you needed to do.
You had one job, and you did it.
Yeah.
And I did a little damage also.
That's a ton of damage. You got rid of the Marcel. You forced Moskva to chase you to the corner. Oh,
nice round number.
Battleship Moskva, ladies and gentlemen. Battleship Moskva. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Wolfie, the
criticism
gunnery
I
comment is he's got a controller, so that's not going to happen unless he switches to mouse. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mouse aiming is a lot easier. If I was mouse aiming, that Moskva dies guaranteed because he was playing so poorly.
And the Marceau fight earlier ends a little bit differently too.
I'm just saying, I'm highly disappointed. Once you killed these DD, you should have just turned and rammed the stupid Moskva.
Or you could just drive by him.
I
mean, at that point, you're literally running out of map room, so it's like stuck on a border and die, or just go at him and either take him out or die. Like,
I mean, you could try to go in and skill gap him, sure.
I would have turned on the Freebird. I would have just played Freebird and yelled.
You have to go for the ram. That way, you can justify the ram flag.
Putting his appointment.
Whatever you say.
All right, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Let's put the render up here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much to say though. Like, truth of the matter is, if you're playing a kiting cruiser and it's your game is going to be boring unless it turns out that everybody is on your flank.
Yep.
That's when it gets interesting.
Yep.
But it's also really strange that it's also a bit strange what 5e did, right? Because here's the thing. Oregon, for all intents and purposes, is designed to be aggressive. It is designed to push in like nobody's business and kill everything.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, why did 5e choose to kite with this, right? Like, why didn't they just push 5-2 on A and then let the Guden and the Castilla kite to absolute oblivion, or just put or even if they wanted to do a 4-3 split, like, pause for a second, right, Zeth? Like, why is the Oregon there? Like, why is the Oregon at F9 when there's two Venezias and a Yin Yang, which can just kill it so easily, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Venezias are just going to smoke, and the Yin Yang is just going to keep it permaspotted. The Oregon, for all intents and purposes, is a modified Georgia. Georgia does not have a lot of health to begin with, and it does not have any armor against SAP rounds, or even AP into the upper belt from a cruiser.
No, the only thing that Georgia has going for it is the funny button when you get up close. You got to get close enough to do it, though. That's the hardest thing. Hey, Scheist.
Yeah. Ooh, fireworks. But yeah, that's a valid point. Yeah, and they didn't use the Oregon correctly. If you wanted to put the Oregon anywhere, it should have been at A if you're going to overpush that, right? Or
yes.
You put it in an ambush position where it's like, okay, we're waiting for them to push through the gap. Just send the Organ, one tap the Moskva, and then two tap the Columbo with the burst.
Yep.
Right? That's how that works.
Yep.
And then you use the support of your cruisers to kill the rest of the two Venezians off.
Well, I mean,
I would
maybe
say there was anything necessary. I don't think that YKO did anything wrong here. It's just 5D not utilizing their ships correctly. That's the only thing I can really take away from that.
Enchilada, hey. Yeah, I completely agree with you. And so this is, 5D is experimenting with an experimental ship. That's okay. They're
sure.
they can choose to do that if they want. So They didn't use it the right way. That's okay.
Yeah.
Enchilada, how you doing?
The double Venezia comp is we were experimenting this week with this comp. That's not our usual comp.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now is do you know, are they using unique upgrade? Do you know?
No, all consuming.
Okay.
Venezia, yeah. No, with Venezia, like mod doesn't really work in comp because you really need to maximize your concealment. The truth of the matter is that concealment is actually a lot more valuable in comp than having outright DPM or being able to engage effectively, right? Because engaging effectively basically means ensuring that your health, you need to maintain your health, right? If you are, if you have an engagement, like your initial engagement is like, you lose like half your health on your initial engagement versus say only a quarter, right? What you're going to come off a lot worse if you lose more health in that initial engagement because then you have less health to trade later, right? This is like the old lesson that I learned from the 07 guys. Health is everything, right? And I'm sure SAT will agree with me on this. The more health you have to trade in the late game, the better it is. Thus, going for builds or going for strategy design that relies on you out trading the enemy to start is not exactly optimal. Yeah, exactly, Zach. SAT, health is a resource. It is a massive resource.
It's an important one to be able to utilize, yes.
Oh, yes, please. And, you know, that's killed me so many times in clan battles, or like, that's cost me a lot of games in clan battles, because as a player, I didn't use my health properly. And I didn't use my health as a resource. And that's something I've had to learn how to do properly, obviously. Mechanical skill, knowing what traits to take, so on and so forth. And I feel like that in this particular game, if we're staying on the topic of the Svea kiting, Merritt did a good job of conserving his health until he needed it, right? Using his health appropriately, right? Kiting the Mossfa and the Marsaw to absolute death. Now, could the Swans have lived? Absolutely. But he did his job. He got the Marsaw, he got the Mossfa to chase him all the way to the border, and that's all he needed to do. Plain and simple. I'm sorry.
All right.
I might have been yapping a bit too hard there. The red mist is descending again, and I'm going off about it.
Yeah, no, it gives me a chance to move some things around with my setup, so that's fine. Okay, cool. I can drop this a little bit. I'm just playing around a little bit with my vertical setup here because I just realized like nobody can really see anything on vertical anyway with my maps. I just made it bigger. What was he thinking of going there solo without destroyers? Yeah, I have no idea. But yeah, that's what they did. So, you know, they definitely didn't play the Oregon appropriately. But I mean that's part of the experience of any game, especially clan battles, is, you know, if the enemy team doesn't utilize their stuff, then what does it matter, you know? So, all right, well, let's drop the replay render and close this one off. And Maruk, thanks for the replay. I don't know if there was much to give you for that, but you know.
Yeah, I'll title this one "Do Your Job." Just do your job. The old Belichick saying.
I like the idea in the last smoke, instead of continuing going A1, I could turn it and try a YOLO on Moskva. That was a nice input.
Get a mouse. That'd be a good title.
Get a mouse. That's also nice.
You know, here's the thing. Turning towards the Moskva and trying to YOLO him, you know, yeah, you might be able to get a ram off. You also could easily die sooner. And the whole point of that was to drag him as far away as possible and you know, whatever. So I don't think that it was a bad thing necessarily to go to the corner. And again, I know what's going on in your mind at that point in the battle. It is survive as long as possible. That was your job, that was your goal, and that's what you repeated to yourself in your mind. First and foremost, survive. Everything comes secondary to that. So if that's your mindset, you're not going to turn around and YOLO the Moskva. You're going to work your way to the corner, then sit there and say, I guess I'll just die now. You know? So, which is fine.
It's the old Belichick. like I said, it's just doing your job. That's
Do your
all
job.
you needed to do.
Damn right. Do your job. All right. On that note,
That's
Okay.
what I titled.
Thank you, guys.
thank you very
Of
much.
course, Merrick.
Thank you.
All right. Now, and Patton, we just looked at a clan battle, actually. We just saw a clan battle, which is the Savea. I'm going to get words going here. And I have Morkbork with the hydrate. So let me get that taken care of there. Now, we have room for one more replay. And I have an idea. I'm going to type it up in the chat so that I don't give anybody specifically any extra bonus, okay? Let's see. David, are you still here? There it is in chat. Meanwhile, Enchilada, thank you for the 300 bits earlier. I don't know if you left to go lurk already, but I do appreciate the cheer. 300 bits cheers like dropping treasure chests in our sea of streams, making waves with your generosity. Thanks for fueling the ship with your support. Let's set sail on Sea of Gratitude. Pockington, Utrecht. All right. We'll do the Utrecht. Pockington was faster. Ha ha ha.
God damn
it. Where's Pockington? What did he send in? He sent in Utrecht.
God damn it.
Do I already have it?
All right, well. Does it have it?
When did you send that one in, Pock? I don't see it. Let's see if I can find it. So, because Zeko is looking, he's forced to work today. He was hoping that we could do a different replay. So, that can push his replay back a little bit. Possibly Sunday. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, I got to find this replay that Pockington wants me to do.
You found it.
March 8th. Okay,
Sure.
I wasn't going back that far because of Rob's post about previous replays from patches. Is this on the current patch?
Is it? Is it 14.1, 14.2, or 14.1? That's the question.
Well, I'll try loading it right away and see if it works or not.
Let's see. 3.8 was... The patch was on the 5th, so it should be fine. Because it's once a month. Was the patch on the 5th, or was it on February 26th? I don't remember.
I mean, it's loading.
Is it loaded?
So, Maruk, that means I could have used your Xian Yang game. I can still download it anyways. I was just going off of what when Rob said it was prior to the patch. Oh, well.
Oh, it does work. Oh, but it's a operations. Interesting.
You're gonna do real life stuff? Go for it. All right, so let's get that done. Commercial break. Okay, so the bot is doing the commercial break thing now. That's interesting. Get the lights back up again.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm typically an operation main at this point. I don't really play randoms anymore.
To be quite honest, I don't blame you one bit.
Shazaz, I'm actually going to go.
Okay.
Because I do have a flight. I do have a flight to catch in a few hours, so I need to get everything sorted before I leave.
All right. Well, safe travels.
Thank you, and I hopefully can see you for Clash of Classes tomorrow and day after tomorrow, my friend.
Yeah, we shall see. Replay render. Let's get the replay rendered here. Come on. There. Okay, and that means these two need to go to this folder. Do Utrecht guns do more than 2k damage per salvo? We'll check in a second. I gotta load up the replay. Nope, wrong window. This one. And where did I download this to? Here. Here we go. Okay, for some odd reason, that one worked just fine. Which is hilarious. Let's see here. What am I missing? Nothing. I think I got everything now. I gotta get the video. Get that downloaded.
I don't remember what happened in this game since it happened almost a month ago at this point.
Yeah. Let's see. Utrecht. Okay, and that gives me the ability to move these replays out of this folder. Ta-da. Okay. Alrighty then. Chat, I'm gonna hit the bathroom for just a minute. We got 10 points left for level 7. Did anybody try lateral? Hey, lateral was the word. 3 points to go. 3 points to go. And we got it. Nicely done there, City Boar. So I'm going to hit the bathroom. Just going to run another commercial break so you get some commercial free time. And this will be the last replay of the day. Once that's finished, we'll do some live play action, okay? So stay tuned for that, hopefully. Try missing. Bam! Got it! Missing. E is fake. The E is fake. Commercial break. Be right back. And then dirty water. You better believe it, City War. Okay. Okay. Oof. That scared me for a sec there. 4 points away. How about signs? Bam. Remember, there's 2 S's, so you can put an S at the end of anything. Sings can work too. Someone try sings. There you go, City Boar. All right, we got the level done. All right, stay tuned. We'll see if we can beat that at the next break. But for right now, we've got a replay to do. Pockington's game. There we go. I keep forgetting I made a button now to show it, and I whatever. Is what it is. You ready, Pock?
Yep. Well, I'm just watching. Let me find the YouTube stream because it's stuck on an ad for me right now.
All right, no worries. But by the time we're done talking with it, you'll be fine. But this is the Utrecht.
that's
This is the Dutch light cruiser line, the new one, the new hotness. I myself just got to the tier 9. I'm in no rush to grind up this line, but it's a pretty fun line. If you like using the Dutch oven, the Dutch airstrikes, that's really what it leans into. It's also got lower caliber destroyer guns, the 128 millimeter guns, which are kind of interesting because it has the German 1/4 HE pen, right? So they pen 32 millimeters of armor, which basically means 9 times out of 10 you're just firing AP at your target. You can get away with doing, HE at a target. You can get away with using AP against light cruisers and stuff that show broadside. They get real close, up close and personal. The AP can absolutely just buzzsaw somebody down to nothingness, which is kind of fun. But generally speaking, you're mainly looking to set a lot of fires with your Dutch airstrike, with your guns, and you just keep doing that until the target you're shooting at is dead. Did I miss anything at all with that? I mean, that's pretty much how it plays, right?
Well, also compared to the normal other Dutch light cruiser line, this one has really short airstrike cooldown, like half the cooldown of the standard line.
Right, which is why I said if you love airstrike, I mean, this is the line for you. It's just
the only downside is the box drop is really small compared to the line. It's more comparable to like the Trump's box size.
Okay.
Or at least in Provincens.
And then I see, let's take a look at the build then. So you got main armaments mod 1, damage control, aiming systems, airstrike, concealment, and then finally main battery. I would recommend engine room protection in slot 2.
Yeah, I think I just recommended modules and went with it. I didn't even realize it gave me damage control.
Got it. Yeah. Because obviously this will help keep your engines alive, or you can always go with engine boost mod if you like the ship enough and play it enough. But yeah, otherwise everything else makes sense here. And then for commander, you've got Helfrich, who's a fancy 21 pointer with last stand, focus fire training, of course, to get that reload done for the Dutch airstrike, survivability expert, superintendent, concealment expert, adrenaline rush. Heavy HE and SAP because you're, like I said, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be spamming HE. And then you went for the buffed demo expert to round it out. Okay? The only really question that you have to ask yourself is, do you want demo expert or do you want priority target? And it really depends on how comfortable you are with being open and not knowing if people are targeting you. In your use case, since you said you play primarily operations now, priority target probably isn't so important. Just simply be behind somebody else who's spotted that's closer to an enemy target, and they'll shoot them instead, right?
Yep.
So you can
If this is for operations, why are you even taking concealment?
Well, that's just my default build in case I use it. Because I still plays random sometimes. But
Yeah.
it's just I mainly play operations. I don't want to have to respec it every time I switch between game modes.
That makes sense. Because otherwise you would just take top grade gunner instead for the extra DPM. So, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. And no signals because LOL operations. Fine. Let's go ahead and get into the battle then. Oh, now it brightens up. I took the screenshot when it was like super dark and now it like, whatever. Anyway. So this is Operation Aegis. You are in a triple division. Oh my god, look, it's Rob.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to submit this one, because our Rob was on my team.
In a Colombo. That's awesome. Is he still here?
I think so.
Alright, I'll ping him on Discord to let him know. I bet he dies. Yeah, let's... Ooh. We can do a prediction here. Start a prediction. Here. Will Rob die? Yes. No. I will give you... I don't want it to be too long, otherwise he might die in time. So I'll give you 2 minutes.
It's way too much time.
Place your bets now with your channel points. Will Rob die in this game? Yes or no? And then somebody please remind me to, you know, pay out or do the answer thing. Sometimes I forget that. Anyway, this is actually not a bad operation for you to start with because you get this nice gearing smoke screen. Oh, I see what you're doing. And then you've got Shimakaze and Regulo who can provide you with smoke too if you wanted it.
Yeah, we were just goofing around. The friend of the Shima was just trying to do combat missions, and I was just running whatever. Me and the other guy, the Regulo, were just running whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We're just having fun.
Okay. So here comes your airstrike. Now, I personally kind of struggle with the airstrike a bit, just because it's just, if you're off on your aim, even in the slightest, it misses everything. But you know, if you want to get good on that, you have to play the ships like constantly.
And there goes Rob charging through.
Oh yeah, look at that. Good thing we set 2 minutes.
That's when I noticed he was. That's when I noticed that I was in a game with him. He didn't save high pack though.
He's too busy dying. Anyway, the hard part about these ships.
Going back to Minecraft.
Right. The hard part about these ships is oh, this is the flagship op too. The hard thing is, like, when you play all the different Dutch cruisers, they all have slightly different styles with their airstrike, and then you add on top of that the Tromp as well, and it's really difficult to like figure all that stuff off. Hey, Fluffy. What one is Rob, and why did I put 2.7k and say yes? He's in the Colombo. He is in the Colombo. You finish grinding that line, and you will now probably forever ignore it. Honestly, I'll probably ignore it too when it's done. It's not a bad line per se. There's just so many more ships I'd rather play. Now, I didn't realize that Fluffy was a streamer as well. I caught his stream when somebody raided him. I was doing some Twitch surfing earlier today. Before the... Oh, look, my watch is telling me to take a walk. That's so nice of my watch.
Here I'm not really worried about being shot since Rob and the shores are right up in there.
Yeah, so there's a shout out for Fluffy. If you would like to follow him, go for it. I'm sorry, what did you just say, Hawk?
I'm not too worried about getting shot here since Rob and the shores are in their face.
Yeah. The only thing to worry about being shot at really is from the Clausewitz and this combo up to the north.
Which I think they're shooting the shores right now because it's closer to them technically.
Nope, they're shooting you.
Oh, now they are. They weren't until then.
Yep. Contrary, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. How is your Friday going? This is Friday, right? Okay, yeah.
But then my friend in the Shima gets himself spotted, and I tell him to smoke up. I don't remember if he smokes up in time.
Oh my god, Rob killed the Satsuma.
He just slapped Satsuma for like 80k.
And he's still alive, by the way.
Give him
You
5
think we
minutes.
Fluffy, I don't remember, and I just got back from a vacation for 3 weeks, so, yeah, I don't remember. Why aren't you using your airstrike? I mean, you might as well while you're running away.
Honestly, I don't remember what I did in this game, but I'm actually surprised I'm not shooting here myself since I'm going to stay spotted either way. They're almost in my concealment range.
Exactly.
Don't know why you're not shooting.
Broadside Azuma!
The AP
Howdy
on
was
the
great.
not that bad on upper belts.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter for me anymore, but they really need to fix that bug when you leave air. Yes! It's annoying as all F.
And there's all 3 of the damage procs from Conrad procced.
Yep. Yep, I saw that.
The 3rd airstrike too. Except I just didn't wait for it to charge up that time.
Yep, because you got the 50 bombs. So now you get one extra, was it an extra plane in each strike too?
I don't think the plane each strike works, but the airstrike has been working. I've not seen an extra plane in the squadrons.
Okay, I just thought that's what the description says, but maybe it's...
It says plus 3 planes on deck, but it seemed to work. And there goes Rob.
Oh my god, they killed Rob! Alright, well, I'm glad I didn't do 5 minutes. Oh my god, 100% of people said yes.
What, shocked? Why?
You know what's funny is if Rob came back, he could have made a ton of channel points.
I could have made
Now
a
the
ton
team
too,
will
but I
win.
only voted for like 200. I only put in 200.
You weren't that sure, huh?
I remember him dying, but I was just like, I didn't want to sit there and click.
Okay.
I should have gotten my own clicker out.
You could have gotten more channel points for you know, more cover my replays. AP into the Sats?
Yeah, it's the AP super ship or flagship, so more AP damage
Oh.
on it.
Oh, okay. I didn't. I haven't played much of the flagship ops. I've been kind of away.
Yeah, the shield icon means AP, or they're the
Oh.
AP buffed.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see the AP thing now.
And
So
on the
that means-
flagship ops, it would at the start of the match, it will choose two of 3 flagships.
Yeah.
And if you press tab and go to missions, it will tell you there which flagships are gonna be. It'll say what ship class they're gonna be as well. So it'll say like torpedo battleship or right there, Iron Fist battleship, torpedo master cruiser.
So it's vulnerable to AP and SAP. Accelerating. Okay. Huh. And then there's also torpedo master cruisers here. Vulnerable to torpedoes. Okay. Now, is that what the Clausewitz is? Or is that only for the flagship specifically?
That's the flagship specifically. That
Okay.
Clausewitz is buffed by the AP battleship. Because the flagship will buff everything, all the other ships around it.
Oh, okay.
They make them have the same weaknesses too.
Right. Yeah, I wish I had played more of the flagships ops, just haven't had time. I think I played a couple when I was away, but anyway.
They're really good for base XP.
Sure. Oh, I saw some people posting base XP and like over 3,000. You don't play flagship at all, you just stick to regular ops. The biggest problem with the flagship ops is that you it's too easy to lose, right? Especially if you don't have a large division.
Also, for some reason in flagship pops, you can only take a div of 6.
Motorversterking geactiveerd.
So you're always stuck with one random. Yeah.
Yeah, you're also gonna be stuck with one random for some reason.
Okay. We're gonna see some battleships up in a second here.
Yeah, I was worried that the Zoom wasn't dead yet, so I thought the battleships were gonna spawn in my face. I don't remember if they do or not.
You grind blue boosters to me flagship to make it worth it. Yeah. Well, what you could be doing... Okay, yeah, you're gonna try to duck behind this island. That's fair. Otherwise, I was gonna say get behind the Shima so that he can smoke you.
Yeah, I asked him for a smoke, but then I told him hold his smoke because he does tend to get a bit too close to the enemy sometimes, and that gets him killed.
Okay.
So I told instead of making him waste his smoke on me, I told him I'm just gonna duck behind the island.
Well, the ironic thing is, you're just sitting here waiting for like 2 ships to kill that Azuma.
Yeah, it's kind of the tough part. Waiting for the bot carrier at the curve first, and the other my division's very low.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, my friend in the Shima gets too close all the time, and look how close he is now.
Yeah, so, I mean, good chance he's gonna die quickly. Alright, there goes the Azuma, finally. And there's the Yamatos.
Attention. Clarifying the order. Cover the retreat of our transport ships.
Now, instead of all 3 on the Yamato, I would have spread it out there. Try to get the DCPs going on both of them. Giveaway up, guys. CC container 14.2. Wow. All those hits, only 8 pens and 1 fire.
Yeah, these pens only, I think the bombs only pen 34 millimeters.
Yeah. Ouch. Some good torques from your Shima Bud, though. Yeah, this is over on Twitch, so if you're watching on YouTube, Kick or Rumble, head on over to Twitch. Make sure that you followed the channel and just write anything in chat. This is a CC container code, which is one of the good codes.
Here I was waiting for his TCP to end before sending the airstrike.
Why not? Ooh, double fires. Nice. Yeah, Beefall, I love good codes too. I love codes that give away ships. Aw, thank you, City Boy. I love you too, man. In a plutonic way. Hoping to get another fire there.
Rob actually got this game.
Well, I can look it up, actually. Rob... 397,000.
That's pretty damn good for how quick he died.
Yeah, well, that's that Satsuma that he smacked, right? Plutonic? It's not a nuclear thing.
Here decided to open because my Shima friend got spotted.
Mm-hmm.
He shot his gun by accident.
Well, if you're spotted, you might as well open up on that Kerr first and try to get the Kerr first dead. Bomb drop takes at least 10 seconds. That's true, Electric. Yeah, he could have just dropped instead of waiting.
I'm just worried about the Yoshinos and the boss fights because they hurt.
Well, sure, but you're also, like, pretty healthy, and you've got a heal still, and there's, what, a minute or two left in the op? So... Let me put it this way. Once those transports get spotted, you probably want to be opening up anyways, right?
Motorversterking geactiveerd.
Also, I like using the airstrike camera to look around my ship.
I noticed.
Guess around my view.
So you can ask your Shimakaze buddy to smoke you up here. And again, I would have held that third for DCP or something. Oh, good, he's DCP. He's smoking you. That's nice of him.
Guys, I think I did ask him for a smoke here.
I might have used the opportunity to turn and follow the Shima just to get a couple extra seconds of smoke out of it, but whatever. Vroom vroom engine boost. That's right. Two fires. You could switch to AP here and aim for superstructure. I mean, Kerfers will probably be dead anyway.
I think he dies to the Shima's horse.
Yes, okay. The only reason I bring that up is just because you absolutely want that thing dead, right? Like, to get the star.
Yep, it's not gonna be 5 stars up because the Shores died, and the only person who could have rescued him was Rob, but he already died.
I just got a mental image of Rob in a paddle boat. I'm coming to get you.
I bet you the Shores captain was like, no, go away.
Shooting the wrong cruiser. He's shooting the battleship right now. He's shooting the Yamato. And you could probably use your Dutch ovens again. Shoot the cruiser that's close to the transports. That's Kabi. This Clausewitz here. Not a bad idea. Also, you might want to be out and spotted too, so they shoot at you maybe.
Well, I mean, the other thing you could do is actually hit your target.
Nah.
Yeah, I suck at aiming. I'll admit, I suck at aiming.
But I mean, like, why were you even like? I was thinking it was broadside. What are these, like 155s, 152s?
128.
Why were you even using AP then without it being on fire?
Agreed. Get him on fire first, then AP.
Because the other thing I think a lot of people forget about is AP is affected by distance. So the smaller caliber means you're actually going to do less damage.
Oh, it is? Huh.
Yeah.
And not enough. Yep, you waited too long on your airstrike. Still a pretty damn good game. 480,000 damage. What was your base XP? 1761.
1 kill?
1 kill. Look, Rob almost beat you, and he died.
He got like so much damage into that damn Satsuma. Like
You
this is almost
decided-
practically full health when he drove by it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So there's and you did 103,000 to the other Satsuma. Oh my god. That's good luck with that, Zeka. Good luck with that, man. Interesting game. I don't know what I could tell you other than maybe
I gotta
don't be
space out my
shooting.
airstrikes.
Yeah, and don't shoot AP as much. I think you're trying a little bit too hard with that AP. Although interesting, you can see here you did a lot more damage with that AP. But then if you count the fires, you add the fire started. See, the HE was far better for you. Of course, some of this is from the bomb hits too, so it's hard to really know for sure. But bombs did quite well too. Nice, Zaka. Thank you for the resub, man. Let's get the replay render up here. Zaka, just like in Honkai Impact 30, you've pulled off a legendary move and the gotcha of support with your 10 months of subscription. Your dedication is the rarest loot, and we're all rolling in excitement with you. You're enjoying Hololive Commander and Kita. She's hilarious. Okay. Zaka, we subbed in a replay so that we can keep yours fresh for when you could be around. That might be this Sunday if I'm not casting Clash of the Classes, or if I am, it could be next Friday or the following Sunday. And I think that's it for the patch, right? After, yeah.
Wait, we got a tournament this weekend?
Clash of the
Or next
Classes. No, it's tomorrow and Sunday, but I haven't had a chance to talk to the wife about it yet. When I brought it up with her before the trip, she seemed not so interested in it. So, you are here now, but this is the 5th and final replay of the day, Zeka. Next week, it should also still be the patch. Good. So what are we going to title this replay, y'all?
I don't know.
Farm? I think we can title it Farm. That's easy enough.
More space. Or due to more spacing on the airstrikes.
Yeah. 12 days left on EU. Thank you, Electric. Yeah, so it's basically this weekend and next. Rob dies yet again. Could work. How about Flagship Farm? Since it was a flagship operation. I don't know. Once this one plays out, though, we will we'll move on to the next part. Was it a 5-star? No, this should have been a 4 because
It was a 4-star.
Yeah.
Source captain was not picked up.
Yeah. I know, Rob almost beat him even though he died so much earlier. Crazy. How long did this battle go for? 15 minutes. Rob died around the 5-minute mark. So, yeah. Fun times.
Oh.
You okay over there, Puddin'?
Yeah, just burping.
All right. Burping is good.
I've been told it is. I didn't get any on anybody, did I?
I don't know. Are you around tomorrow and Friday and Sunday if I am able to cover Clash of the Classes?
It depends on what time.
It
talking
starts
about-
Eastern time. It starts at noon, so it'd be 11 o'clock start.
Maybe. I gotta go
Okay.
get my missions taken care of.
Obviously, that's more important. And like I said, I have to talk to the wife about it anyway. Can't come up with a... I know. I'm trying to think about that too. Terror's Mark won the CC container code. Nice. Congratulations, Terror's Mark. All right. Well, thanks for sending that one in, Pac, and being quick on the fingers to get this one covered, huh?
I stopped what I was doing just to type that.
Too funny. All right. Well, let's get to our Stream Raider screen here, which I'm gonna have to rename since Stream Raiders is dead. Rip them. Let's get words on stream going. Quick on the trigger. Yeah. This is a level 9. So there's... Let's see if we guys can figure this one out, and then we'll switch over to live play action. I only have less than an hour left, though. Got it. Cockeyed is the word. G is fake. 5-minute Rob? Lol. Apparently, cock doesn't work, but cockeyed does. And eyed works as well. I don't know. Guys, I'm going to go get some special dirty water to celebrate the end of the replay portion. I also need to put together a poll. Which to YouTube? We'll start with Wolf Sweat Pauses game. That's the Ryujo. We're going to call that one... I think we're going to call that one good to great. I think we like that one better. Let's see. Kleber, Comedy of Errors. That was Rob's game where we just couldn't believe what happened before our eyes. We got the Paulo game, which we're going to call that one Go Next. That one was also a pretty hilarious game where Rob gets a double strike at the very beginning and dies and wins it for the team. It's a ranked battle. Svea, that was a clan battle. Do Your Job was the title we can call that one. And then the most recent one, Utrecht. Flagship Farmer. I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes to vote. You can use channel points for additional votes if you would like. The number 1 voted replay will make its way to YouTube. And then I will pick a second one. And then we go from there. All right. This one's ending, and once it ends, I'll start up the next one, and then I'll run a 3-minute commercial break. Go get yourself some dirty water if you want to join us for a cheer. If you don't drink alcohol, get yourself some regular water or other drink. Not a problem at all, okay? I will be back in a few moments. Turn autopilot on just in case. And commercial break, go now. Bam.
and at least tomorrow. No, because the date. So we don't even have garlic bread the first night, anyways. So I can, check tomorrow.
Garlic bread is bad. And besides, if you're only planning on 3 days of spaghetti. Okay.
Well, we want to make pop.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it okay for me to tell people?
We have to do the
Oh, crap. Yes, we do. Also, I need you to bring my mug back upstairs. I left it down. Okay. Sorry about that extended delay, guys. That's why I'm glad I put this thing on repeat. Do your job came in first. All right. Condi, you really liked it, huh? Do your job. Let's take a look at the vote results. Kleber came in second. Nobody voted for anything else. Okay. I agree. The Kleber was a good one to put on. I think that one's a good one, too. Oh, wait a minute. Whoa!
Whoa. Sorry.
Don't break my mug.
I didn't break your mug.
Okay. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I know what it hit. Because it's wet. Wife brought my mug upstairs and then hit one of my things on my desk. Anyway.
Maybe one of the things hit your wife. Did you ever think of that?
Did you guys hear that? Did that come through the mic? The twang? All right, so I was talking with the wife about a few things. I'm gonna, with all due respect to Rob and that Kleber game, I think I'm actually gonna release the Ryujo game. I think that one was far more good learning opportunities. Plus, I don't think I have that many carrier games. Although, let's think about this. If this whole CV rework goes through, do we care about?
What's happening with CVs?
Do we care about? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, what the hell? Classic, hey! Welcome back, he says. Thank you much. Okay, sorry about that. Classic, thank you very much again. Maybe December 31st, right? Classic with a welcome back like that. You're not just subscribing, you're throwing a party for our return from the high seas of New Zealand. Your 60s. How does this AI bot know these things? Jesus.
The machines listen.
The machines do listen, right? Your 67 months of subscription is the ultimate anchor in this community. Here's to many more voyages together. Wow. All right. Skynet is indeed watching, yes. So after this is done, guys, we'll do the thing. Part of why I was gone for an extended time is because I was negotiating with the wife. And Puddin', if you are able to join tomorrow and Sunday, I'd love to have you as a co-caster. If you are busy,
like I said, it just depends on how long it takes to get the stupid emissions done.
Yep, all good, all good.
I do plan on trying to go early in the morning, but we all know my definition of early is not everyone else's.
Your definition of early is when they aren't open yet. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to the Focus on Me screen here. It's time for a cheer. Everybody, that's right. You heard it right. Tomorrow,
I will be covering the beginning of the playoffs, and Sunday will be the finals for the Clash of the Classes season. So I'm looking forward to doing that. That means I'm going to have to do setup tonight. I'm going to have to do it quickly because I want to spend time with the wife. So we'll see how things go. I'm going to warn you guys tomorrow if the stream looks like complete garbage. I apologize, but at least it's something versus nothing. So that's how I look at it. That'll be tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central Time, and it goes until about 3-4 o'clock. And then after that, we'll see if we can do an after party for a little bit longer. Now, that means I may not be doing replays on Sunday, especially because usually when I do tournaments, I get quite tired doing the stuff and all that. Electric, I couldn't even tell you what this tournament is. I wanted to help them out with their alpha test, and then an emergency happened in a different program that I'm involved in with Wargaming, and I had to unfortunately cancel the stream so I could help them out. So, in any case, guys, raise a glass if you'd like. Cheers to all of you. Thank you very much for tuning in, hanging out, whether it's on YouTube, on Kick, on Rumble, or of course here on Twitch. Appreciate the hell out of you guys. Feel free to share what you guys are drinking, and thanks for coming back and for hanging out. Cheers. I need to make some new emotes for like dirty water or something, and I need to have like a special command like what you just did there, Wyatt. That's a great idea. I'm going to write that down on my to-do list, which is very long. I don't even know. Do I still have a to-do list? Yeah, I do. Okay, but I'm going to make a new one. You always enjoy these streams and the tournaments? Well, thank you. I enjoy doing it too. But, you know, I of course wanted to make sure my wife was okay with it because, hey, we just came back from vacation. So there's that, right? Let's see. So, you know what? I'm going to write this down, but first, let's do another poll. What now? I can do ranked, I can do randoms, I can do operations. Is there anything else going on in game right now? Brawls. I hope soon in the next few months to be able to join and get better at the game since you're a filthy casual. I'll tell you what, tournaments like Clash of the Classes are fantastic for filthy casuals. Just saying. So give me a sec. I'm loading up the game, and we'll see what it is. So what I'm drinking, by the way, this is more of the Four Roses small batch. I think it's small batch because that's the only alcohol I have left. So I'm gonna have to. We're going to Costco on Wednesday. Probably gonna pick up a bunch of get a bunch of stuff because I need to get makers at least. Come on, game, log me in already. Jeez, it's taking forever. All right. Radio messages received. By the way, did you guys... there's Brawls. Did you guys enjoy the Admiral talk today? I know it was going on at the same time as my stream, which is unfortunate. Brawls are tier 9. Can you do divisions in Brawls now? Let's see.
Maybe?
Up to 3. Okay. So it's 3v3 tier 9. Okay. Close out of that. And then we have operations. And then we have flagship ops. Okay. So I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes to vote for what you want us to do for the last about half hour. Half hour of the stream, yeah. And my to-do list. So, dirty water... emotes and command. If any of you guys know Admiral Revan, he does have like a command or with that like spams a whole bunch of emotes in chat. I want to do something like that for dirty water because that'd be fun. I'm gonna put command spam emotes. Because we can do that for other ones too. Other things on the to-do list. I need to fix my Stream Raiders scene. This is like we're looking like 2 or 3 weeks away at this point. Just because I got so much to catch up on with work and everything else.
Nerd.
Still on wintertime here, summertime for you barbarians. That's correct. Play a few matches with Zelda back when the Diz were up to 5 in Brawls. Got it. Hey, H3PO, how's it going?
Are you streaming?
Yes, I am. Currently live.
Oh, crud. Sorry about that.
That's okay. How you doing?
Call you a nerd. Somewhere between the back end of of a horse and the midsection of a filet mignon. I don't know. The back section of a horse during fly season is pretty serious.
So you're pretty tender, huh?
I'm telling you. Not that I just got back from New Zealand or anything and left all his friends behind.
Yeah, I kind of did that, didn't I? Zath Armchair Admirals helps them with the fact... Well, I think they were planning this before Bogsy was gone, but they usually do this on the EU streams and stuff. I'm glad to be back too, Wide Open. Thank you for coming back. We got about a minute to go. Currently in the lead is Brawls. Second to that is Randoms, and then third to that is Ranked. So, minute left. Vote for what you want to do. Remember, if it's something that we can do divs with, we'll do divs with.
Hey, where can I post? Never mind. I'm going to send you a DM
real
quick. I know you're streaming, but I don't want to ask it live.
No problem.
Ooh.
And,
no,
you know,
because this is going to be a really good question. We need a judge here.
The Armchair Admirals, by the way, I think is really cool. Because they were doing Gallipoli and all that, right, on the Dardanelles. And what's really fun about that is I just came back from New Zealand, and that's where a lot of their historical focus is on. So I thought that was really neat. All right, it's tie between Randoms and Brawls. I will tie break this by choosing Brawls. So we're going to be doing 3 versus 3 tier 9. Wait, what?
I didn't get to vote. I'm not logged in yet.
Well, that's a you problem. You've been over here trying to get out of silver rank too. I haven't even played any ranked. Ugh. What is this? 6 versus 6? Oh man, 6 to 7? Maybe I should have played some ranked battles. Would you guys care if I did ranked? Does anybody have a problem if I do ranked? Because I kind of want to do ranked.
Go do rank. I mean, it's a half an hour left. Like,
just use
spend the
Belfast?
last half hour talking about your build.
Oh god, no. Not any more of that. Just play Belfast. Alright, I'm going to play ranked, with all due respect to those of you guys who voted, because I haven't had a chance to play ranked, so I'm just going to go and play ranked.
Rigged.
I think I'm going to just do that. And I want to play Atlanta. Why do I want to play Atlanta? Am I nuts? Am I nuts for wanting to play Atlanta? I don't know. Yes, I am. Put Ashley Violet on the Atlanta. Because that'll be fun,
now
right?
You're nuts.
Why am I nuts now?
You're putting Ashley Violet on.
Ashley's fun. Let's do a rank specific build, huh?
Don't let your wife hear you say that.
You're gonna make me do Belfast? I'm gonna do Atlanta first. I've been nuts for you, one from a Z. How the hell are you, by the way? Let's see, these are 127, so I get heavy HE for free. And there we go. That's the build I'm going with. Equipment. Now this is ranked battle, so normally I would try hard this. Did I try hard it? Yeah. Let's see. There can be carriers in this game mode. I want Hydro, just because. And I think I'm going to want to go with that. Let's go. Bam! Oh, the trip was amazing. The trip was amazing, Mrs. Z. Trip was amazing. All right, there's my shout out for Missy. Yeah, that is indeed Puddin's voice. Guys, go click click that link and just toss a follow for one from Missy. I don't even know if she streams anymore. I don't care. I'm just shouting her out because I can. Oh, by the way, I did. By the way, Missy, I have I got my parasol and something else from Stack Up I need to open. I was thinking about doing it today, but busy. busy. There's no carriers.
Did you shout me out and I forgot to thank you for it?
Nope. You feel that?
Okay.
I've been so busy with other things, I just haven't had time. But Puddin can shout you out. Thank you, Puddin.
Thanks, Puddin.
So we went to...
This clip is so awesome. Under the tank, and he goes to the garage.
Wow. We can both wear our Stack Up sunglasses at TwitchCon, be twins. There you go. Last day of vacation for you. Gotcha. But yeah, we had a good time. We did we went to Hobbiton, which both of us had been to before, but not together. So that was a fun experience to go to Hobbiton together. And they just like a year ago opened up something, and I didn't even know they were doing this. They created 2 Hobbit holes that you could walk into that fully recreate the spirit of the movies, like just full of everything. I thought that was so cool. It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. 23PO, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for lurking. But I loved it. I thought it was so great. They did such a good job of furnishing it with everything. It really felt like it was a lived-in Hobbit hole.
Enemy ship spotted.
Oh, I was a bit of a Hobbit for that. You better believe it. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Totally didn't expect it either, so, you know. Oh, cool. We got ourselves a smoker here, so now we can't see anything. Thank you, Mayhem.
You're welcome.
Why did I play ranked again, guys? I'm just kidding. All right, guys. We're going to tell the Mayhem to man up and get out there and spot for us. Or I could completely miss him because he drifted a little bit. Oh, well. Smoking is bad for you, okay? And 2 targeting me because I got spotted. Have some AP, bud. Oh yeah, Atlanta's a great pick for tier 7 ranked. I'm curious though. What's my smoke fire penalty? 4.6. Cool. Dunsies. Back to HE. I just want to keep ramming this Mayhem because he's not being helpful at all. Oh well. Aha! You shall not pass, man. It's 57 seconds of smoke left. What's your rush, bud? Yes, keep shooting us, Schoenhorst. Pin the bastard, right? Exactly, Electric. Exactly. Because most of the time what destroyers do is make really bad decisions in ranked. And they go and they get themselves killed. Like if you notice it, he was moving farther up when he absolutely 100% didn't need to do that, you know? Oh, I'm spotted now. That could be bad. Oh, poi boat! Excuse me for a second.
Torp soup behind us.
Torp soup behind us, and this guy torped the island. Well, that's probably because I'm cosplaying as an island, right? Oh, buddy, come on. I have this thing called the I win button. Or the island didn't... What the hell? The island didn't catch the torp. Look at how close it went. Whatever. See, I want to show you guys like how I play ranked, and how I play ranked is the ranked speed run. We go in, we get ourselves killed, we do good things in the process, and we move on. So Belfast was the recommendation or the request from Electric. So we're gonna go, and we're gonna full send it with our next battle. All right. So that worked out well. Bliska as tier 7. I have bad memory, C-Strom, of trying to rank out in Bliska at tier 7. So, nah. Nope. The Maya, which I just killed. The Maya is a really strong ship because of the heal and everything. 1 destroyer each. 1 Belfast each. Yeah, I guess I should go north. I can play around the Sea Islands, see what happens.
Show 'em what we've got, chaps.
Easy moding bronze in Fiji. Ah, that's a good one, Neil. The enemy Belfast is upset because I exist. Just make sure to cover 2 caps with the radar. I could do that. The problem I have with doing that is I spawned on the wrong side on this map. And yeah. Do I have my radar thing here? No, I don't. Bam. Oh well. We'll see what happens. Oh. You rammed island backed up and had smoke ready. There you go.
Enemy force detected.
And most of the time, enemy battleships will gravitate towards sea. Meanwhile, your team's battleships will just sit there and do F all, because that's battleship life. So, yeah, I'm in danger. An enemy team started capping the B cap. Oh, they're going that way? Neat. Belfast went that way too. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus something in B cap. I want to open up on the Fuso, but you know what the hell. I'm over here! 2 people targeting me. Because something is in the C cap. Ooh, 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 ooh. What could it be? It's a Toulon, which is really bad for me. And he had AP on the barrels. But haha! His AP did nothing. Suck on that! Suck on that! Tomorrow, 12 noon. 12 noon Eastern.
Smoke generator activated.
Alright, my fire penalty is that.
Problem solved, sir. Smoke screen set.
Alright, Wyatt, take care. Thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, so you wanted this, didn't you, huh? Too bad didn't happen. Base decaps? Oh, just missed. That sucks. Ouija, I'm doing alright. How you doing? If only we had a battleship that came with me, then I could do more things. But, you know, we don't. So, that's cool. I'll just hide away from the Toulon and, you know, do whatever. Well, working internet is important. So I hear. And there goes our first battleship. I mean, they all huddled next to each other for warmth, so I'm really surprised that you see them dying like that. But, you know, whatever. When battleships choose the ape together strong strategy, it's can be tough. Our Lazo, by the way, playing way the hell in the backfield. As you do. What do you know? We lost 2 battleships. Guys, I think it's time to go next. What do you think, huh? Is it time? The funny thing is that this Toulon's been charging, like chasing me. He's not gonna actually be able to hit me over this island. So, neener. Surely you got top XP, Fuze? Thank you very much. I probably don't, but, you know, I don't really care either way. Ooh, Belfast is low.
All stations requesting fire support. All stations, concentrate fire on that target.
Have a sticky fire, buddy. Wow. Fuso is literally chasing down our Sims. Now that's comedy. That's comedy. What do you know? Our Sims died. This Toulon has really been...
got chased down by a Fuso?
Yes.
Wow, and you wanted to play ranked?
Oh, absolutely.
Attention.
Put the radar up for the Belfast. Maybe our Sharnors 43 can shoot him before... Oh, no, he's too busy luck-chucking torps. Okie dokie. Clearly, they saw Bo and thought, Fuso, OP, right? Seriously. Hi, man. I guess I can put that on now. Well, the smoke will certainly be useful. Oh, they spotted me. Go next. Yeah. Thank you. Moving on. You want me to play FR25? Oh, God. Tier per tier, who do you think it's better? Oh, Belfast. Regular Belfast, Claude. No. I mean, there's no contest. You really want me to play the FR25? Okay. I don't even know. I haven't played it in a while. So let's go. Belfast got buffed recently too, didn't it? I want to say it got buffed recently. All right, moving on in. And thank you guys for letting me play ranked. I wanted to try to get my dailies done this way. So yeah, the 43 version got buffed. They're not going to buff the regular. You saw the smoke, the short smoke, and went nope. What's up, Vaco? Oh look, I'm up against an FR25 of my own. That's kind of funny. All right, let's do the engine boost thing to get to sea as quickly as we can. I do not have radio location, and theirs does. Interesting. Comet. We've got a Molotov. Surrey, Sharn 43. Played you guys in battleships last night? Oh, was I in a game that that you were in? Oh, clan battles. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. I love it when a team chooses not to follow the destroyer, especially when it's the lone destroyer. That's usually a recipe for disaster. The nice thing about ranked is you can get games done relatively quickly, especially if you die early. Right? When they all go the same direction. That's what happened last game, and then they all just died. So, whatever. When that happens, you just move on to the next. Oh, I'm all about the gunboat destroyers, Jose. I hate torp destroyers with a passion. Vermont with sap would probably be good, yeah? We'd probably send some torps this way too. No, torps don't have the range. What is my range? 7. I am spotted. Aha! My quick reaction saved me the cap. Yu Yang is a little bit different because Yu Yang you can play as both the gun and torpedo boat, which is kind of fun. Now he probably is going to continue chasing in that same direction. No, he turned too. Interesting. Torpedo? No, just missed. So he's continuing to cap C. So the nice thing... Oh, yeah, good job, Virginia. And that's going to open him up here. So I'm going to get some base decaps. And I've got sap in the barrels ready to go. He had looked like HE in the barrels. That's unfortunate for him. Because now he's chased me into 2 secondary destroyers. I kind of like this. I kind of like this a lot. I know. Well, they also Giga nerfed the Yu Yang for a while, right? And then they decided to give it torpedo reload booster. But they made it really painful to play, and then they nerfed it, and then they buffed it with the reload booster. So yay! Oh no, we lost the Molotov. Terrible. Oh my god, really? I love how islands act this way. This is a fun aiming bug, right? You just told me where to shoot you. Oh, you're moving. Okay, cool. Alright, moving on. Yeah, exactly, Fuse. It's a pain in the butt. Something Wargaming needs to fix at some point, and they just haven't yet. Alright, 43 is dead. Or, yeah. So no point in chasing after the FR-25. I'd love to kill him to assert dominance. But, I mean... Heinrich had Hydra going and still took a torp? That feels bad, man. Paco with the follow, thank you. Why don't you follow me earlier? Jerk. Twitch unfollows people from time to time, so it's all good. I used to be followers only on the channel, so you had to be a follower, and then, like, I changed that. Like, you know, to chat and stuff. Because I used to do it so, you know, if you enter the giveaway, you could only enter if you were a follower, right? So that made it easier. And then people complained I was followers only, so then I had to change that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go this way. Electric 671 with the follow. Thank you, Electric 671. Bye. That was funny. That was funny. I was not expecting that one. Oh my god, Infidel, I hate you. Oh, that's right, I got smoke. What am I thinking? Duh. Have a fire, Sharnhorse. Have a fire. Yeah, Uganda is quite low. Look at the Surrey. Look at how far back the Surrey is. That's cute. I'd rather play Haida, but if you really want me to play the Huron, that's fine. I'll play the Huron. I really don't care. Oh my god, I hit him with the torp. Did I seriously hit him with a torp? That's hilarious. That is hilarious right there. Rip the Uganda. Play the Haida and show Electric how to do it. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. I was wondering where those secondaries were. And game. You're in silver, don't care. Hey, Gaelic, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Oh. So I actually got sick in New Zealand, which is really sad. But it is what it is. I got sick early. I think our first dinner, our first meal was a frickin'... Oh, look, I saved my star. What do you know? No, I didn't. Oh, it's an irrevocable. That's why. Cool. Even better. Haida. So yes, the first dinner was a buffet, and you know, I'm a bit of a germaphobe. I always wash my hands before dinner and stuff like that. And like, buffet? Come on. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure I picked something up at the buffet. There were like 3 of us that all got sick at once. And of course, we all got everybody else sick, and so that worked its way through to the point where on our final night, for our final farewell dinner, there were like 6 people missing. 6. Wild. Absolutely wild. Atlanta, Shiratsuyu Mahan. We got a Sims. And a Ferruccio. Interesting. Out of a group of how many? 21.
Engine boost activated.
So 6 out of 21 is a pretty sizable number, you know? That's like, oof. Well, yeah, Vaco, exactly. You gotta make your plate, then you wash your hands. Then you go up for more, then you wash your hands again. I said enough. I'm not gonna worry about it. Instead, what I'll do is I'll just complain to the tour company, being like, "What the hell's wrong with you guys, you dum-dums? Why would you think that that's an okay thing to do? You know? Especially when you're talking about a tour company that was obviously impacted by COVID and like everybody else in the world." Exactly. That's exactly right, Vaco. It's the spoons. It's the utensils, because then you're dependent on what everybody else said. So, and their level or non-level of cleanliness. Oh my god, these guys. Look at this. Another freaking lemming train going to A. Will they ever learn? Will they ever learn? That's going to force me to go B, which is probably, apes together strong, damn right, which is probably where the Atlanta is going. A is indeed a trap, and it trapped my last team, and it's going to trap this team too, which really bloody sucks, but whatever. Oh look, it's the Atlanta, so there's that at least.
Wait a minute, aren't you the Atlanta?
Nope, I am the Haida. John Barlow over on YouTube. Hello, hello, hello. How are you, sir?
Probably better than you because he's not ranked.
If you noticed, I haven't really been angry or suffering much because I just don't bloody care.
Right, you've only been playing for
20
minutes.
So when I do this stuff, guys, I just go for the wins, and sometimes if I can make it to silver, I will, just because. You know, you get doubloons and stuff and things.
Engine boost deactivated.
But
right, because you're definitely doubloon poor.
Exactly. All right, what do we got over here? Mayhem or Shiratsuyu? We also haven't seen the West Virginia 44. Be nice if our destroyer could spot, but you know. You need intelligence data. How about there? Oh, look, I found it. This is going to be fun. Hi, friend. How are you? Oh, you lost your engines. That's unfortunate. You're about to lose your life. Better smoke up to be safe. Yeah, now they're splitting up. The Synop has decided to go and, I don't know, play Gatekeeper at B, which is fine. Oh, look, we killed that ship. Don't worry, guys. We will still find a way to lose this game.
I have faith.
Concentrate fire.
Gotta have faith. All right, we got a Mayhem smoking itself into B cap and Atlanta choosing not to use that smoke. That's good. That's good. Let's see. I really don't like Atlanta. I wish our Synup would actually go into the cap. He's deciding not to. God knows why. Oh no, I'm radared.
Engine boost.
I know,
activated.
all engine boost. That's true. The Atlanta can't spot if he's in smoke. There's the Mayhem for you.
All stations requesting fire support.
Hey, go away, guys. Go away. Wait your turn. Wait your turn. There's plenty for everyone, okay? Wait your turn.
Concentrate fire
Oh, good
on
job,
enemy
Sims.
warship.
Good job. Good idea. Let's just get yourself spotted. Atlanta has charged me with Hydro.
All stations requesting fire
That's cool. I can Hydro him back for a minute and a half while our battleships maybe pound him. Meanwhile, the Sims is open water dying. That's cool. Hello, people. Can maybe you should... Oh, because you're all hiding behind islands. I forgot about that part of the game. Good job, Sims.
All stations
I'll just keep asking you guys to target it. Aw, he disappeared. Really unfortunate. Oh, there he is again.
All stations
Maybe y'all can shoot him?
support. Fire alarm. Critical engine damage.
Wait my turn. He took his pills. Plenty of stamina for everyone. Right? Seriously.
Fire alarm. Smoke generator started. Critical engine damage.
I figured at some point his Hydro would go down. Oh, that's right. This isn't crawling. This is crawling smoke, not like the other smoke. Oh, well. Oh, no. That smoke is broken. Right? My team is broken. I mean, come on. Like, look at the Synop. Why the hell would you not just go into B cap right here and block everything? Like, that's just so much easier to do. Right? But nope. Battleships, they are timid creatures. They are very timid creatures. Nice fish, thank you. I thought so too. All right, I got time for one more, and then we'll go from there. You know what? We didn't get a win in the Belfast, so I'm gonna have to play Belfast again. Just because. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. That's right. They don't have any. All right. Yeah, did you guys see that they that Wargaming's doing plushies now for AP and HE shells? That looks really cool. Aw, Neil, here, have a comment. Ooh, we got epoxy over here too. Look at that. All right. No destroyers in this game. Zero. Zilch. Nada. That's, kind of scary, to be honest. Kind of scary. Ooh, Rodney. I should be playing Rodney. Oh, well.
Standing by for instructions, over.
It's fine. You had that too in Belfast and it worked out fine? Alrighty then. I do appreciate that our independence, the enemy independence, is just flying right through Ryujo and his planes. I mean, that's cool. He's gonna lose 3 planes for that. Or what the hell?
Enemy force sighted on the horizon.
Or not? That was weird. Alright, well, looks like the enemy team is, bunching up for anti-air.
All stations, concentrate fire on that target.
And our Ryujo is, learning. Carriers. Rodney's a lot of fun. Rodney's a lot of fun. I like that our Ryujo is trying to provide anti-air support for the team. Nice of him. It's nice of him. Best if you don't play Battleship to get anything done. The problem with playing Battleship is you're too busy watching the rest of your team suffer. Especially if you're in a ship like the Colorado, by the time you get into range to be able to do anything, it's just pain. You were in a Operation Aegis battle. Oh, good, Grizia. Go ahead, go ahead. Smoke up, Grizia.
Well, that was awfully nice of you to let the idiot smoke.
I'm telling him to smoke. He's choosing not to. Okay, there he goes. He decided now that he lost half of his hit point pool. Now he's decided to smoke. That's a good idea. Usually what you want to do is you want to smoke first. And then once it's safe, you can open up. Hers, how you doing? Hey, thank you very much for the raid, my friend.
Well, I have to say it.
Guys, if you don't know hers, go toss a follow. Should have just did a shout out there.
It did.
Ship a day. Helprick to death pick a game, Rob. There you go. Unfortunately, I mistimed the smoke thanks to that raid, but it's all good. I'll just wait a moment so I can back into the smoke. Here we go. And I'll proceed to shoot this guy for free for a little while. Now, the Rodney does not get the nice heal that the Nelson does, but it does get torpedoes. The single fire torpedoes. It's got the St. Vincent torpedoes at tier 10, which is ridiculousness. Yes, you died in that one, Rob. You came in you actually almost beat Pockington, which is pretty funny. Alright, well, nothing to shoot at for a bit. Nope, Rodney, back up. Park the island. Okay, we got a Scharnhorst Black that's going to start pushing through.
Oh,
Hers, how was your stream? Those of you that jumped on in, welcome aboard. I'm Lord Zath, a North American community contributor. I just got back from New Zealand yesterday, and I thought it was a great idea to start streaming again right away. So here we are. 20 seconds to go until I can smoke. Will I get spotted if I shoot? No. Goody, goody, goody. 10 seconds now. Colorado is going full send into his death because reasons. Here comes the Fiji.
Smoke generator activated.
Now you see me, now you don't. Have a fire ready. Oof, Rodney killed the Colorado. And that's first blood.
Smoke screen set.
Sorry, the Grizia's gonna die pretty soon too, possibly. And Rodney torps the Ganiza now. That's a well done.
Nice work.
You did not take Belfast's AIFHE. Okay, neither did I. So, yeah, the problem with battleships in this mode is they're usually just big and dumb. And then they die, and then they complain because, you know, they died, and, you know, whatever. And we're down to 1 now. So that means Eddie can do whatever he wants. Be nice to get another fire on the Scharnhorst. Hey, there we go. There we go. Renown got himself a kill. Let's go. I'm amazed that the Grizia's still alive, but something tells me that's going to be changing very shortly. By the way, I need to run too. Hey, Brown, how's it going? You saw some streamer using what, IFHE? I mean, I experimented with it. I just didn't find it being that useful, unfortunately.
Smoke generator activated.
So I just got rid of it. There we go.
We sank their battleship.
Now I got the Chumfon after me.
Smoke screen set.
Come on, Rodney. Yeah, you don't miss IFHE that much. Be nice if we can get some spotting or something. The sand. That's okay. You can shoot at me too in the smoke. That's cute. Spidey sense is tingling. There was a Chumfon nearby, so possibly going to be dealing with some deep water torpedoes. See if the Chumfon's charging me. He is not. Unfortunate. So I'm going to do something stupid and back out here and spot because I think that the Rodney is moving away.
I'd say the Rodney was nice to, you know, show you his butt so he couldn't shoot you.
Mm-hmm. Another fire on the Rodney.
Torpedoes astern.
Hey, look, torpedoes. Shocked and appalled I am.
Torpedoes astern.
And there goes our renowned 44.
Torpedoes astern.
Come on, Ronnie. Get on fire again. Come on. Let's go. Nope. Too bad I disappeared just before he shot at me. Man, our Ryujo. What are you doing, buddy? You would think at this point he would try to, I don't know, spot for a teammate or something like that, you know?
Typical streamer thinks he's got a team.
I know, right? Seriously. That's alright. I got one final smoke left, so I really don't want to use it on the Chumfon just yet. Double fire equals DCP. Oh, look, I got an extra smoke.
Enemy cruiser sunk.
Okay. Let's just get randomly shot at by the Rodney. That's fun. Cool. Now you need to recover from the trip to get coffee? Jeez, where'd you drive to get it, man? Yes, I was able to transport all the chocolate, brought it home. Wife was not happy about it, but I brought it home. This guy is like fully deplaned. Look at that. That's terrible.
Smoke generator activated.
Absolutely terrible.
Smoke screen set.
And of course, I'm forced out of my smoke. Oh well. Have a fire, Rodney. And of course, he DCP'd one fire. Yeah. Is he flooding now? Nope.
The enemy is about to win.
Oh well. Cut the corner. This Ryujo, not a good carrier player, but you know what? If he's got to learn, he's got to learn in ranked, right? He's learning the game. Yeah. And things. Yep, I told you he was deplaned. Supermarket? Oh, you got a haircut. I need to get one of those. He's upset about losing 3 games in a row. At a certain point, you gotta wonder, would it be you?
Whoa, 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 whoa there. It is never me, it's always my team.
You learn Destroy in Ranked. Here in Ranked, you get 0 karma. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, I lost my star, so this is what I do whenever I lose my star. Everybody who did worse than me obviously deserves to lose some karma. So there you go. And Renown 44, from Epoxy, as you would expect, saved his star. Oh well, it is what it is. But the only 2 games I lost today were in Belfast. So, OP ship or not? I don't know. You decide. But it doesn't help when you got...
in a pay fast.
Because the team just evaporated. Like, both games, the bulk of the team goes one way, and they freaking lose the game. And they freaking lose the game. It wasn't a good game, Neil. I mean, did you see our carrier? Did you see our Colorado just sail straight into everything and die? Oh, did you see our Gorizia go into B-cap, lose half his health, and then decide to use the smoke screen? Like, come on. It's fine, though. It's all good. I really don't care. Because I'm playing ranked, and I'm not necessarily playing to rank out. I'm just playing to get some silver, coal, steel, whatever you call it, you know? I'm just playing to get some of that stuff. And then we're done. Guys, I gotta hang it up. 6:15, I gotta go make dinner and prep for tomorrow's tournament and stuff like that. So big thanks for everybody tuning in. What I'm going to do to speed things up is, instead of my normal vote at the end here, I'm just going to go ahead and raid the rerun channel. It died for 3 days, so we need to get the numbers back up. So I'm going to do that. Hopefully I'll catch you guys tomorrow for more of the tournament action. Clash of the Classes should be a lot of fun. Commercial break is about to start up. So I will mention, you're going to see some stuff in chat, some links and stuff. If you want to support me, you can always click those links and check them out. But we will be raiding the rerun channel as soon as the commercial break ends. Do an announcement on Discord with automatic local time. Oh, for the tournament. If I have time, Electric, I will. I need to, like... I need to, like, do setup and stuff first, you know? So we'll see. I'll see if I can. If I put it someplace, it'll be under the stream schedule channel, which nobody reads. So, there you go. All right. Huge thanks for our subs and our cheers. I need to refresh this stream because it's not working properly. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but it does. There we go. Classic Lib, Zeka, Dutch Eagle and Flyer, Puddin, Armac 14, Altador, Dutch Elephant, Sergeant Sully, Frosty Balls, Real Light Duckman, Blue Falcon. Thank you guys for subbing. Electric, if you know my schedule, on Sunday, I'll be starting an hour earlier. That's an easy way to remember it. We got some new followers today as well. Thank you guys for the follows. And also, Ensalada with 300 bits cheer. Thank you very much, Ensalada, for those bits. Appreciate you, man. All right, and then there's a link to my Patreon page. Now I'm gonna raid the rerun channel. This is a channel that runs 24/7. You can always hang out there, get your drops. Yeah, so it's 2 hours earlier. Yes, exactly. And you can get your drops, and you can get channel points for Cover My Replay. You can just hang out and play Words on stream, and just enjoy the ambiance that is 24/7 Lord's Ath. You doing so supports me, though, quite a bit. Just hanging out there helps me with ad revenue and that sort of thing. So I always ask people, if people are willing to toss a lurk over there, please consider doing so, because it does help me a lot. Twitch allows you to be a viewer on 2 different channels at once. So if you're watching another streamer you like and you have no one else to watch, pop up the rerun channel if you don't mind. That really does help. There's my link to Fabletics. I've been told that the Fabletics link isn't quite working properly, but it worked for me just now. And then above that is my Patreon link, a way to support me outside of Twitch. And to get a much larger percentage of your money into my hands instead of Twitch's hands. When you sub on Twitch, 50% goes to Twitch. And obviously 50% goes to me. If you sub on the Patreon, it's like 92% or something. So really does help. In any case, thanks everybody for tuning in. I will see you next time. And boy, this was fun. This was fun. Puddin', Tannis, everybody else, thanks for hanging out in voice chat too.
Good night.
All right. Good night. YouTube, Kick, Rumble.